Why I'm Torn Between the Girl I Love and Her Younger Sister, Yuri Love Triangle. Volume 2, by Inyukai Anzu, translated by Ren, audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue, I'm friends with Mimi. But we also kiss and tell each other how we feel, a deeper relationship than other friends. Since she allows me to get closer, I've always wanted to actively try and reach her heart. But with every kiss, every touch, the relationship between us grew more and more ambiguous, to the point where even Mimi's outline began to blur. In the end, I was struggling with what kind of relationship I should have with her. Things couldn't go on like this. I made up my mind and decided to ask her out. If we're friends and want to get closer, going out together is the best way. It may be the best way, but... Hey, Yuika, how long are you going to stare at your phone? As I was spinning my phone on the table, Yuzuha called out to me. It had been a day since I decided to ask Mimi out. I had actually planned to ask her last night, but I never managed to do it, because I kept overthinking things. Like whether contacting her at night would be a bother, or even if I did ask her out, where we should go. Before, I could ask Mimi out so naturally. Like going to see the cherry blossoms together, or just wandering aimlessly around town. At least until last year, I wasn't particularly conscious of her and could act naturally around her. But lately, that's no longer the case. Once I realized I was attracted to her, even sending a single message became difficult. Typing one character was a struggle, and rereading the message took a lot of time. Because of that, I kept putting off sending her a message, and time just kept slipping away. She accepts me for who I am. Even knowing that, I still can't accept myself for who I am. Why can everyone act so natural in front of the person they like? No, it's not so much that Mimi is the person I like, but more that I'm a little drawn to her. Sai, you've got it bad, don't you? Did something happen with Nagisa again? It's not like that. Then it's her sister. I was startled. I tried to act calm, but I couldn't. If I could freely change my expressions, I'd probably be living a much smoother life right now. Yuzuha sighed in exasperation. You and Mimi-chan get along really well, huh? Yeah, I guess so. We're friends, after all. Even though it was the correct way to put it, it felt wrong. So how exactly do I want to explain my relationship with her to others? Even if I ask myself, I can't find an answer. Then why are you so worried about that friend? There are a lot of reasons. That's fine, but it's probably better not to add to your worries, right? It's already tough enough as it is. Hey. To say it's tough, of course, it's tough. It's not as if my feelings for Nagisa are completely resolved, though I think I can face her more naturally than before. But this time, I can't figure out the sense of distance with Mimi, and I can't help but wish she would like me just a little bit. It's not that I don't have a sense of self. I love cute things. Just looking at them makes me happy, and wearing cute clothes myself makes me feel happy. To put on cute clothes, do my hair to match, and go to a place I like. To me, that's happiness. However, even so, I still care about what others want from me. If someone I care about compliments me, I feel like it's okay to change myself a little. If we date for a long time, someday I'll let them see the real me. How much of the me that the person I like praises should there be, and how much of the me that I like should I maintain? Having never had a lover, I have no idea. Yuzuha, do you feel this way with your partner? Which way? Should I say, natural, or just like your usual self? Of course, what? Do I look like the type to act cutesy with my partner? Like, Yuzu-chan, I love you. And no, I don't think so. Hey, you just thought this girl is gross, didn't you? No, I just thought it was a little unlike you. I can't imagine Yuzuha acting cutesy with her partner. I wish I could be like her. Not forcing myself to be liked, just being natural. But well, although acting cutesy sounds bad, I still want the person I like to see the most charming version of me, even if it's not the most me way to act. Yuika, you should just be yourself. Anyway, we should really go get lunch. I'm starving right now. You're right, let's go. All right, let's go. Anyway, what was I saying? As long as we eat our fill, our mood will definitely get better. You can't fight on an empty stomach. Maybe she has a point. Yuzuha and I headed to the cafeteria. On the way, I stared at my phone, thinking about what message to send to Mimi. I know it's not good to look at my phone while walking, but I hope I can be forgiven just for now. Anyway, even if I look at my phone, I can't seem to send a message. Just as I was about to sigh, I heard footsteps from behind. The light footsteps gradually got closer. Come to think of it, in elementary school, the teachers often said not to run in the hallways, but lately I haven't. Senpai, a familiar voice called out, and I turned my head. The next moment, a sweet fragrance filled my nostrils. I thought she would crash right into me, but she surprisingly stopped in front of me and looked up into my face. Her gaze and the look in her eyes made my heart skip a beat. Just as I was feeling bewildered by this fluttering, she smiled. Yuika-senpai, what a coincidence to run into you here. Soromoto-senpai too. Hey, you're full of energy today too. Yes, of course. Soromoto-senpai looks full of energy too. I'm all right. I'd probably be energetic even if the world ended. Ahaha, what's that supposed to mean? It's not that I wanted her to hug me. It's just that she was running so fast a moment ago, but then she stopped right before she hit me, which startled me a little. Mimi is like a whimsical little cat today too. Yuika-senpai, you seem to be spacing out. Isn't she always like that? Yuzuha, don't just butt in like that. I'm not always spacing out. In fact, I don't think I've ever spaced out. Though I don't know what Yuzuha thinks. Yeah, a little. I was thinking about something. Then I'll cast a spell on you to cheer you up. Him. It was so sudden that I almost tilted my head, but I nodded anyway. I felt like I saw a very childish, innocent smile on her face for a moment. But by the time I wondered if I'd really seen it, her face was already out of view. Because she was hugging me tightly. My hand, holding my phone, was sandwiched between my chest and hers. I felt a warmth that only I could feel, which was very comfortable, but at the same time, I couldn't move. I held my breath for a moment, not knowing what was happening to me. However, I quickly realized that we couldn't be doing this here. Wait, Mimi. What is it, Yuka-senpai? Her tone was the same as usual, as if to say there was nothing strange about it. I lowered my voice and said, don't hug me so tightly in a place like this. And why is that? She also whispered back, people will see. It's normal for friends, isn't it? Besides, the people around us aren't so idle that they'll be staring at us. That may be true. My heart was racing. My hand, my arm, my whole body became hot from touching her. I wanted so much to ignore the stares of others and hug her tightly, but with Yuzuha right there, I couldn't do it. Just as I was worrying about what to do, a vibration suddenly came from her, just like the one my phone usually makes. She seemed to have felt it too, and she immediately let go of me and took her phone out of her chest pocket. It seems that the vibration was indeed from her phone. I felt a little reluctant. I wish she could have held me a little longer. Thinking that, I couldn't help but smile wryly at myself. Honestly, what is wrong with me? I see. After looking at her phone, she shifted her gaze to me. Then, she gently brought her lips close to my ear. I almost jumped in surprise, but I managed to hold back. A faint laugh came from my ear. I'm looking forward to after school. I'll be going now. Wait. She separated from me and walked away down the corridor. It was a rare opportunity, and I had wanted to have lunch with her. By the way, what did she mean by after school? I tilted my head and looked at my phone. It showed a sent message. And just now, when I was fumbling around, I ended up adding a heart emoji at the end of the sentence. It seems I accidentally pressed it when she was hugging me. An invitation to go out with a heart. No, that's not it. That's not it at all. I didn't have any ulterior motives. I wanted to quickly correct it, but before I could, she sent a sticker. It was a smiling Shiba Inu with a heart symbol. This cute sticker is very much her style. I couldn't help but look up and meet Mimi's eyes from a little distance. She smiled gently and waved at me. I waved back, feeling my heart pound. Yuika-san, did you forget about me? Why, Yuzuha? Of course I didn't forget. But you look so happy. What should we have for lunch? Sigh, it doesn't matter. But you have to be careful, okay? Yuika is a bit dense sometimes. You'll get eaten up if you're not careful. Eaten up? Just be careful, that's all. Okay. I feel like Yuzuha is misunderstanding something. Mimi is not that dangerous of a girl, and I'm not a dense person. Although right now, I'm a little worried about how much her true feelings differ from what I'm sensing. If only I could understand her feelings as well as I understand my own. If I could know her feelings without a shred of doubt, there would be no misunderstandings. But perhaps it is because I don't know that my heart races and that I feel happy. though I'm not mature enough to say something that sounds so profound. I looked back again to where Mimi had been, but she was already gone, leaving me with a sense of disappointment. I want to meet Mimi's gaze more. I want to touch her more. I know full well that these are not feelings one should have for a friend. I even find myself wishing I could kiss her every day. Chapter 1: Wavering Emotions. Why is it that just putting on a uniform makes one a little bolder? Is it because you can strongly feel that you belong to the school? Or is it because the uniform is cute? In any case, I feel there's a big difference in mood between going out on a holiday and going out in a uniform after school. Though, of course, it's also fun to go out wearing clothes I like. After school, you really want to go somewhere a little farther away, don't you? Mimi said as she swayed with the bus. It's not far from my home to my high school, so taking the bus is a novel experience for me. I remember a friend from middle school saying they took a school bus to school. I'm a little envious of taking a bus or train to school. Although my friend said the school bus was terribly crowded and took a lot of time, so it was a hassle. Ahaha, yeah. It gets boring if you stay in your hometown all the time. Exactly. No matter where you look, it's all old buildings and fields. Windy days are the worst. Sand flies in from who knows where, and your hair. Ah, I get it. Mimi doesn't seem to like her hometown very much. I, on the other hand, quite like it, including the tourist spots and the non-tourist spots. The air is fresh, and it feels peaceful. I don't dislike cities, but being looked down upon by skyscrapers and the many people walking quickly on the streets is a bit tiring for me. And I don't like walking on unfamiliar streets to begin with. Even on familiar streets, I get lost without navigation. If the navigation doesn't work properly, I even worry that I might get stranded. I want to become a stronger woman, the kind who can hold her head high in the city, who doesn't get lost, and who looks good in a suit, though the impression of strong might be a bit strange. So, that's why I'm so excited. Being swayed by transportation like this makes me feel like I can leave the places I hate and fly freely. Mimi, she murmured while looking out the window. Rather than hating her hometown, perhaps she hates her family situation more, or the things that bind her. She said before that she didn't like black hair because it gave off a serious impression, which might also be influenced by her family. Like her family demanding her to live a serious life. But I gently took her hand. I did it to encourage her, but my heart raced from the touch of her hand, and I couldn't even look her in the eye. Although I feel this is very unbecoming of a senpai, if I could suppress my racing heart with reason, it wouldn't be so hard. It's okay. I won't run off somewhere else on my own without telling you, senpai. Yeah, I believe you. Actually, I told a little lie. As time passed, the promise we made back then became vague, not enough for me to believe in. Will she really not disappear on her own without telling me? If I look away for a moment, will she just disappear? Just a glimpse of her side profile makes me worry that she might fly off somewhere else. I'm neither strong enough to change everything about her, nor am I someone worth relying on. But I want to get deeper into her heart. Even if she's going to fly away someday, I want to do something for her before that happens. It would be a lie to say that I don't have the desire to get closer to her, or to be liked by her, this so-called feeling of wanting to please her. The me who can't treat her with pure intentions is probably an annoying person. Hey Mimi, I'm always here. What? No matter where Mimi goes, I'll definitely be within Mimi's reach. You can rely on me, you know. Is that so? She didn't seem to react much. I also feel that I'm not a very reliable person. If I were a stronger woman, perhaps I could handle everything skillfully. The current me is weak and useless, and afraid of getting too close to others. Even so, I want to do everything I can with what I have now, so that I won't have any regrets. Senpai, you're not very good with words, are you? Have you ever won an argument? And no, I've never argued with anyone to begin with, so I haven't won or lost. Should I be happy that I've been able to live a peaceful life, or should I be sad? If I often argued with people, would I be able to get closer to Mimi more smoothly? You Mimi, you idiot. Why so sudden? Because I've never had a fight, so I was thinking if I had, maybe I'd become better with words. Sure, senpai, you're so childish in that respect. And you're a crybaby, you get a silly grin on your face right away. You have no stamina, and on top of that. Please stop, I really can't argue with people. Being told all that not only hurts my heart, but I also don't know how to retort. What's the big deal? Should I just say bad things about her? No, but I can't think of anything bad to say about others. In the end, I couldn't say anything and just looked at her. If I listed out your shortcomings, it feels like it would be an astonishing number, Yuika-senpai. What's that supposed to mean? Idahata. Of course I know, I'm a useless person. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have put on the airs of a senpai. I'll live in a corner from now on. Next stop, can I press the stop button? Hee, of course, go ahead. With a slightly excited expression, she pressed the stop button. Although she called me childish, she's also quite innocent and cute in this regard. However, the fact that she enjoys pressing the stop button so much means she rarely takes the bus. Considering her family environment, I can't help but worry if I should find this scene heartwarming. No matter what her past was like, I should show my most genuine attitude towards the her of now. That way, she should also treat me with her most natural attitude, though I really can't help but worry about various things. I hope that one day, I can see her press the stop button nonchalantly. By that time, she will surely. Thank you very much. I thanked the driver and got off the bus first. She followed me, thanked the driver and got off the bus. I gently held out my hand. Here. I asked you out today, so let me escort you. She widened her eyes for a moment, then took my hand. Now, unlike before, my heart isn't racing. As I wondered why, I gently took her hand and led her to the ground. She didn't resist, walked down lightly, and showed a smile as cute as an angel's. Her brown hair shone dazzlingly in the sunlight. Every move she made showcased her charm, and I couldn't take my eyes off her. Although I don't know if this is a good or bad thing. Yuika-senpai holding my hand like this, I feel at ease too. Her smiling and saying such things made my heart beat so fast it felt like it would break. Sometimes she's clingy, sometimes she hugs me suddenly, and sometimes she calmly points out my flaws. Every time she shows a different side of herself, my heart pounds and I get confused, keeping me busy. But for some reason, these times make me feel happy, blissful. I wish these times could last forever. Yuika-senpai, please hold my hand so I don't get lost. If it's Yuika-senpai, I wouldn't mind if you held my hand forever. Yeah. It's really hard to hold her hand nonchalantly. Because I worry if it's weird, I worry about sweaty palms, or I can't calm down because of the sensation of our skin touching. But since she's willing to accept it, can I relax a little? Just for now, I want to hold hands with her with the pure feeling of a child. I gripped her hand again, walking slightly ahead of her. Then, come with me. Today, I, your senpai, will make sure Mimi has the time of her life. The time of my life? Yeah. Yuika-senpai. She stared straight at me, her mouth opening and closing. How rare. She always says what's on her mind without hesitation, but today she seems to be hesitating about something. I love you. Hey. Time seemed to stand still for a moment. Did she just say she loves me? Love. What kind of love is that? As if something that had been stagnant suddenly started flowing all at once, my whole body suddenly felt hot. Mimi loves me? If so, then I know, but I love times like this with you, senpai. She smiled faintly. My heart, which had gotten excited all on its own, felt like it calmed down. I'm so hopeless. I confessed to Nagisa because I misunderstood and got rejected. I had sworn not to misunderstand again. I haven't grown at all. I almost misunderstood again and said something I shouldn't have. I must properly understand the distance between people and proceed cautiously, step by step. I took a light, deep breath. Ahaha, I love it too, because it's fun to be with Mimi. Really? Of course, as a senpai, I wouldn't lie to my kuhai. Senpai, it's getting annoying, Yuika-senpai. The word senpai is starting to have a Gestaltzer fall. Note: Gestaltzer fall is a psychological phenomenon where a person, after staring at a character or word for a long time, suddenly fails to recognize that character or word. I walked towards our destination while chatting with her about trivial things. The place she wanted to go was a shopping mall a bit far from here, a regular spot for us. Thinking back, our relationship has gotten quite good. So good that I almost misunderstood again. If she seriously said she loved me, what would I do? I once wanted to be Nagisa's lover, or rather, I still want to be her lover now. So, what kind of relationship do I want to have with Mimi? Is it okay to just be friends like this? Or do I want to develop a more intimate relationship? Although I don't know the answer, just holding hands and going out as friends like this makes me feel happy and joyful, and my spirits soar. Section, when I'm with her, my heart races, yet I feel calm. It sounds contradictory, but it's the truth, so there's nothing I can do about it. Today, I'm also walking hand in hand with Mimi in the shopping mall. My heart is racing a little, but I also feel calm. She doesn't seem to be in the mood for exercise today and is walking at a leisurely pace. Mimi, do you like shopping? It's okay. If I had to say, I prefer moving my body. I see. Just seeing her, just walking together, makes me feel calm and happy. Although my heart is slowly being drawn to Mimi, when I'm with her, I'm not as nervous as when I'm with Nagisa. Why is that? Is it because the level of like for the two is different? Or perhaps, today, I want to make Senpai happy. Make me happy. Yes, I feel like I haven't seen Senpais smile much recently. You really like shopping, don't you, Senpai? Ah, yeah, is it that obvious? It's obvious. Even when you're just walking normally, if you see a cute shop, you immediately look over, don't you? I always thought you really wanted to go in and browse. Am I that easy to read? Quite easy to read, or it could be that I'm just too perceptive. She laughed softly. Looking at her smile, I found myself smiling along with her, which is strange. But for a kuhai to easily see through all my emotions, what's with that? Perhaps this fluttering I'm feeling right now is also seen through by Mimi. At that thought, my palms started sweating a lot, and I felt like she would find me disgusting. As soon as I let my guard down, I start overthinking things and can't be my usual self. Let's just say it's like that. Okay. Senpai is definitely not easy to read. It's just that I'm too perceptive. Somehow, hearing you say that feels a bit. Senpai is so willful. She held my hand and walked ahead. Come on, Yuka-senpai. I'm going to make sure you have a blast today, so be prepared. She changed from her previous smile to an innocent one. I followed her words and matched her pace. I don't want Mimi to worry too much about me, but her desire to do something for me makes me incredibly happy. The feeling of wanting to be a more reliable person and the feeling of wanting her to care more for me and do various things for me are in conflict, causing turmoil within me. Just as she said, I'm willful. I always have contradictory thoughts, and sometimes I'm even controlled by superficial ideas. I want her to be considerate of me, take me to places I like, and say things that make me happy. I know full well that I can't just keep asking for things. Just in casual conversation, I find myself trying to play the part of a likable me, which makes me feel a little uncomfortable. Is it because I like her that I want to be liked? Or is it because I'm weak that I pretend? I don't know, but... Really, Mimi, you're walking too fast. We're out to have fun, let's walk a little slower. No can do. Time is limited, Yuka-senpai. The me who wants to act cute is also me. So, even if it's a little different from the real me, I should love this version of myself too. As I started walking, I could hear footsteps and the sound of my school bag rubbing against my uniform. And a metallic clinking sound. Looking closely, I saw the dog keychain I gave her before hanging on her school bag. Every time I see that charm, I feel happy, because a gift represents my feelings. The fact that she accepted it and hangs it where it can be seen makes me very happy. Going out with Mimi was a very happy time. She said she would let me have a blast, and she wasn't just talking. Mimi took me to many shops. Like shops selling cute miscellaneous goods, mascot character specialty stores, and confectionery shops. Although these were all shops I was visiting for the first time, Mimi was probably very familiar with them. Or maybe she had researched them long ago so that she could go with me one day in the future. Though thinking like that seems a bit self-absorbed. I always overthink things, or rather, I'm too greedy. Although I know I should be more low-key, I can't help but have expectations. Senpai, you look so happy. Yeah, of course I'm happy. I've taken in so many cute things today, I'm already very satisfied. Wait a minute. Although I'm happy, it's not okay for me to be the only one who's happy, right? Mimi, next, let's go where Mimi wants to go. Wow, why so sudden? Today was supposed to be me, the senpai, making Mimi happy. But before I knew it, it turned into Mimi making me happy. That's right. Because what she said and did for me was so joyful, I forgot. Speaking of which, today was originally supposed to be me making Mimi happy. It's not the time to forget about these things and happily follow her around like a child. What am I doing? What does it matter as long as you're happy? If senpai is happy, I'm happy too. She smiled gently. Her smile was so gentle and mature that it left me speechless for a moment. Why is Mimi always so composed? Her words always strike a chord in my heart. My cheeks are hot. Even my heart is hot, making me want to look away from her. I'm happy you say that, but since we're out, let's go to a place Mimi likes too. You're right. Well then. She moved forward through the crowd without hesitation. This well-known shopping mall nearby is crowded even on weekdays. Being led by the hand by her through the crowd reminded me of when Nagisa held my hand like this before. Although the way she holds my hand is different from Nagisa's, the strength with which she moves through the crowd is very similar to hers. I subconsciously compare Nagisa and Mimi, thinking about their similarities and differences. What is wrong with me, however? Compared to the day Nagisa held my hand, my heart is beating faster now, though I don't know why. Thank you, Mimi. I'm not good with crowds. I think things like, will that person walk ahead? Or, will I be in the way if I cross now? I think too much and can't move forward at all. That's very much like you, Yuika-senpai. Hee, yeah. I'm so weak, aren't I? No one is strong, you know. Eh? She squeezed my hand tightly. It's strange that even though her grip is strong, it doesn't feel forceful. Even if your body is trained, your heart is surely still fragile. Everyone is just desperately trying to hide it, so senpai isn't particularly weak. But Mimi got on the escalator and looked back at me. Her height, already taller than mine, seemed even taller. I'm glad that senpai can show her vulnerable side to me and tell me about her vulnerable side. I want to know more about senpai. More. Words spoken by oneself and words spoken by others. Even though it's the same phrase, it sounds different. But the fact that she chose the same words as me, asking of me, made me feel saved. Will Mimi also tell me your vulnerabilities? If I had to say, it would be my ears. No, that's not what I mean. Ahaha, my ears are a weak point, that's true. But I've already shown you many of my vulnerabilities. If I continue, senpai might get tired of it, you know. No, I won't. Whether it's vulnerabilities or strengths, as long as it's about Mimi, I want to know. How cunning. She narrowed her eyes. That part of you is really cunning, senpai. Why are you so interested in me? Are you angry? How could I be angry? But you're right, just as you say, senpai. I'll let you see my vulnerabilities. The escalator took us to the second floor. Mimi, holding my hand, walked into a store. It was a store that sold relatively cheap accessories. The colorful accessories were so pleasing to the eye that it was hard to look away. Yuika-senpai, should we buy matching accessories? We can, but I didn't bring much money. I'll buy something cheap. Come to think of it, I rarely have the same things as others. It must be nice to have the same things as a friend. Just seeing her wear the mascot I gave her makes me happy. If we could have something matching. Is it okay when I become more willful than I am now? Although Mimi might accept that part of me. Since we have the chance, let's get necklaces. Silver ones won't be too expensive. You're right. Do you buy this kind of thing often, Mimi? Not really. I like accessories, but I prefer collecting clothes more. Also, I've been spending money on more things lately, so sometimes I don't know where to spend it. As she said this, she picked up a few necklaces. Actually, platinum or something would be better, Silver can tarnish easily, which is a pain. I see. I don't know much about accessories either. My allowance is limited, so I can't afford anything too expensive. And before, I was so focused on buying clothes that Nagisa might like that I didn't have extra money for accessories. In contrast, I've really put in a lot of effort in other areas, like researching which shampoo is better or what hairstyle suits me. My hands aren't very deft, so I can't do very difficult hairstyles. My current hairstyle is done the way the hairdresser taught me, but maybe it's about time I tried other hairstyles. Like the hairstyle Mimi praised before, the one where I don't tie my hair up. How about it? What shape should we choose? Aren't hearts and things like that cute? Yuika-senpai might suit it, but isn't it too cute for me? I don't think so. Cute things suit you too, Mimi. Look, the clothes you usually wear are very cute. Is that so? Are you shy? It's not like that. I chuckled and picked up a necklace. Looking at them like this, I realized there are all sorts of styles of necklaces. There are simple chains and ones with large decorations. It's interesting just looking at them, making me want to try on more. Ah, Mimi might like this one. A ring, true, the price is also cheap, this should be good. Mimi is being so cute today. I think it's okay for her to wear even cuter accessories. But I can't force it, what Mimi likes is the most important thing. I always think that way about others. Why don't I think that way about myself? The feeling of liking someone is complicated, I don't understand it at all. Does a ring necklace suit me? I was only thinking about whether it suited Mimi, and I have no idea if it suits me. But Mimi has already taken the necklace to the counter. As expected of Mimi, she decides things so quickly. Completely the opposite of my somewhat indecisive personality. I also took the necklace to the counter to pay. We got something good, she said, walking out of the store. I nodded lightly and suddenly remembered something. By the way, what exactly is Mimi's weak point? She said she would show me earlier, but it seems she didn't. Hearing my question, she smiled faintly. Just as I was about to tilt my head, she pulled my wrist. Then her lips lightly touched my ear. I want a lot of matching things with Yuika-senpai. Having such thoughts is my weakness. Her whisper in my ear made my ear instantly hot. I couldn't help but cover my ear, and she giggled. What about you, senpai? I might be the same. If we had a lot of matching things, I might feel happy without realizing it. If it's matching things with Mimi, I wouldn't mind how many we had. Although I think so, it's somehow embarrassing to say it without hiding anything. I looked away slightly. Ahaha, I'm glad we feel the same way. Well then, Yuika-senpai. Let's spend the same kind of time together. Yeah. She held out her hand, and I immediately took it. The time accumulated with her indeed deeply shook my heart. Pounding, pounding, it was even annoyingly loud. But it was by no means an unpleasant feeling, so I walked side by side with her again. We played for a while, then took the bus back to our neighborhood. Lately, even when it's a bit late, the sky is still bright, but now the sun has completely set. The two of us walked on the street as night fell. Walking on a street at night with a friend always has a strange feeling. Why is that? A little lonely, yet a little exciting. The stars are so beautiful today. They really are, you can see so many stars. There are so many stars that it feels like you could grab them if you just reached out. I squinted my eyes slightly. Looking at it like this, the stars look like Kenpedo. Is that so? You don't think so? Am I just too gluttonous? No, I'm not a glutton. I'm just a child at heart. No, that doesn't seem right either. If you try hard enough, you can kind of see it. Right. 2 pairs of loafers stepped on the ground. The tapping sound was pleasant to the ear. I remember I used to admire high heels. When I went shopping with my mother in the evening, I would occasionally see women in high heels, and they looked so cool. Even the clacking sound of high heels on the ground sounded pleasant, making me want to become a cool adult like that too. Although the current me is still far from being a cool adult. However, the sound of my footsteps might be a little closer to that cool woman from back then. Senpai, have you ever thought, I wish a meteorite would fall and destroy everything? She suddenly said. No, but on the day of a meteor shower, it was cloudy, and I once threw a tantrum because I wanted to see it. I gave my parents a hard time back then. But I remember I finally stopped crying after seeing the paper shooting stars my father made. I was such a childish kid back then. I see. Have you ever thought that, Mimi? Of course, I think almost all students have thought about it. If a meteorite destroyed the Earth, wouldn't school be cancelled? I see. What was Mimi like as a child? Though even if I knew, there's nothing I could do about it. Why do people usually not care much about stars, but when it becomes a shooting star, they suddenly think it's precious? Because it's rare. That's possible. After all, a shooting star just streaks across the sky and disappears immediately. It won't grant any wishes at all. When I was eagerly waiting for a shooting star, Mimi might have been waiting for one too. Perhaps she made wishes, only to be betrayed again and again. I remembered she said before that shooting stars had never granted her wishes either. Indeed, the wishes I entrusted to shooting stars never came true either. Although I can't remember what wishes I made as a child anymore. Don't you think it's stupid to make an impossible wish 3 times to a fleeting shooting star like that? Indeed, that's probably true. I used to make wishes with all my might, but even though it was hard, they never came true. Exactly, it's a losing game. I stopped walking. Mimi, who was walking while looking up at the sky, seemed to notice I had stopped and stopped as well. On the empty road, we looked at each other. A different atmosphere than usual flowed between us. Mimi, tell me your wish. A shooting star might not grant your wish, but I'm your senpai. I will definitely grant your wish for you. Even if my wish is for you to abandon everything with me. Abandon everything. I thought for a moment, then spoke. If this is Mimi's heartfelt, 100% genuine wish, then I will try my best. Impossible. The senpai, I know, can't abandon everything. It's because you can't abandon things that Yuika-senpai is Yuika-senpai. Indeed, as she said, I have many things I want to cherish, and it would be difficult for me to discard even one of them, let alone all of them. But if Mimi truly wishes for it, I want to try. Although I can't guarantee that I can definitely make it happen. Perhaps it's because I can't say for sure here that I'm an unreliable senpai, but I don't want to lie. Making a wish over and over is tiring. I don't want to waste my energy anymore, so I'll only say it once. I won't make a wish. If it's going to come true, I want it to come true in one go. She said in a low voice. I nodded slightly. The necklace. Please put the necklace on me. Got it. I took the necklace I bought out of my bag. This is the first time I've put a necklace on someone else. Come to think of it, I hardly have any memory of putting a necklace on myself. Despite that, I put my hand around her neck without hesitation. Her hair lightly touched my hand. Although there probably isn't much difference between the inside and outside, this is the first time I've touched the inside of her hair, so I'm a little nervous. You can't put the necklace on properly without getting close. But once you get close, you become conscious of her eyes staring at me. Beautiful black. Looking at the darkness of the night makes one feel uneasy, but gazing into her black pupils fills my heart with a comfortable flutter. Even though the colors are similar, the feelings they evoke are almost opposite. It tickles Yuika-senpai. Sorry, this is my first time doing this, so I'm not used to it. I see, then I'll forgive you. Yeah, just a little longer. It was quite difficult to move the small metal clasp. After a struggle, I finally succeeded in putting the necklace on her. I pulled back a little to look at her whole body. Yes, that's right. It suits you. It's super cute. I couldn't help but smile. Mimi is naturally beautiful. The necklace suits her too. My careful selection was not in vain. It should be okay to be a little proud of myself. Could it be that I have a talent for picking out necklaces? Thank you, Yuika-senpai. You're welcome. Only Yuika-senpai can grant my wish. From today on, I can proudly say that you are more amazing than a shooting star. That's a bit. Hee, just kidding. She laughed softly, then took a necklace out of her bag. Please don't move. I'm going to put a necklace on you too, senpai. Yeah. A necklace is something you wear around your neck. That's a matter of course, but thinking about it, this is the first time someone has put a necklace on me, so I'm quite nervous. Thump, my heart beat especially loudly. The hand that went around the back of my neck, her difficult-looking expression, her breath, all of it made my heart race. I felt the sweet scent that I hadn't noticed before because I was too focused on putting on the necklace, and I couldn't help but close my eyes. Why am I so nervous? Is it because the neck is a very important part of a person? No, it's not for that reason. It's because Mimi is so serious for my sake, touching me, so close to me, so. Senpai, I'm done. Thank you. You're welcome. Senpai, please don't move for a moment. Is something wrong? Well, she made sounds like ooh and as she put her hands around my neck. The breath that was near my neck now moved closer to my lips. I felt her breath was surprisingly hot. I don't know if it was my imagination or because my heart was racing. The moment I was about to open my eyes, she covered my eyes with one hand. Then, this time, something hot touched my lips. Without a doubt, it was her lips. At first, it was just a light touch, but then it gradually became longer, and finally something wet touched my lips. I suppressed the urge to run away and just opened my mouth. She's just as unaccustomed to kissing as I am. Why can she kiss me so unhesitatingly? Her tongue entered my mouth as if entering a familiar store, then entwined with my tongue. A chew sound, this time it was longer. Forceful, gentle, slow, intense. The kiss, with its varied pace that left one breathless, felt very good. Even though my heart was beating fast, my heart was happy. Why suddenly in a place like this, these are just superficial words. My heart was simply enjoying her long-awaited kiss, reveling in it. No, even though it's not right, even though it will blur the line of friendship. I couldn't help but hope she would kiss me longer, desire me more forcefully. I also proactively sought her tongue, but the moment I sought it, she pulled away. Is it deeply imprinted now? Hey, the next time you wear this necklace, please remember kissing me. After saying that, she smiled gently. Her mature smile made my breath stop for a moment. If I said not yet, would she kiss me again? A kiss is meaningless unless you like each other. Even though I thought so, I felt good from a kiss that wasn't born from mutual liking, and I wanted more and more. What is wrong with me? Yeah. Hee, then let's go back, Yuika-senpai. She started walking ahead of me. She didn't seem to be in the mood to hold hands anymore. I clenched the hand that had just been holding hers. Feeling lonely just because we're not holding hands, doesn't that make me like a clingy child? In fact, maybe that's really the case. Yuika-senpai, please take good care of that necklace. I will too. Of course. I was happy to hear her say that I should take good care of it. I couldn't help but smile and gently took her hand. Even though my heart was racing, even though I felt like I wasn't myself. Even so, I could naturally take her hand. I found that very strange. As your senpai today, let me walk you home, Mimi. Don't you usually walk me home, but thank you. Under the unmoving stars, she and I walked together. She didn't shake off my hand, but held it back. I'm so glad. Being able to walk hand in hand is the happiest thing for me right now. Section. Every year when the rainy season comes, my mood becomes gloomy, perhaps because of the high humidity. No matter what cute clothes I wear, once they get wet, my happy mood is halved, and if I get splashed with mud, it makes me want to go home. I came to school with a listless feeling, attended classes as usual, and then it was time to go home. I was wondering what to do today. I didn't ask Mimi about her schedule, so it wouldn't be strange if she had a part-time job. Nagisa seems to be busy studying, and Yuzuha said a new game came out, so she went home early. Yuika. As I was walking down the hallway, someone called out to me from behind. The voice was cheerful and sounded refreshing. But that was, Mimi, you haven't gone home yet. I turned my head, but Mimi was nowhere to be seen. Could it be a ghost? No, I wanted to see her so much that I was hallucinating. Is this the legendary auditory hallucination? I felt goosebumps. Maybe I should go home early today and get some rest. Just as I was thinking that, a sweet scent wafted over. Mimi, who suddenly appeared before my eyes, looked into my face. It seems she was just squatting, so she wasn't in my line of sight. I was startled. Ahaha, you're scared. Yuika-senpai is so cute. Oh, of course I'd be scared if you suddenly do that. Is that so? That's great then. What's so great? Because I got to see a new expression on Yuika-senpai's face. She said it so frankly that I was at a loss for words. Mimi's straightforward words always make my heart race. Although I think I should be used to it by now, it seems I'm not the type of person who can remain calm when someone I'm interested in says something that makes me blush. By the way, how was it? My imitation of my sister's voice, was it good? Yeah, it was very similar, as expected of sisters. Yeah, my sister and I are similar sisters. She said in a slightly low voice, but I know. That's not Nagisa, it's Mimi's voice. We've been together for so long, there's no way I'd mistake it. I see. If you ask me what's different, I don't know how to say it, but no matter how similar their voices are, the two of them are still different. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say I can tell them apart by instinct. No, that might be a bit of an exaggeration. If Nagisa imitated Mimi, I don't know if I'd be able to tell. Maybe Nagisa would be better at it, and I'd be fooled, though Nagisa would never do something like that. When I changed my voice before, you also said you wouldn't mistake my voice. Is my voice that distinctive? As for distinctive, I'm not sure, but I think it's very nice, I like it. You like it? Ah no, the voice. I'm talking about the voice, you know. Should I say it's different from Nagisa's, has a different kind of beauty, or should I say each has its own merits, like the Hyakunin issue? What are you talking about? But whatever, I'll just accept your compliment frankly. Thank you. Ah yeah. What am I so worked up about by myself? I might have been a little too sensitive to the word like recently. Since this word is often used in daily life, I don't think I need to be in such a hurry. By the way, senpai, If you're free today, do you want to hang out? Sure, I happen to be free. Mimi doesn't have a part-time job today either. That's right, let's do what Yuika-senpai likes today. What I liked? Although I know it's okay to be a little willful in front of Mimi, hearing her say that makes me a little at a loss. Things I like, things I like. As I was thinking, I suddenly met her eyes. Beautiful black pupils, long eyelashes, and the corners of her eyes that looked a little tired. The moment I saw her eyes, I subconsciously spoke. Games. Games, is it? You see, when we first met, you were playing a game, right? I rarely play games, so I want to play with you. If you come to my house, I can even prepare snacks for you. I still remember clearly the day I first met Mimi. I had borrowed the bathroom and was about to go back to Nagisa's room when I saw a girl who looked a lot like Nagisa resting on the sofa, which made me curious. For some reason, I wanted to talk to her, and after talking to her, I found out she was a cute kuhai. After that, we would occasionally hang out together, and now we even spend time together frequently, just the two of us. Thinking about it, it feels like we've come a long way, though my heart might have been standing still all this time. All right, no problem. I'll go home and get my game console first. Yuika-senpai, you should come too. Yeah. Going home first, before hanging out, reminds me of elementary school. Did Mimi have an elementary school life like that too? As I thought this, I held out my hand to her. Let's go, Mimi. Okay. Because when people are tired, they want to touch others. I hope I can heal Mimi, even just a little. However, if you were to say that it's just me wanting to touch Mimi, that wouldn't be wrong either. And so, the two of us set off on our way home. On the way home, it started to rain a little. I brought a folding umbrella today, so I didn't get wet, but the rain was coming down quite hard. The weather forecast said it would rain until evening, but the weather forecast this season might not be very accurate. Please come in, you'll get wet standing there, she said, putting her hand on the door of her house. Her movements were as slow as ever. Seeing her like this, I felt a tightness in my chest. Although what I can do is insignificant, I hope I can at least help her a little. She and I walked into the entryway together. Just as I was about to say, "Excuse me," I noticed two pairs of shoes in the entryway. The always polished leather shoes were Nagisa's. Next to them was a pair of high heels, a pair of slightly worn, unfamiliar leather shoes. I felt a prickling sensation on my back, and at the same time, I raised my gaze. There stood. All right, stay still. It's hard for me to wipe if you keep moving. I said I'd wipe them myself. No, it's important to get used to being wiped by others too, Nagisa-san. This is just in case, you know. It was Nagisa, but Nagisa was not alone. I stared blankly at the two of them, and then our eyes met. I met the eyes of the girl next to Nagisa, Hirachi Akin-san. Ah, it's Yuika-chan. Welcome to the Hanafusa home. Imouta-chan, welcome home. Yuika. Nagisa looked at me with a surprised expression. I know that Hirachi-san and Nagisa are very close, because the person who was holding hands with Nagisa before was her. It was only after Nagisa, and I became friends for a while, that we started to have physical contact. But Hirachi-san and Nagisa have only been classmates for less than a month, and they can already hold hands. Holding hands with a friend is a normal thing, but Nagisa is actually not good with physical contact. When she held my hand, she would look very shy. Ah, but now, she looks very, very natural. I've never seen her like this. Could it be? The two of them are dating. Yuika-senpai, all right, let's go. Yeah. Mimi pulled my hand. I felt as if a weight dozens of times heavier was pressing down on me, yet my feet floated off the ground. I naturally started walking, my gaze shifting slightly away from Nagisa. I heard a breath. It was undoubtedly Nagisa's breath, and she seemed to want to say something, but I didn't have the energy to ask her what she wanted to say. Did she reject my confession because she's dating Hirachi-san? Did she ask if I still liked her because she has a lover and finds it troublesome for a friend to have a crush on her? My thoughts and emotions churned in my mind, making me feel almost sick. I was already rejected, so it doesn't matter if Nagisa has a lover or other close friends. But why am I like this? Normal friends probably wouldn't get jealous, even if they saw their friend being close with someone else. But I really can't let go of my like for Nagisa. Maybe I shouldn't have casually thought about going back to being friends with her. My mind was full of these thoughts as I went with Mimi to get her game console, and then we returned to the first floor. The two of them were no longer there. Although I really wanted to peek into the living room, I knew that peeking would only get me hurt, so I gave up. Smelling a stranger's scent, seeing unfamiliar leather shoes. I tried my best not to see anything and left her house. After returning home with Mimi, my mother welcomed her with an excessive warmth, as usual today. Although I felt I couldn't tire Mimi out anymore, Mimi didn't seem to dislike it either. I breathed a sigh of relief and took her to my room. "You sit down for a bit, I'll go get something." "No need, let's play now, Yuka-senpai," she said, grabbing the hem of my clothes. Seeing her uncharacteristically obedient attitude, I blinked. Could it be that she's indulging my willfulness? If so, I'd be very happy. I sat on the bed. Here, I think this is the most relaxing place to sit. Is that okay? It'll get the bed dirty. It's fine. I rarely sit on my bed in my outdoor clothes. But right now, I don't care about that at all, I just want Mimi to relax. She must have been through more hardships and troubles than me. Those things must have been so painful that I could only do my best to empathize. I hope I can at least make her forget those things, even if just for a moment. Seeing Mimi's hesitant look, I pulled her hand. And just like that, I made her sit on my lap. It feels like it's been a long time since we've done this. Too forceful. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't like you apologizing. Let's play the game, she said, taking the game console out of her bag. One was brand new, the other looked a bit old. She handed me the new one. Is it normal to buy 2 game consoles? Or is it that Nagisa, surprisingly, also plays games with Mimi? I had my doubts, but I started playing the game with her anyway. It was a bit difficult to control with Mimi sitting on my lap, but she looked relaxed, so I didn't mind. The game she brought seemed to be a so-called fighting game, and I was getting completely beat. Ah, W8 don't. Senpai, you're so loud, and by the way, you're so weak. It's Mimi who's too strong. It's okay to go a little easy on me, you know. It was the same when we played table tennis, isn't she a little too merciless? Although I thought so, seeing her having fun, I decided it was fine. I'm glad she's having fun. I hope this can relieve her fatigue a little. I gently stroked her hair. The alluring scent momentarily reminded me of the scent I smelled earlier. A sweet scent, like perfume, different from Mimi's. The fingertips that touched Nagisa and Nagisa's casual attitude. Right now, they might be touching each other just like us, like having Hirachi-san sit on her lap and lovingly stroking her head. How would Nagisa treat her lover? Would she surprisingly become a clingy person? No, maybe she would let her lover be clingy with her usual cheerful attitude. No matter what, her fingertips will not touch my hair. Her voice, her gaze, all of it exists for someone else. It is only now that I deeply realize that I couldn't become Nagisa's lover, and I feel it keenly. This tingling sensation all over my body, it's been a long time. I thought I had already recovered from the pain of heartbreak, but it seems I still suddenly feel heartache in an instant. Yuika. My name was called. Mimi turned around and looked straight at me. She didn't imitate Nagisa's voice, but called my name in her own voice, and just that made my heart beat so loudly. Just by not adding senpai at the end, why does it make my heart race so much? I felt the black emotions filling my chest lighten a little. I've had enough. I've rested enough. Thank you for caring so much about me. Yuika-senpai's feelings make me very happy. It embarrassed me a little that she knew I was worried about her. It would have been better if I could have healed her without her realizing my intentions. However, I was happy she could frankly accept my concern. Mimi always accepts my feelings directly. For the me of now, what a salvation that is. So now it's your turn, Yuka-senpai. Me? Yes, tell me what you want to do, Yuika-senpai. Whatever it is, I'll make it happen for you. As she said this, she touched my ear. Her fingertip traced the edge of my ear lightly. The touch of her long nail felt a little ticklish. Yuika-senpai. She called my name as if urging me on. The ear she touched was so hot it felt like it would melt, and her words shook my mind more intensely than usual. Yuika. Being called by my name, being touched by her, I never knew it could be such a happy thing. Our eyes met, and I drowned in those black pupils. Before, in this very place, I had touched Mimi while she was dressed as Nagisa. My heart had pounded like never before. Her praise made me happy, and my heart felt like it was about to explode. But now, my heart is pounding much, much faster than it did then. I'm glad, I thought, that we didn't go all the way back then. Touching the real Mimi like this feels much better than touching the Mimi who wasn't herself. I want her to say my name more. I want her to touch me more. I want her to let me touch her more. If I let my guard down, it feels like all these wishes will come tumbling out. Her fingertip followed my ear and gently touched my cheek. Just that was enough for the thought stuck in my throat to slip from my lips. Caress me, let me caress you. Is that your wish, senpai? I gave a small nod. I didn't know anything anymore. I just wanted to touch her. I wanted her to touch me. As long as she would call my name and touch me, that was enough. Mimi. Not enough. You have to call my name enough for the times we can't see each other during my part-time job, or I won't do it. Mimi. Calling her name, that shouldn't require permission. I was happy she would let me call her name. I was so happy I could call it over and over. Every time I called Mimi's name, I melted. Everything about Nagisa, about love, about being a senpai and kuhai. All the things that bound me, drove me, and kept my heart from being at peace melted away along with my reason. I hugged her tightly like a child, feeling her softness and warmth. I don't understand anything. I don't know what would make her uncomfortable, how much she can tolerate, or what I can say. Even though I don't understand, even though I'm scared, my body won't stop. I buried my face in her neck and held her close. When I was a child, tired on the way home from an outing, my father would carry me in a similar way. But this is completely different from then. Although I feel safe, my heart is racing, and my face is hot. Yuika is such a baby. Her voice was sweet, as if it would wrap itself around me. Sweeter than my favorite candy, the sound made my heart slowly melt. It was a voice I was used to hearing, but just the lack of formal language made it feel like I was hearing it for the first time. Even though it was the first time, it was comforting. It felt strange. I felt as if I was being allowed to touch the depths of Mimi's heart, and my heart pounded louder and louder. When I decided to call her Mimi, I chose to let her keep calling me Yuika-senpai. But being called just Yuika by her like this, I can't help but feel this is better. My heart sways, this way and that, not knowing where to settle. But no matter where my heart goes, Mimi accepts it gently. And so my heart becomes even more unsettled, more and more confused. I'm gradually drowning. My mind and body are being drawn to the girl named Hanafusa Mimi, and I am slowly sinking. Even though I can barely breathe, it's comfortable. Is just holding you tight enough. And no. I thought so. Here, lend me your hand. She took my hand and pulled it to her chest. A slight firmness and a soft touch. The sensation from my palm left me speechless. There should be things I want to say, things I ought to say. Please unbutton me. If we're not touching skin to skin, you won't be able to feel anything. I know how to unbutton a blouse, because I put on and take off my uniform every day. But my fingertips were frozen, as if I were wearing a structurally complex outfit for the first time. Is this really okay? What is Mimi feeling right now as she lets me touch her? Is her heart racing like mine? I watched her fearfully, and she smiled at me. Feeling the sharp pains in my heart, I placed my hand on a button. 1, 2, 3. With each one I undid, a patch of white skin I had never seen before was revealed. Because I had stopped her before she could take it off last time. I never knew Mimi's skin was this white, or that the underwear of someone I cared about was this beautiful. Translucent white skin, without a single flaw. After I had unbuttoned them all, my gaze was completely captivated by her skin. During gym class, just sneaking a glance took all my effort, and even that effort came with a sense of guilt. Now I can not only look, but I can even touch. It might be disgusting to look at someone who holds pure feelings for me with such eyes. The timid me was gradually disappearing. I let out a breath, ha. It was surprisingly hot, not like it came from me. My heart felt like it was going to burst. Mimi, this is the first time I've touched someone like this. If you don't like it, please tell me. Okay. I'm going to touch you, okay. I can't stop anymore. Once I saw her skin, it was hopeless. My swelling desire knew no bounds. I touched her neck. Her body flinched. Your skin is so beautiful. Because I take good care of it. And I work hard not to get a tan when I'm exercising. I see, that's amazing. From her neck to her shoulders. Though more muscular than mine, they were unmistakably a girl's shoulders. The roundness of them felt nice. I don't feel anything when I look at my own body, but why does looking at someone else's make my heart race and seem so incredibly beautiful? I gently caressed her stomach. This is a place you would never let a friend touch. Her stomach was much firmer than mine, very attractive. No matter where I looked, where I touched, it all felt captivating, like I could keep touching her forever. You're not going to touch my chest, even though you were staring so intently before. I told you, I wasn't looking at your chest then, I was looking at your thigh. I see. Actually, I wouldn't have minded even if you were looking at my chest. I wouldn't do that. I'd rather look at your eyes than your chest, because Mimi's eyes are beautiful. Are you an eye fetishist? And no, that's not it. I'm definitely not the kind of person who thinks about lewd things all year round. Although I do want to caress the person I like, kiss the person I like, and maybe even someday. Seeing skin does make me happy. If you fall for someone, that can't be helped. But it's not like I'm always drawn to her body. The desire to chat about trivial things with her, to gaze into each other's eyes, is just as strong as the desire to kiss her. I want to look into her eyes when we talk. No matter how small the matter, just being able to talk with her like this makes me feel happy and fulfilled. Just kidding. I like your eyes too, Yuika-senpai. They're much more beautiful than mine. I'm so happy. Your hand has stopped. Hearing her say that made me want to touch her again. Perhaps because of our conversation just now, my eyes couldn't help but drift to her chest. It would be strange to stare, but my gaze was drawn to that beautiful chest, perhaps out of instinct. I gently touched her chest. The feeling was completely different from when I touched my own. The texture of her skin was also different from before. The feeling of her skin, slightly damp with sweat, almost made me stop breathing. What am I doing to my friend? I felt the last remnants of my reason gradually fading away. Please touch me more, so much that you'll remember me even when you're with Nagisa, with my sister. Please let me know that I'm better than my sister. She grabbed my hand and pressed it against her chest. It felt like I could feel her heartbeat directly. I could no longer stop myself from wanting to see all of her. Nothing else mattered. If I can see all of Mimi, touch all of Mimi right now, I don't care if tomorrow never comes. Yuika. Her lips touched my ear. Her voice was remarkably similar to Nagisa's, a refreshing and pleasant voice. Yuika. The voice changed. It sounded like a mix of Nagisa and Mimi. Yuika. This time, it was completely Mimi's voice. Nagisa's and Mimi's voices gradually mixed together, the two sounds swirling in my head. I worried a little that if Nagisa called my name, I might remember what happened today. Can I touch Yuika too? Mixed together. Her, Nagisa, an unfamiliar voice and a familiar one. The disappearing, senpai, and formal language blurred the line between the everyday and the extraordinary. Wait a minute, I want to turn off the lights. No, I showed you properly in a bright place, didn't I? You have to endure it too, Yuika-senpai, and let me see. And no. Her hand touched my blouse. I subconsciously tried to pull away, but she gently wrapped her arms around me. Do you really not want to? She whispered in my ear, and my body trembled. So embarrassing. Exposing my body in such a bright place made me so embarrassed my face felt like it was on fire. My skin isn't as white as Mimi's, and I don't know if my chest and stomach are attractive. If I seriously refused, she would surely stop. But this must be. I shook my head. I thought I heard her giggle. I'm so happy. Senpai, please let me see all of you. It's different from when she left a hickey on me before. Not just the first button, she deftly undid them all. It had taken me a while, but Mimi didn't hesitate at all. Even though the room was hot for June, I felt a little cold. This was the first time Mimi had stared at me like this. My heart was pounding so hard it felt like you could see it, which made me a little anxious. I immediately tried to cover my body with my hands, but her hand touched my underwear a step ahead of me. This underwear is so cute. Yuika-senpai, you're so particular about your underwear every day. Because if my underwear is cute, my mood gets better too. Ah, I get it. This kind of fashion that you don't show to others is actually quite interesting. I had thought before that I wished she would praise my underwear more. As expected, being praised makes me happy. Because what I wear every day are things I like, and those things represent me. It felt like I myself was being affirmed, which made me incredibly happy. I want her to praise me more. If she could praise the things I wear, praise everything about me, that would be great. Mimi's is cute too. My underwear. I think it really suits you. I see. Then it was worth spending a lot of money on it. She said and smiled. I'm so glad. It was embarrassing, but I was praised. It's not because I was praised that I want to return the favor, but I still want to praise her more. I want to tell her that the cute things about her are cute, even if embarrassment and other emotions almost make me unable to speak. By the way, Senpai, do you have your necklace? It's in my bag. Can I take it out? Yeah, it's in that makeup pouch. I always keep the necklace that matches hers in my bag. I try to wear it on holidays, but we can't wear accessories at school. So I just carry it with me as a good luck charm. She took the necklace out of my bag and put it on me with a practiced motion. The ring touched the area around my collarbone, feeling a little cold. Since it's usually covered by clothes, it felt a bit strange. It really suits you. Thanks. Before I could finish saying, thank you, she pressed her lips lightly to my chest with a chew. She lifted the necklace and kissed the exact spot where the ring lay. Forcefully, as if to leave a mark. To think that this kind of pain could bring pleasure seems a little hopeless, doesn't it? But what feels good feels good. I feel like I can sense the emotions deep inside Mimi. I gently stroked her head. The feeling of her hair against my skin was ticklish and pleasant. Mimi, like a kitten, licked the spot where she had left the hickey. My body shuddered. Senpai's skin is perfect for leaving marks. Is that a compliment? Of course. Your skin is beautiful, perfect for leaving my mark on. I see. What does it mean for skin to be perfect for leaving hickeys? Even though it's a slightly funny compliment, it made me purely happy. I started to think that I would be happy with anything Mimi said. Even if she said the way I walk is cute, I would probably be happy. She touched the hickey with her fingertip. Because it was so close to my chest, my body would flinch when she touched it. More and more memories of me and Mimi are accumulating on the necklace. Just looking at it seems to bring back all the little moments with her. Not that I dislike it, though. Yuika-senpai, you're trembling too much. Because it really tickles. This will be a problem when that time comes, you know. It'll ruin the mood. That time. As I murmured, she smiled. Are you imagining something? No, of course not. Who did you imagine doing that with? She whispered, and my whole body froze. I had thought about it before, about wanting to do that with Nagisa. But now, what I'm imagining is... I looked down out of embarrassment, and when I looked up, our eyes met. My face was so hot I thought I might have a fever. I can't hide it anymore. I'm attracted to Mimi, just like with Nagisa. Mimi's presence in my heart is growing stronger. Half Nagisa, half Mimi. My heart, filled with both of them, feels like it's about to shower both sides with feelings of love. Even though I have no choice, my heart whispers that I have to choose one. Why can other people like just one person? Am I strange? I said I wasn't imagining anything. Ahihi. You're so shy, Yuka-senpai. She said and moved away from me. Then, she picked up the 2 game consoles that were on the bed. Want to continue? Even with her top wide open, she was the same as usual. The atmosphere was gone. Wishing for her to be shy too is perhaps a strange wish. But I want to see her, flustered and red-faced like me. You're right, I'll win next time. Impossible, I'm a pro at this game. So much so that I'd be willing to pay 100 million if I lose. She said, puffing out her chest. Her childish line was cute. I couldn't help but chuckle. The various faces Mimi shows me all fascinate me. Her childish side, her little devil side, and her occasionally mature side. I think they're all cute. I hope that in Mimi's eyes I am also attractive. With that thought, I started playing the game again. And then, suddenly, I realized that while I was touching Mimi, I had almost forgotten about Nagisa. But as soon as the physical contact was gone, I started to worry about Nagisa again. What is wrong with me? What do I want? Even if I ask myself, I can't find an answer. I gently touched the hickey she left. Since Nagisa has a lover, getting any more involved with her might cause her trouble. The person who was rejected staying by her side as a lover's friend. Hirachi-san probably wouldn't feel comfortable with that either. What does Nagisa like about Hirachi-san? How did the 2 of them become lovers? Or rather, are they really lovers? Even though there's no point in worrying about it, I still do. I touched my phone. It didn't vibrate, and I couldn't completely push thoughts of Nagisa out of my mind. In the end, I could only remain in this in-between state and continue playing the game with Mimi. Although I couldn't win against Mimi in the end, seeing her happy face made my heart race, and I felt like it was okay to keep losing. Come to think of it, I had meant to ask her why she had 2 game consoles if I got the chance, but I missed it again. It was only after I walked her home that I realized this. Chapter 2, Hidden Feelings. Ugh, why do we have to research temples when we've come all this way? Yuzuha said with a bored expression, and I gave a wry smile. I think temples have their own different personalities, so it's interesting, you know. Of course I know that. But our hometown already has a ton of temples and shrines, and we came all this way just to see more temples. If we wanted temples, we have them back home, don't we? Well, maybe you're right. Today is the day of our off-campus study. We took a train to a faraway place to research the characteristics of different temples, but Yuzuha has no enthusiasm at all. It's true that our hometown has many temples, but there are also many unique ones here. Since we've come all this way, I think it's better to be happy. That said, I'm not feeling very happy today either, because Nagisa and Hirachi-san are in our group. Things were already a bit awkward between me and Nagisa, and now Hirachi-san, who I suspect is her lover, is here too. I sneaked a peek at Hirachi-san. She's about the same height as Nagisa, slender overall, and her poised posture gives her a much more mature impression than me, which makes me want to sigh. Should I try to become a cooler woman too? But if I had to say, I prefer cute things. Both the things I wear and myself. Although I also yearn to be beautiful, I feel that a cute look is what suits me best, but Nagisa probably prefers a more beautiful me. Sigh. It's too late to change now, what am I even thinking about? Yuzuha, it's dangerous to use your phone while walking. It's fine, I'm holding on to Yuika. Wait, honestly, why are you always on your phone? I've been hooked on a new mobile game that just came out. The initial dash is the most important thing in these games, right? So I'm desperately grinding through the stages. I don't really get it, but don't play too much, okay? Okay. Can I send you an invitation code later? I want magic stones. Magic stones, I guess so. Thanks. Yuzuha held onto my uniform and followed behind me. She usually takes care of me so much, so it's nice to be like this once in a while. No, actually, this is dangerous, I should properly stop her. As long as I pay attention to our surroundings, Yuzuha should be safe. But, Alright Yuzuha, that's enough. Yuika is having trouble. Nagisa had come up beside us at some point and said so. Just 10 more minutes. Be patient, this is part of our class after all. You're so serious. But you're right, can't be helped, I'll hold out until lunch. Yuzuha said, letting go of my uniform. Sorry Yuika for the trouble. It's no trouble at all. Yuzuha rarely asks me for anything. Yuika, you shouldn't spoil Yuzuha too much. Goo, I want to be spoiled. Sigh, Yuzuha. Seeing Yuzuha deliberately messing around, Nagisa sighed in exasperation. Yuzuha giggled, thank you Nagisa. I secretly thanked Nagisa, because I was a little unsure just now whether it was okay to let Yuzuha use her phone while walking. Nagisa always steps in at times like these, which makes me think she's really reliable. Her casual kindness makes me very happy, very happy. I'm happy, but... I glanced at Hirachi-san. It's nothing. Even if you're friends, Yuika, you should clearly tell her that something's not okay when it's not okay. It's dangerous, after all. I'll be careful. How should I put it? I feel like I get swept along easily. I need to hold my ground more firmly, or so I think. It seems I still have a long way to go. Let's go to the first temple then. Follow me. Okay. As expected, it's Nagisa who takes the lead at times like these. She walks straight ahead. I suddenly feel that even if I reached out to touch Nagisa's back, she wouldn't turn around. I clenched my own hands tightly, and someone suddenly tapped my shoulder. Hey, Yuka-chan. Hi, Hirachi-san. Hirachi-san smiled and spoke to me. We were put in the same class when we became second years, but I haven't had much interaction with her. Although I made new friends after becoming a second year, I haven't gotten very close to many people. A friend's friend, or lover. A chill ran down my spine. We haven't had much chance to talk. I was hoping to chat with you on this occasion. Is that okay? Yeah, I'd like to get to know you better too, Hirachi-san. I smiled faintly. Although it's a bit awkward, I don't dislike talking to people. And I'm also curious about what kind of person Hirachi-san is. Oh. What's wrong? No, it's nothing. So, what should we talk about? She placed a hand on her lips. Her beautiful nails were painted with a light blue polish. I'm interested in nail art, but I haven't tried it yet. Where should a beginner start? Should I start with nail polish after all? Nail tips and things like that are probably against the school rules, right? No, putting that aside. You're very fashionable, Hirachi-san. You think so? You can praise me more, you know. Ahaha, your nails are beautiful. Is it nail art? It's nail polish. I get bored easily, so I like nail polish that I can change right away. Oh, so you must have tried many different colors. Yeah. Last week was pink, the week before was red, and before that was. She talked enthusiastically about nail polish. I think people who can talk happily about things they love are really wonderful. I couldn't help but smile. Nail polish sounds nice. I want to try it too, but I don't know where to start. You're interested. All right, I'll teach you. Wow, Yuika-chan, your nails are so pretty. It'll definitely suit you. Are really? She said, grabbing my hand. It feels like she's really close. Though not as extreme as Nagisa, I'm not good with physical contact either, so I was a little startled. But I was happy to have my nails praised. Being praised by a beautiful person, just that alone makes me feel full of confidence. Let's go pick some out together next time. I can teach you a lot of things. Okay, thank you. You're welcome. She's an easy person to talk to. That's probably why she and Nagisa became good friends so quickly. I continued to chat with her as we walked. Yuika-chan, your hair is so pretty. What shampoo do you use? Yuzuha is the same way. When you talk to a talkative person, it's easier to find topics yourself and have a lively conversation. I asked Hirachi-san for the shampoo and conditioner she uses and jotted them down on my phone. Whether they suit my hair or not, I'll just write them down for now. By the way, Yuika-chan. You can just call me by my first name. It feels weird when you call me Hirachi. Well then, Akin. Yes, I'm Akin. Before I knew it, she had closed the distance between us, both mentally and physically. When I came to my senses, she was already holding my hand as we walked. She might be the type who likes physical contact. As I was thinking how proactive and amazing she was, I suddenly noticed she was staring at me. Yuika-chan, could it be that you? She looked at me with a serious expression. Did she find out that I have feelings for Nagisa? If Akin and Nagisa are really lovers, she must feel very uncomfortable. To be honest, although I decided to go back to being friends with Nagisa, I don't feel like we've gone back to being friends at all. To an outsider, my affection for her might be obvious. I felt a shiver run down my spine. What should I say? If I say I'm not interested in Nagisa, that would be a lie. It would also be strange to honestly say that I still like her. That character. Do you like that character hanging on your bag? Yeah. I do. You. I like it too. This is the first time I've met someone who likes that character. Let's talk about it. She showed me her bag. On it hung the same character as on my bag, along with its friends. I couldn't help but smile. You like it too, Akin? Yeah, which character do you like, Yuka-chan? Me. We're here. Nagisa, who was walking ahead, said. The conversation ended there, and we entered the temple grounds. Although I have many opportunities to see temples normally, coming to a temple in an unfamiliar land like this feels a bit fresh. I thought, the people of the past were amazing, to be able to build such large structures. Although it's an off-campus study, it's not that strict, and we don't need to record the temple's features in detail, but Nagisa is very serious. Because of the matter with Mimi, I'm still a little worried. Although being serious is one of Nagisa's good points, I wonder if she's pushing herself too hard. But Mimi also said Nagisa is stubborn. Even so, I still. No, come to think of it, that might not be a friend's role. I glanced at Akin. If anything, listening to deep worries should be a lover's role, though it might be strange for someone who's never been in a relationship to say that. By the way, what do Nagisa and Akin usually talk about? Could it be sweet nothings? My heart feels uneasy. The lingering heartbreak weighs heavily on my chest. I immediately reached into my bag. I touched the necklace in my makeup pouch. Just that calmed me down a little. The necklace is like a talisman to me. Just holding it, just touching it, brings back memories of Mimi. Remembering the time spent with her brings back the feeling of her skin, which makes me a little shy. Yuika. A voice called. It was Nagisa's cheerful voice, with no hint of sweetness mixed in. But, for a moment, Mimi's face flashed through my mind. Because I had been called with various tones of voice before, even Nagisa's voice made me mistake it for Mimi's. If I remember Mimi every time Nagisa calls me, my body won't be able to take it. In various senses. Ah, nah, Nagisa, what's wrong? You kept your hand in your bag, so I thought you might have dropped something. No, it's nothing. Even though she was walking ahead just now, she was watching me properly. That's what I like about her. Since way back, Nagisa would notice when I got a slight haircut, and she would immediately come to help when I was feeling down. It's not just her serious side, I like all her everyday actions. Her looking at me with those beautiful eyes, quietly reaching out a hand, always made me happy. Although at that time, I hadn't yet realized that her hand was very far away, in a place I couldn't reach. I see. If anything's wrong, tell me right away. I'll help you. Yeah. Unchanging kindness, unchanged words. For Nagisa, was my confession such a trivial matter that it's okay to just go back to being normal friends? It was me who said I wanted to go back to being friends. What am I so dissatisfied about? Going back to being normal friends, just talking, why can't I be satisfied with that? Senpai, please let me see all of you. Mimi's voice echoed in my head. The countless words she has said to me have now seeped into my heart, and I recall them in unguarded moments. It's not enough. I want to touch the person I like. I want to kiss them. If she wears cute or beautiful clothes or clothes that I think look good on her, I want to praise her with all my might, and I want her to praise my clothes too. I want her to say I'm cute. I can't bear it. Just talking is not enough to satisfy me. I've become selfish. My desires are endless, and the things I want to do keep popping up. But I can no longer ask Nagisa for these things. Then what about Mimi? The scales in my heart are about to break. What is Mimi doing now? She must be in class. What kind of expression does she have on her face? If she's also thinking of me. By the way, today I tried a new hair tie. What do you think? I touched my hair. There is only one word I want, and if she can say that word to me, then I will surely. Guiding her to say the words I want to hear like this is not a good thing. I know that full well. I've become a troublesome child. I think it's nice. It suits you. Really, I'm glad. I'm happy. Nagisa's words make me happy from the bottom of my heart. But my heart is not satisfied. If Mimi saw it, she would surely say I'm cute with all her heart. It's not Nagisa's fault. But I always end up comparing Nagisa and Mimi, and each time the scales tip. As my wavering heart sways between the two of them, I wonder just how conceited I am. My love is tainted. This time, I reached into my chest pocket. I want to talk to Mimi right away, but we're still in class. I pressed down on my chest and spoke softly. Hey, Nagisa. What is it? If you ever have any trouble, you can tell me too. I'll help you. If she would rely on me, I'm sure I could go back to being a normal friend again. In my heart, there is indeed a feeling of concern for Nagisa. Although I compare them and selfishly wish she would say the words I want to hear. But Nagisa, after all, is still someone I love. So if she's in trouble, I want to help her. I don't want her to disappear like Mimi. Well then. I thought she would say it was nothing. But she seemed to be troubled by something and was staring at me. I naturally straightened my back. Today, after the activity is over, can you spare me a little time? For a moment I froze, but I immediately smiled. Of course. Not just a little, you can have as much as you want. I see. Then it's a promise. Yeah, it's a promise. Compared to before, Nagisa and I can talk more naturally. Although, it still stings sometimes. But I feel that this stinging sensation is also gradually fading. You must only have one love. So, a love that cannot be fulfilled must be properly let go. Otherwise, I might fall into an abyss from which I can't return. Too much selfishness could lead to a very bad situation. Nagisa and Akin might be lovers. So I have to get my act together too. All right, let's hurry up and finish today's assignment. Wait, Yuika. Just as I was about to run off with forced enthusiasm, Nagisa grabbed my hand. Though different from Mimi's, her hand was strong and her grip was gentle. Why does simple physical contact stir my heart so much? It's dangerous to run too fast. Sorry. Then I'll walk. I didn't explicitly say, you can let go of my hand, but I tried to make her understand. However, she didn't let go of my hand. The longer we touched, the deeper her warmth seeped into my heart. What if Akin sees us at a time like this? As I thought that, I looked around and my eyes met with Akin's. She looked at us and smiled faintly. It was a meaningful smile. Because she just walked away nonchalantly, I don't know what she was really thinking. Could it be that the two of them aren't dating? No, but I remembered what happened before. An open blouse. Nagisa getting her hair dried so naturally. Akin touching her with a distance that wasn't that of a friend. If they weren't lovers, then what were they? If Nagisa was originally a person who had a lot of physical contact with people, then I could understand. But Nagisa? No. At times like this, Yuika, if I don't hold onto you tightly, you'll run off right away. Am I that much like a child? When you get excited, you become a little childish. Yeah. Come to think of it, Mimi also said that some parts of me are very naive. How embarrassing. Even though I admire mature women, the day I become one seems to be far away. More than my admiration for high heels, I now want to become a mature woman who can do anything on her own, but is also cute. Will I one day become a mature woman who suits high heels, though I can't imagine it? But I think that part of you is cute too. Lately, Nagisa often catches me off guard. Being praised at a time when I don't expect it always makes me very flustered. I wish she would say more. Even if she never says it a second time, I can replay it in my mind countless times. Ah, ahaha. Yuika, you're cute. Very cute. Non-Nagisa. This is strange. A Nagisa who keeps telling me I'm cute like this is not the usual Nagisa, although I myself think it, since it was me who wanted her to say more. Is she feeling impatient? No, what's there to be impatient about when praising someone? But she doesn't feel like her usual self right now. Sorry, it just felt like you're not praised very often. Am I bothering you? No, I've said it before, right? I'm always happy when you praise me, Nagisa. Come to think of it, she seemed to have apologized to me like this before. No matter how sudden it is, as long as she's willing to praise me, I'm happy. But the fact that she's not her usual self bothers me. But you don't have to force yourself to praise me. I'm not that. You are cute. She denied my not that cute, which made me happy. I've never had such complex feelings before. Playing coy to get her to deny it, I think that's stupid. But if the person I like is willing to do it, my heart fills with a dark joy. My love is not a beautiful, clear love like in stories. It's a settled, muddy, tainted, jet black love. I smiled, as if to surrender myself to this dark emotion. I'm a terrible person. The like, mixed with various emotions, is like a palette where all the paints have been mixed together. The original beautiful colors are completely gone, leaving only a dirty color. But that color is certainly made up of beautiful colors. I can't help but feel that as long as I'm praised by the person I like, it's okay to be dirty. Praise from someone I care about is both a medicine and a poison. I am completely drowning in it, losing myself. I want to be praised more. I want her to feel my charm and express it in words. I can't escape this thought, so I twist myself, wanting to be praised. Even though it's meaningless if she can't praise the real me. Even though I always wish I could maintain my own style. My heart pounds, my cheeks burn, and my heart is filled with happiness. I can't even weigh this comfortable feeling against my own style on a scale. Thanks. You're cute too, Nagisa. Me. Ah well, you don't like it. No, I don't dislike it. I like being praised by you, Yuika. The word like made me lose my balance. Nagisa had never said like to me. So for her to say it in this situation surprised me, but it also made me happy. Even though we didn't become lovers, I know Nagisa could never feel the same way about me. I don't think I'm stupid enough to misunderstand at this point. But a part of my heart still misunderstands. I can't help but feel that Nagisa also thinks of me as more special than other friends. Then what's with her and Akin touching each other? Various voices echoed in my heart, and it almost stopped beating. Let's go, Yuika. Everyone has already gone ahead. Yeah. She took my hand and started walking. The hand that guided me was a little forceful, yet delicate. But something feels missing. Bye, Nagisa, Yuika-chan, Yuzuha. All right. Don't get too carried away and have too much fun. I know. Do you really? After the off-campus study ended, we reported to the teacher at the meeting spot, and everyone was dismissed. Before we dismissed, our group took a commemorative photo, and as expected, Akin and Nagisa stood next to each other. I felt a bit awkward, so I chose a spot next to Yuzuha. That photo will probably be used in the graduation yearbook. When I get the graduation yearbook, will these feelings have disappeared? Or will I be even deeper in? I touched my phone through my clothes. It's already after school. If I contact her, she will definitely reply. No matter how boring the topic, she will listen to me seriously and share various things with me, so I always can't help but contact her. Yuika, let's go. Ah, yeah. Where's Yuzuha? Why are you asking about me? I'm going to hang out with other friends, you two go ahead. Yuzuha said, and then whispered in my ear. I'll be hanging around here for a while. If you need help, just contact me. Thanks, I'm always causing you trouble. It's fine, you always go along with my hobbies. And whenever I ask you out, you always say yes and never get bored, which is a big help. I see. Yeah. If you want to thank me, send me magic stones. I'll treat you, so remember to play. Ahaha, I know, but don't play too much, okay? It's dangerous to walk and play. I know, Nagisa will get mad again if she finds out. Well, I'm off. Yeah, see you. Yuzuha waved and started walking. She has many friends in other classes and quickly joined up with others. Should I also make more friends, like 100 or so? Then I wouldn't have to worry about various things anymore. Probably not. I seem to be more intense than I thought. Should I say I'm jealous or narrow-minded? I feel like if I get a lover, I'll end up being possessive. Just getting a lover is already hard, and maintaining a good relationship after that must be difficult too, though that's a world too far away for me. Sigh. By the way, Nagisa, is there somewhere you want to go? Yeah, there is. Let's go before it gets dark. Okay. She walked ahead of me. She's not holding my hand anymore. If I acted childishly like before, she might hold my hand again, just as I was thinking that. The phone in my chest pocket vibrated. I immediately took it out and looked at the screen. Yuika-senpai, are you done over there? It was a message from Mimi. Even though I just warned Yuzuha about walking and using her phone, I was following Nagisa's back while replying to Mimi. Yeah, I'm hanging out with a friend right now. Is my sister there too? Although I was deliberately vague, Mimi might have already seen through it. Mimi and Nagisa. Even if I decide not to compare them anymore, deep down, I can't help but compare the two of them. This is probably because I'm too weak, and also, if I told you to come hang out right now, would you prioritize me over my sister? Also because Mimi occasionally says things like this that make me compare the two of them. If I were a stronger person, even if she said that, I wouldn't compare them. But the weak me can't help but compare them, like whose words make me happier or whose touch brings more happiness. Every time I compare them, their presence in my heart grows, and my heart gradually leans towards one of them. Just kidding. I have work today, so I can't hang out with you anyway. I didn't reply, and she sent another message. But Yuika-senpai, you have to remember that you have a matching necklace with me and have kissed me several times. You wouldn't kiss my sister, would you? No, I'll be thinking of you at work, so please think of me too, senpai. See you then. She sent a sticker of a cat waving and saying bye-bye. How very Mimi-like. Just as I was thinking that, I suddenly bumped into something. Whoa. Yuika. I was gently enveloped by something. I couldn't help but look up and met Nagisa's eyes. Nagisa had stopped at some point and turned to face me. The scent of Nagisa. Unlike Mimi's, it's not a suggestive, sweet scent. It's a refreshing, all-encompassing scent. This is the first time I've smelled it from this close. No, I don't know what's not okay, but I felt I had to get away from her, so I tried to step back. But Nagisa's hand reached out first and held my back tightly. My body flinched in surprise. I looked at her with a burning face, and her face overlapped with Mimi's. Once they overlap, I can't help but remember. The white skin I saw in the bright room, the soft body I touched, the voice, the gaze, the expression, everything. I subconsciously wanted to hug her back, but I held back. And no, you can't. What can I do? If you do this to me. Because Nagisa already has Akin. But. If she would hold me tighter, so tight it almost hurts, hold me tight, I would. If it's not done to Yuika, it's meaningless. Which means, could it be that she rejected my confession because she had some reason, that she actually likes me too and can't stop herself from wanting to touch me? Impossible. Reason told me that was impossible, but my instincts were screaming for me to give myself to her. How blissful it would be if I could take off this annoying blouse and we could touch, skin to skin. Even if it was wrong, I couldn't help but pursue it, because if I don't, something might happen. It's dangerous to use your phone while walking. All right. My face burned for a different reason than before. I decided not to misunderstand anymore, so how did I misunderstand again? Nagisa, unlike me, has no ulterior motives. She was purely worried about me, keeping me out of danger. That's the kind of person Nagisa is. I fell in love with that part of her, so why did I misunderstand? So embarrassing. Was that from your parents? A friend, why? You were looking at your phone so fondly. I thought it might be a message from your parents. Did I look like I was looking at my phone that fondly? I felt my heart race. It's not that I'm unaware. Mimi is an important friend to me, arguably the person I'm closest to right now. I'm hopelessly drawn to her, a feeling that could even rival my feelings for Nagisa. The thought that Nagisa saw my feelings for Mimi made me waver. It's not like I was doing anything wrong. No, for a friend to be kissing her own younger sister, and even having more intimate contact, that situation should be pretty, well. Thinking about it, I guess I really am doing something wrong. Although I felt I had to hide it, I'm not good at hiding things. I forced a smile as usual. Because my friends are important. But I'm sorry. It was rude of me to be on my phone when I'm with you, Nagisa. It's fine, but you should stop and look at your phone. I'm sorry. If the message had been from anyone else, I wouldn't have been looking at it while walking with Nagisa. Reflecting on this behavior, so unlike me, I once again realized my feelings for Mimi. I cherish Mimi as much as I cherish Nagisa. Stripping away the superficial reasons like senpai and friend, all that remains is my affection for her. This is remarkably similar to the feelings I had for Nagisa in middle school. How does Mimi see me? Anyway, come over here. After I put my phone in my bag, she took my hand. With my dominant hand held, it felt like I couldn't text back anymore. But I was happy. Thinking about Mimi's feelings or being able to touch Nagisa both made me happy. My heart was in turmoil. Thinking about two people at the same time, I really felt there was something wrong with me. And so, Nagisa and I walked through the town together. Even on an unfamiliar street, having Nagisa by my side was reassuring. She, like Mimi, walked confidently on the unfamiliar path. How have you and Mimi been lately? She asked as we walked. The students around us in the same uniform were chatting happily. But our conversation didn't seem to be very cheerful. Well, we get along great. It might not be an exaggeration to say we're best friends. I see, perhaps you get along even better than we do. Because that was a message from Mimi, wasn't it? Her voice was the same as usual. A clear, transparent, beautiful voice, yet I felt a strange sweat break out on my back. How did you know? I just know. Because it's you, Yuika, I know. Besides, Mimi has seemed so happy lately. That Nagisa understands me, that Mimi seems happy. Both should be things to be happy about. Yet I couldn't feel purely happy. Am I not Yuika's best friend anymore? A sharp voice. It was me who selfishly confessed, and it was me who said I wanted to stay friends. So, that's not true. I cherish you too, Nagisa, and I want to stay friends with you, and I also like the time I spend with you. As if I had said something forbidden, my throat and chest ached. But hearing the like I managed to squeeze out, she smiled. It was the familiar, beautiful, and refreshing smile I knew, but as expected, something still felt a little off. I see I'm happy. Let's go here first. She pointed to a crepe shop. The shop seemed to be popular, with a line even on a weekday evening. Among them were students in the same uniform as us. Let's get in line, Yuika. Okay. I hope she doesn't think I'm a glutton. No, I do like sweets. I even think there's no moment happier than when I'm eating a double stack of thick pancakes. Sweets have a different kind of happiness than being told, I like you. But putting that aside, Nagisa, are you sure? About what? Well, you said before you neither dislike nor like sweets, right? You're not that interested in crepes. That's not true. There are savory crepes too, and as we were talking, the line moved. When we got to the front, we each placed our order and waited for a bit, dazed. The conversation was cut off and silence fell. Compared to before, we can now interact more naturally. I don't know if we can maintain the same sense of distance as in middle school, but at least compared to right after I was rejected, I feel more like myself. I looked up at her. Her straight back and eyes looking forward were dazzling today as well. She has a presence no matter where she is, and it seemed like someone was watching her from a distance today too. I completely understand the feeling of being unable to help but look at Nagisa. Though I felt I could watch her forever, our crepes were ready, so we went to get them together. After receiving our crepes, we decided to eat them in front of the shop. In the end, you got a sweet one too, Nagisa. I just sort of felt like getting the same thing as you, Yuika. Ahaha, I see. Well, let's eat. Although I usually get crepes with lots of cream, today I chose a simple one with just butter and sugar. I had always been a little curious about this kind of crepe. How should I put it? It feels a bit similar to a pancake. I also like pancakes with lots of cream, but in the end, I think the simple one with maple syrup is the most delicious. Why does the combination of butter and flour touch my heart so much? I took a bite of the crepe and couldn't help but smile. So good. I'm glad. The chewy crepe and the gentle sweetness. As expected, sweets make you feel like you could eat them forever. Because Yuika smiled. Nagisa suddenly said as I was eating my crepe. I tilted my head. The reason we came to get crepes. Even though I don't particularly like sweets, I like seeing you eat them so happily, Yuika. So, I'm happy. Did she go out of her way to look up a shop I might like? Nagisa smiled gently. I, who had been engrossed in my crepe just moments ago, suddenly couldn't take my eyes off Nagisa, even forgetting to eat. She had never praised me like this before. I don't know what changed in Nagisa's heart, but being praised certainly made me happy. But how should I say this? It doesn't seem like Nagisa's style. I feel like she's rushing something. Even though there's a sense of unease that I can't ignore. So happy, so happy, so happy, so very happy. This feeling gradually covered all others. Yuika. Her fingertip touched my lips. Being called by my name and being touched by her gradually became one. I was instantly reminded of my kisses with Mimi. Every time her soft lips touched mine, I would feel happy, my heart would pound, or I would be at a loss. I might really like kissing, because I want to kiss Nagisa right now. I can't help but wish she would forcefully steal my lips right now, though it's a wish that will never come true. Yuika. Nagisa. Why do you keep calling my name? Why are you touching my lips? If I voice my questions, she might not want to kiss me anymore. This atmosphere right now is very similar to the atmosphere when I kiss Mimi. I don't want to ruin it. My gaze naturally shifted to her lips. Those thin lips that always spoke such refreshing and beautiful words must feel so good to touch. I lifted my gaze slightly and met her eyes. Those clear brown eyes were not created with colored contacts. I couldn't help but gasp. You got some cream on you. Hey, you don't have to eat in such a hurry, you know. She said, wiping the cream from my lips with her finger. I felt the special atmosphere flowing between us disappear. Was the atmosphere for a kiss I felt just now my imagination? No, but I don't think it was all my imagination. Because Nagisa's eyes just now. Oh, why you're right. If I don't eat slowly, my stomach will be surprised. Hee, that's right. You have to eat slowly so you don't surprise your stomach. You just thought I was being childish, didn't you? No, I didn't. I just thought you were cute. Something was gradually building up inside me. It was a feeling of happiness, and a feeling that something wasn't right. Even though it's Nagisa, it doesn't feel like Nagisa. Mimi always praises me from the bottom of her heart, but Nagisa rarely praises me with words. If anything, she prefers to show it with her attitude. But the Nagisa of now is not like that. I am certainly happy. Because the words I had always wanted to hear from Nagisa, I am finally hearing them now. But is this really okay? The me inside asks myself. I really want to declare this is fine, but I can't. The Nagisa I love is. Hey Nagisa. Yuika-chan. A voice came from behind, and then someone hugged me from behind. I couldn't help but look back and saw it was Akin. Whoa, Akin, I thought you went home. Nope. I wanted to hang out by myself today, so I was wandering around here. I see. Is that butter sugar? Oh nice. I had that last time I came, it's delicious, oh nice. Want a bite? Can I? Yay. Then I'll help myself. I held out my crepe and she took a big bite. Even though it was just one bite, it felt like she ate a lot. And no, it's fine, I don't mind. It's not like I'm a glutton or anything. I'm not. Akin ate the crepe with a blissful expression. For some reason, she's someone you just can't dislike. No, I've never disliked anyone before, but that's not what I mean. Is it good? Yeah. It's even tastier when someone gives it to you. Ahaha, I get it. It's the same as how side dishes taste better when you sneak them before dinner, right? Maybe. There's a special feeling, because you're only eating a little, so it's okay. Right. When I was little, my mother would often let me eat a little of the freshly fried food. Of course, the fried food is delicious when it's served at dinner, but sneaking a bite has a unique magic to it. Did Akin have experiences like that too? No, it feels like she probably did. I have a vague feeling. Ah, wait a minute. If I just ask my friends to buy what I want to eat and take a bite of each, can I eat my fill of that special taste? Didn't you just say it was good because you only ate a little? That's a different story. Is that so? I can't say, I don't understand the feeling. Akin seems to have a lot of friends, so taking a bite of everything should be possible. By the way, Yuika-chan, you're really easy to talk to, just as I thought. She said happily. You too, Akin. Just as you thought. Probably not. I see. She was still hugging me from behind. She's really close. Should I say that before I know it, she's slipped into my personal space, or that it doesn't feel strange to be touched by her? What a strange girl, but I definitely don't dislike her. Yuzuha also has a close personal distance, but Akin feels a little different from Yuzuha. Ah, can I have some of Nagisa's too? Sure. Yay. She let go of me and went to eat Nagisa's crepe. Our eyes had met earlier, but not this time. I just watched the two of them blankly. Seeing them chat happily, I thought they looked good together. Though if I stood next to Nagisa, other people probably wouldn't think we looked good together. What about if I stood next to Mimi? I let out a small sigh and continued eating the rest of my crepe. The crepe that had tasted so good just a moment ago now seemed to have no flavor. Akin is a slightly strange, good girl. So I can't be sure how this feeling will develop. If Akin were someone I got along with less, I might be able to simply be jealous of her and Nagisa being close. It's because I feel we can get along normally that my feelings become heavy. What a horrible person I am. After finishing the crepe, my mood was still heavy. Yuika-chan, Nagisa, since we ran into each other like this, why don't the three of us go see the ocean? I don't mind. I glanced at Nagisa. Her usual smile appeared on her face. Yeah, I'm fine with it too. I was just thinking I wanted to go with Yuika. Then it's settled, let's go, let's go. I was the one who said I didn't mind. Nagisa didn't say she wanted to be alone with me, yet I felt disappointed, which is so strange. But perhaps it's because I have these strange thoughts that I like her. What a selfish girl I am. Just as I was about to sigh, Akin came over. Yuika-chan, let's chat. Then, should we talk about our favorite characters? Yeah. I walked side by side with her, talking about mascot characters. We got surprisingly into it, which made me temporarily forget about Nagisa and Akin's relationship. I tried to include Nagisa in the conversation along the way, but she, walking ahead of us, didn't participate much. And so, while being conscious of Nagisa, I was swayed by the train for a while. After arriving at the station by the sea, of course, you could smell the ocean. It smells like the sea. Yeah, it feels so fresh. Well, we are from an inland prefecture. It's about time for swimming season, so exciting. Come to think of it, I don't think I've been to the beach for swimming much. I've been to the pool with friends occasionally, but I don't really like showing my skin. Inviting Nagisa to the beach or the pool would probably be difficult. It's embarrassing to be seen, and if I saw her in a swimsuit, I don't know what would happen to me. Her skin is too stimulating for me. But I am certainly curious about what kind of swimsuit she would wear. Would she choose a cute type like me? Or, no, what am I thinking? Do you come to the sea often, Yuka-chan? Not really for swimming, but I do come in the spring sometimes. I like the spring sea. Ah, I get it. It's refreshing and nice around here in the spring too. As we walked, the sound of the sea reached our ears. The sound of the waves crashing on the shore and receding, the cries of the seabirds flying in the sky, the sound of people frolicking. All mixed together to become the sound of the sea. Listening closely calms the heart. Because I usually live a life with no connection to the sea, just listening to the sound of the waves is fresh. The people who live around here must be tired of hearing it. I tried walking for a short distance with my eyes closed. As I walked, someone suddenly touched my hand. I slowly opened my eyes, and Akin was staring at my face. What do you hear? She asked happily. It feels like the sound of the sea. You should try closing your eyes and listening too, Akin, it might be fun. Then I'll help myself. After I opened my eyes, she closed hers. I found that somewhat amusing and let out a small laugh. I stared blankly at Nagisa's back walking ahead and took Akin's hand. I glanced at her hand and thought her nails were indeed beautiful. What part of Akin is Nagisa drawn to? I've been thinking about that since that rainy day. I let out a light breath and Akin opened her eyes. I smiled at her faintly, as if to a child who had just woken up from a nap. How was it? A nice sound, right? Seeing my face, she widened her eyes. Did I get cream on my face? I should have wiped it off properly just now. Yuika-chan, you're. She widened her eyes, then put on a serious expression. Her expressions change so much it's surprising. Though I never get tired of watching, it's also a bit nerve-wracking. Because it's harder to tell what she's thinking right now than with Mimi and Nagisa. A little strange. Are you one to talk, Akin? From my perspective, you're much more mysterious, Akin. You seem kind of floaty. She said, letting go of my hand and walking ahead. She seems kind of floaty, more floaty than me. The sea, what a wonderful sound. I'm usually just running around making noise, so this is the first time I realized there are so many sounds. Akin said and then smiled. I let out a light breath and smiled. Well then, I'm so glad. I think I'm starting to like you, Yuka-chan. Nagisa. You should listen to the sound of the sea too. Amazing, so amazing. If only I could say like as nonchalantly as Akin. Is it because the like I said with courage wasn't accepted? I've become unable to easily express my affection. I couldn't help but place a hand on my chest. This is the first time someone has said they like me so directly, and the pounding in my heart is different from the flutter of love. Maybe I should learn from her too. As I thought that, I watched the two of them getting along well. Did Nagisa feel the sound of the sea like I did? Does she listen to the various sounds hidden in everyday life while feeling happy? I hope she can feel something similar to what I feel, even just a little. I started to jog a little. There are a lot of black kites around here, so it's better not to eat outside. Nagisa suddenly said, as we walked side by side. Akin had found other friends and had run off somewhere before I knew it. No, that's fine. Nagisa, do you by any chance think I'm a glutton? I don't think so. That's the voice of someone who does. I just like sweets a little, that's all. Sorry, besides sweets, I don't really know what you like, Yuika. Why? You don't have to feel that bad about it. Come to think of it, I don't think I've ever told Nagisa what I like. Because I overthink things, worrying about what would happen if she didn't like the things I like. It's no use trying to curry favor with her now anyway, so maybe I can tell her everything. But I still can't completely give up the desire to be liked by her. In the end, I'm still floating in midair, swaying today as well. Yuika, I want you to tell me what you like. Well, I was at a loss for words. What if she thinks I'm weird? I was scared, but staying silent wasn't an option. I might have said this before, but I like sweets, cute things, and cute clothes. Also, I like pastel colors and things that smell good. I see. Do you like the sea? I quite like looking at it. As for swimming, I guess it's okay. Me too. She smiled faintly. I'm glad we like the same things. The more differences there are between her and me, the more my heart aches. Although I want to be myself at all times, I guess I just can't. Well, since we're at the sea, do you want to get a closer look? Sure. She and I walked side by side. Her brown hair, swaying in the sea breeze, was so beautiful it was dazzling, and I couldn't help but squint. I want to hold her hand. Though I thought so, I still couldn't bring myself to touch her. As we got closer to the sea, the wind felt a little cold. Although it's technically summer now, it can still feel a bit chilly at times, so it still has a spring-like feel. Once the rainy season is over, it should feel more like summer. Walking on the sand in loafers is actually quite difficult. Nagisa still maintained her elegant pace, while I was already out of breath. Nagisa, wait for me. There's no need to rush, take your time. It's dangerous if you fall. She stopped a little ahead of me and waited. I thought that if I fell, she might hold me like she did before, but it seems I don't have that strong of a desire now. I held my bag tightly against my body. Even without wearing it directly, I felt that the necklace gave me strength. It's the sea. Although I've been running with Mimi recently, it seems my stamina is still not enough. Nagisa and I stood very close to the waves. You should probably sit down and rest, she said, spreading her handkerchief on the sand. I hesitated for a moment, but in the end, I sat down on it. Nagisa was the same as usual today. I was about to take my handkerchief out of my pocket, but she sat directly on the sand. Does she think I'm not very resourceful? I hugged my knees, curled up. The students around us in the same uniform as us were having fun, even being a little noisy. But just the two of us were quiet. It's not that we have nothing to say, but rather that we have too much to say and don't know where to start. About Mimi and Nagisa. Nagisa's current situation. And the sense of unease that has been lingering in my mind since earlier. Before, I might have been able to say it easily, but now it seems I can't, no matter how hard I try. The sea. Nagisa said in a small voice. This might be my first time here. Hey. Her tone didn't sound like she was joking. No, we live in a prefecture without a sea, so that might be possible. Our elementary and middle school trips were also to the mountains. I don't know if going to the sea with family or friends is considered normal. But at least I have been to the sea with my family or friends countless times. I was suddenly reminded of Mimi's words. She said she had hardly ever been to a park and could count the number of times she had played on one hand. Nagisa grew up in the same family, so perhaps she hardly ever played, just like Mimi. No, Nagisa's case is probably more severe than Mimi's. The sea is black. I thought it would be bluer. She said, as if seeing the sea for the first time, even though she should have seen it on TV. I glanced at her side profile, which looked particularly lonely. How does Nagisa see her family? What does she think about not having been to the sea? She won't tell me like Mimi would, so I don't know. And the me of now can't force her to go out and play, because Nagisa is Nagisa and she's different from Mimi. The sea around here might be like that. Do you prefer a bluer sea, Nagisa? I don't know. The sea is probably the sea, no matter what color it is. I've heard this voice before. It's the same voice as when Mimi talked about shooting stars. Nagisa might have also hoped for something and then been betrayed, and more so than Mimi. Nagisa, where are we going for this year's school trip? I think it's Okinawa. That's right, correct answer. Our second-year school trip is to Okinawa. Yuika. I took off my loafers and stuffed my socks inside. Nagisa showed a rare look of confusion. Even if it's the sea, Nagisa will surely be happy to see a bluer sea. So, Nagisa. I stepped onto the sand barefoot. The sand at a midsummer beach is hotter. Today's sand is not hot enough yet. I dipped my feet into the waves. This feeling of my feet being about to be swept away by the waves is nostalgic and pleasant. If it were Mimi, she might be a little happy if I forcibly pulled her hand. But Nagisa probably doesn't need that. Don't hate the sea. It's sad when the things you hate increase. Do well. Today, I'll teach you how to enjoy the sea. You can use my method as a reference and have a blast on the school trip. I would be sad if her first trip to the sea became an unhappy memory. Though that's just my own selfish thought. If you're going to add memories, happy ones are of course better than unhappy ones. I kicked the sea hard. The black surface of the water turned into transparent spray. The cold sensation was pleasant, and I couldn't help but smile. I'm not good at sports, but I like to play. It's just that I'm a little hesitant about swimsuits and get sunburned easily, so I've hardly ever been to the beach in midsummer. On the school trip, if I'm in the same group as Nagisa, maybe we'll wear swimsuits together. You don't have to jump into the whole sea, just dipping your feet in the water like this is fun. If you think it's boring just to look, then just touch the water a little. I played by myself until Nagisa came over naturally. Because I'm an only child, I'm good at playing by myself. No, actually, when I was little, I would drag my parents around to play too. I splashed through the water. I used to love playing in the river, though I almost drowned several times, making my parents worry sick. I've caused my parents a lot of trouble, and I'm still being taken care of by them, so that's why I can stand here. I thought, if I could share some of the kindness my parents have given me since I was little with others, that would be nice. But it's not easy to be a kind person, because I'm too much of a coward. Look, don't you want to get in the water too, Nagisa? It's fun. You always look like you're having fun, Yuika. Do I look like I'm having fun? Yeah. So that's how Nagisa sees me. It's different from the me I know, but maybe that's okay too. After all, I can't possibly understand myself completely. In that case, whoa. Yuika. The sand on the beach was softer than I thought, and I lost my footing. I fell on my butt onto the wet, soft sand. I scrambled to get up, but a wave came and soaked my butt completely. Strange. Isn't this a bit bad? What am I going to do on the train home? I froze for a moment, then laughed. Are you okay? I'm totally fine. The seawater is cool and feels good. Hee hee, you're too excited, Yuika. Here, get up. She held out her hand to me. She didn't hug me today, but just her holding out her hand like this makes me happy, so it's fine. I took her hand. I was tempted to pull her hand hard and get her wet too, but that would probably trouble her, so I decided against it. I stood up and patted my butt. It was really wet, and there was sand stuck to it too. This is really bad. Maybe I did get a little too carried away, just as Nagisa said. I was originally playing by myself to invite Nagisa, but before I knew it, I was having fun myself. Is this part of me what people call mysterious? No, rather than mysterious, it's more accurate to say childish. Sai, how was it? Do you think the sea is fun too? I'm not sure. But the excited Yuka playing was cute. Zahaha. The plan failed, though I'm of course happy to be called cute. But, if I'm with you, Yuka, maybe the sea will become fun too. She said, looking at me. The happiness and the heaviness in my chest were almost equally strong. What kind of existence am I in Nagisa's heart? How much influence do I have on her, and why does she keep calling me cute? Then, let's be in the same group for the school trip. Yeah, okay. The conversation paused for a moment. My butt still felt a little uncomfortable, but since it was too late, I gave up patting it. It should dry if I just walk, right? No, although it's a little uncomfortable to walk with a wet skirt, I feel like it might cause unnecessary misunderstandings. My bag, which I had left on the sand, made a noise. It seemed to be the phone I had put in my bag a while ago. Someone was calling. Nagisa glanced at the bag, then squeezed my hand tightly. Hey, Yuka. Her voice was as refreshing as the sea breeze. That voice, too beautiful and refreshing, carried no emotion. She seemed to want to say something, but gave up. Lately, Nagisa has often been like this, as I thought. Nagisa. The bag kept vibrating. Nagisa lightly unzipped my bag. Then, she glanced at the phone. If I were less serious than Mimi, more greedy than anyone, would you still be my friend, Yuka? For the first time, I felt like I had touched Nagisa's heart. I don't know what kind of change has occurred in her heart. But even if it's just touching the tip of the iceberg of Nagisa's worries, I'm happy. I answered without hesitation. Of course. No matter what kind of Nagisa you are, as long as it's you, I'll accept you. I see. You're so kind, Yuka. The reason I wanted to say, that's not true, was probably because I wanted to leave myself an escape route. Because I don't want to betray her good impression of me. I don't want her to think I'm not actually a good person. But I also don't want to deny Nagisa's feelings, so I said nothing and just smiled. She smiled back at me, and then, she took my phone out of my bag. I almost let out an A, but she started operating the phone directly. Mimi, are you done with work? What? I see. Sister, are you still over there? Yeah, Yuka can't take the call right now. Can you call her back later? I see, I don't mind. By the way, tell Yuika-senpai that if her necklace is exposed to the sea breeze, it might tarnish, so it's better not to wear it. Got it. After a brief conversation, Nagisa hung up. Her gaze, which had been directed far away, returned to me. Sorry, I answered it without asking. Why did she suddenly do that? As I was thinking that, she put the phone back in my bag and reached into her own. She took out a skirt and handed it to me. I couldn't help but widen my eyes. Do you carry a change of skirt with you? I just happened to have it today. It's an off-campus study, so you never know what might happen. If you don't change soon, you might catch a cold. Could it be that she answered the phone for me so I wouldn't be on the phone for too long? Indeed, if I kept talking to Mimi in this state, I might catch a cold. Although I felt a little unconvinced, I took the skirt from her hands. I'll go look for a restroom we can borrow. Okay, thanks. No matter how well-prepared Nagisa is, would she really bring a spare uniform? No, a true honor student would probably be fully prepared for any situation, right? But oh well, I'll just accept her kindness for now. Wait a minute. Isn't this Nagisa's skirt? Although it's been properly washed, I'm going to wear the skirt Nagisa usually wears. No, don't have strange fantasies. This is really a bit off. As I worried, I changed into the skirt in the restroom Nagisa found. It felt the same as usual to wear, which made me a little happy and a little disappointed. By the way, Nagisa, didn't you have somewhere you wanted to go? Is it okay? I did, but it's fine. As long as I can be with Yuka, that's all that matters. I see. I still haven't grasped the true nature of this sense of unease, so it's probably better not to bring it up. Within the sweet words, there seemed to be something hidden that would break if touched. So, I can't touch it carelessly. We continued to walk on like that. Nagisa was carrying my bag. Is she being considerate of me, who has neither stamina nor arm strength? Though I'm happy she's so thoughtful. I'll carry my own bag, it must be heavy for you to carry too. It's fine. I'm not as strong as Mimi, but I have some strength. I see, then I'll gratefully accept. Her voice when she said Mimi's name felt a little cold. What exactly lies between Nagisa and Mimi? The me of now still doesn't know. Are you carrying your necklace? She asked as we walked. My heart skipped a beat. In our conversation just now, she probably didn't find out it was a matching one with Mimi. No, even if Nagisa found out, it should be fine. But if she found out I was carrying something matching, I feel like the secret I must hide would be revealed along with it. A secret I must hide. I couldn't help but touch my chest. The hickey she left still remains in my heart. Yeah. I just bought it recently. Can you let me see what it's like? Of course, it's in my makeup pouch. I never thought that just being seen with my necklace would make me so nervous. The silver necklace Nagisa took out sparkled under the streetlights. While we were playing, the sun had set and it had gotten dark. In this darkness, she stared at the necklace. Can I put it on for you, Yuika? But it won't tarnish if you just wear it for a bit. Okay. I obediently nodded. The necklace, stained with Mimi's scent, felt strange being held by Nagisa. Her hand touched my hair. The serious expression on her face as she tried to put on the necklace was identical to Mimi's, but the feeling of her breath and her scent were different in many ways. But just being touched by her made me happy. Nagisa is the person I love. That much has not changed to this day. There are things that don't change and things that do. Having Nagisa put on my necklace like this reminded me of my kiss with Mimi. Even though I wanted to focus on Nagisa, my mind was full of Mimi, full of my kisses with Mimi, and my heart raced. Even if I close my eyes, Nagisa won't kiss me. Only Mimi will kiss me wearing this necklace. The secrets I can't tell anyone are accumulating in my heart, one by one, gradually changing my heart to a different color than before. Although I'm worried about what will happen, the feeling of being changed is comfortable. I might have already reached a point of no return. It suits you. Did you pick it, Yuika? Yeah. Perhaps because it's dark, I feel the air has gotten a little chilly. I remember the night I bought the necklace with Mimi, the air should have been warmer. I felt my body's movements become sluggish. This is a matching necklace with Mimi, isn't it? I hadn't said anything, but Nagisa said it as if she were certain. I couldn't help but look up at her, but her expression was the same as usual. What is the right thing to say? After thinking for a moment, I opened my mouth. Yes, we decided to buy matching necklaces. I see, it must suit Mimi too. A flat voice. It felt like I was being scolded, and I couldn't help but look away. In the end, she placed her hand on my chin. Hey, Yuika. When my name was called, the images of Mimi and Nagisa mixed together in my mind. Even though I'm with Nagisa, it feels like I'm with Mimi. Who do you like, me or Mimi? Although Mimi had asked me this question before, this was the first time I heard it from Nagisa. Mimi felt a rivalry with Nagisa, and I had always thought Nagisa didn't have such feelings. But now, she was waiting for my answer with unusual seriousness. Even if you ask me who I like, I don't know. The scales easily tip. One moment I think I like Nagisa, the next I'm drawn to Mimi. Now that Nagisa and Mimi fill my heart in equal measure, it's impossible to say who I like. To begin with, the act of comparing them is rude to them both. Just a rough idea is fine. You can just say whatever comes to mind. I want you to tell me. She whispered in a gentle voice. That sweet voice really doesn't sound like Nagisa. But I'm happy with the voice that doesn't sound like Nagisa, and my ears are hot. She gently touched my necklace. Following the ring, she traced the chain up to my neck. The words stuck in my throat felt like they were slowly being pushed out by her fingers. I don't know. The touch of her slender fingertips was both pleasant and a little painful. Her fingers returned to my chin and finally touched my lips. Why are you touching me like this? Because you're both my important friends. I can't say who I like more. I see, you're right. That's just like you, Yuika. Her face drew closer. We didn't eat crepes just now, so there should be nothing on my mouth. Then, there should be only one reason for her to touch my lips. What should I do? I put on lipstick properly after eating, so the texture should be fine. Lately, I've started to choose lipsticks that I think would feel better when kissing, though I don't know if Nagisa has noticed. Her face drew closer. Is she really going to kiss me? I felt her breath. A breath hotter, more hurried, more nervous than Mimi's. As if pulled by her breath, my own breath became ragged. Her face drew closer to mine, our lips, and they didn't meet. What's wrong, Nagisa? Her face passed by mine, and she rested her head lightly on my shoulder. The feel of her smooth hair touched my neck. That's right, I am Hanafusa Nagisa. Her behavior is indeed strange. It's been like this for a while. I feel like something is off, and I can't ignore it. I think it's about time I delved a little deeper. Even if Nagisa doesn't want me to, even if it's a taboo I shouldn't touch, I can't just leave it alone. If this continues, Nagisa might disappear just like Mimi. And unlike Mimi, she might disappear without contacting me to a place I can't reach. That is what I fear the most. More than being hated by her, more than being rejected for delving into her heart, I'm afraid of that happening. I made up my mind and opened my mouth. Nagisa, you're really acting strange. You must be worried about something. Tell me. Yuika. She slowly separated from me and looked at me again. Her brown eyes, perhaps because the sun had set, seemed to have no light, as if they would just melt into the darkness of the night. No matter what I become, you'll still be my friend, right, Yuika? Of course. The conversation ended. If this continues, the conversation will end without me being able to delve any deeper. I tried to continue the words she had interrupted, but Nagisa wouldn't allow it. Hee, I'm glad I became friends with you, Yuika. That was a different smile from before. No, rather than being different from before, it wasn't a smile Nagisa would have. I had never seen such a smile before, and I felt like I was having trouble breathing. Why did she confirm again that I would continue to be her friend no matter what she becomes? What kind of Nagisa does Nagisa want to become? What kind of self does she want to show me? Just as I wear pretty clothes in front of Nagisa, does Nagisa also show a self that is not her true self in front of me? While I was still confused, she started to walk slowly. Her back, though close, was far away. Much farther than the back I usually see from my seat behind her. Nagisa. I called her name in a small voice, but she didn't seem to hear and didn't turn back. So I could only chase after her back. The courage to take a step disappeared in that moment, and the cowardly me reappeared. I let out a light breath and started to jog. Even if I shorten the physical distance, I can't shorten the distance in our hearts. I had a feeling. Chapter 3, False Sentiments. For lunch today, I had cream bread. I bought it this morning at a popular bakery, and it was the only thing I was looking forward to today. Cream bread is surprisingly deep. Things like the viscosity of the cream, whether it has vanilla beans, the sweetness, and so on, each bakery has its own unique characteristics. Sigh. I sighed, taking a bite of my cream bread. This bakery's cream bread suits my taste and is really delicious. You're in such a bad mood. Weren't you just going on and on about cream bread, all excited? What happened? Yuzuha said, exasperated. Of course I was excited. The bakery that always has a long line was empty for once, and I got to buy delicious bread, so I was happy. But I find the sense of distance between people so difficult. What's that about? Did something happen with Nagisa again? You could say something did, or you could say something didn't. So indecisive. Tell me the details. I thought I can't tell Yuzuha everything, but I did want to consult someone. I just have this sense of unease. Unease? Lately, Nagisa has been very kind to me. I'm happy about that, but it just doesn't feel like her. Isn't it because she's awakened to something? Awakened to what? Well, you know what? Yuzuha stopped mid-sentence, seemed to notice something, and flinched. Her gaze went behind me. In broad daylight, what did she see? Please don't. I'm really bad with that kind of thing. I've watched horror movies several times and ended up being too scared to go to the bathroom at night. I slowly turned around. There stood. You're eating something that looks delicious again today, Yuika-chan. Akin was standing there, her eyes sparkling. I breathed a sigh of relief, a real sigh of relief. Want some? Oh no. Do I look like I want some that badly? Sorry about that, hee. So annoying. Akin took a big bite of the cream bread, and Yuzuha said, exasperated. Wait a minute. Calling me annoying is rude. Swallow before you speak. Calling me annoying is rude. I didn't say you were annoying, I just said it was annoying. Same difference. I looked back and forth between the two. Are you two, Akin and Yuzuha, good friends by any chance? Nope, just a fateful, rotten connection. We're good friends, Akin said, and sat down in the seat next to me. Ah, Yuika-chan, thanks for the bread, it was delicious. I'm glad, everything from this shop is delicious. Could it be the one in that shopping district? Yes, yes, do you go there often too, Akin? I go occasionally. But as expected of Yuika-chan, you have great taste. Being praised feels nice, and I puffed out my chest a little proudly. This one says whatever comes to mind, so you'd better not take her too seriously. HMPH, how rude, what part of me is careless? That part right there. Zahaha. As I was laughing, Akin this time sat on my lap. I gave a wry smile and took another bite of my bread. Akin seemed to have already eaten lunch and showed no signs of getting up. By the way, what were you guys talking about just now? Something that doesn't concern you, Akin. Yuika-chan, what was it? She looked up at me from my lap. Few girls have this much physical contact with me. After a moment's hesitation, I spoke. We were talking about Nagisa. Hey, Yuika. Yuzuha looked at me, flustered. I stopped her with a look. The person closest to Nagisa right now should be Akin. She might know the details of Nagisa's situation. How should I put it? I feel like she's been a little strange lately. Akin, have you noticed anything off? Off her. She crossed her arms and put on a thinking expression. Then she looked straight into my eyes. Are you worried about Nagisa? Yeah, because we're friends. I see, then come here for a sec. Okay. I brought my face closer to hers. Akin suddenly blew into my ear. I couldn't help but flinch, and she laughed, wrapping her arm around my neck and bringing her lips close to my ear. Nagisa is practicing physical contact with me lately. Practicing? Yeah. Nagisa isn't good with physical contact, it seems. She said she wants to do more physical contact to get closer to her friends. This is actually a secret from everyone. Keep it a secret, okay? She smiled faintly. It wasn't a joking feeling like before, but a smile that felt serious. No, what kind of smile is a serious smile anyway? I nodded lightly. Is that why she's been so close? Because she's practicing physical contact. But the friend Nagisa wants to get closer to, even to the point of doing this, is it me? Can I be that conceited? We can't be together, but she still wants to be on good terms, is that how it is? If so, while it's unfortunate, I'm a little happy. Because I know I should be satisfied with just being friends with Nagisa. But is that really all there is to it? Since we have the chance, do you want to practice physical contact too, Yuika-chan? I'm good at it. She whispered in my ear. I don't really like it when people talk into my ear. Rather than disliking it, it tickles. I squirmed, but Akin didn't seem to have any intention of moving. It's fine. I'm already used to this kind of thing. I see, what a shame. I thought we could get even closer. We can get closer, even without a lot of physical contact. Just chatting and eating together like this is enough. I smiled and held out the cream bread. She looked surprised at first, then chuckled and took a bite of the cream bread. Yuika-chan, you're such a sinful woman. Maybe I should just become your pet cat. I did think she was cat-like, but she's self-aware of it too. Yuika, don't spoil Akin too much. She really will get carried away. I'm already carried away. Hey. Because she's a type of person I've never met before, just talking to her is fresh and fun. But wait a minute. If the physical contact with Nagisa was practice, that means... I couldn't help but look at Akin, and she smiled as if she had sensed something. We're not in the kind of relationship you think we are, Yuika-chan, so don't worry. She whispered, and I felt my heart skip a beat. AWI. Oh, I can tell. You're so easy to read, Yuika-chan. The way you look at me with envy is as cute as a squirrel. Squirrel. A squirrel, did she say a squirrel? No, they are cute, aren't they? But a squirrel and a cat. I don't see a future where I win. No, I'm not a squirrel to begin with. Ahaha, your expressions change so much. You're so interesting, Yuika-chan. To think that Akin and Nagisa might be dating. I was a fool for even imagining it. I was just spinning my wheels, getting jealous for no reason, and wearing myself out. What am I even doing? I'm even shocked at myself. I want to be a more open-minded person. To be able to be calm even if the person I like is dating someone else. Here, Yuika-chan, lend me your hand. What for? I obediently held out my hand. Akin took my hand and guided it somewhere else. My palm touched something, and I realized it was someone's hand. I turned my head in surprise and saw that Nagisa was standing next to me at some point, and the hand that touched mine seemed to be Nagisa's. Unable to process my emotions, I could only stand frozen in place. Nagisa, what do you think of Yuika-chan's hand? I think it's beautiful. Your nails are long and nice. Ah, I get it. They're definitely the kind of nails that would look great with nail art. The words of praise went in one ear and out the other. Although we've held hands several times before, to be held like this, to be praised, I was so happy my head was about to explode, and I couldn't accept the compliments head-on. An oversupply of happiness. At this rate, I might die of happiness. Well then, I'll leave you two to it. I'm going to go buy a drink. Sigh, if you dare to do anything funny, I'll spread all those things about you. That's scary. Or rather, you're so sinister. Just hit me directly. Then I won't hold back. Please do hold back after all. Nagisa held my hand gently the whole time. My hands were about to start sweating, but I held it in. I wanted to keep my hands in the state she had praised. Come on, my hands. But the harder I tried, the more my hands were about to sweat. Everything about you is beautiful, Yuika. Elahi. Our fingers intertwined, one by one. Nagisa and I had never held hands like this before. Why now? Or rather, in a place like this? This kind of thing should be done at a better time. No, a better time, that's not what I mean either. Yuika. Yuika-senpai. Just as Akin left the classroom, Mimi came in. She came to my desk as if it were the most natural thing in the world and looked back and forth between me and Nagisa. Well now. What are you doing, Oni-chan? Her voice was flippant, a tone I had never heard from her before. Nothing, just some physical contact. Then give me your left hand. Is that okay, Yuka-senpai? Mimi, just like Nagisa, intertwined her fingers with mine one by one and held my hand. In an instant, both of my hands were useless. And then, I realized. Akin ate all of my cream bread. I hadn't noticed at all, and I had gone out of my way to buy it. But oh well. Since Akin ate it with such relish, I'll let it be. This is no time to be worrying about cream bread. For some reason, the atmosphere is so heavy. Come to think of it, even when I go to Nagisa and Mimi's house, I hardly ever see them together. As expected, there's an invisible wall between the two of them, and they don't get along well. To be a bridge that connects the two of them, I definitely can't do that. Senpai, what kind of hand cream do you use? What was it? I think it was one they sell at the local pharmacy. So that's why they're so moisturized. Please tell me which one it is next time. Yuzuho would be able to lighten this heavy atmosphere. With that thought, I looked at her. She was gone. Speechless, I looked at the classroom door and met the eyes of Yuzuho, who was just leaving. Her mouth seemed to be saying, "Good luck." In this situation, what am I supposed to be good at? Although I want to be a peacemaker between the two who don't get along, in the end, I don't even know how bad their relationship is. At the very least, Mimi feels that Nagisa is reluctant to talk about her with others. Nagisa also mentioned comparing herself to Mimi, so perhaps their relationship is more strained than I thought. No. Nagisa, who is expected by her parents, and Mimi, who is not, couldn't possibly get along, because Mimi is a non-existent child. Mimi's relationship with her family is so bad that she uses a term that's painful just to hear. I spoke softly. Mimi, shouldn't you be getting ready for the next class? Meeting Nagisa will only make you feel bad. With that thought, I tried to send her back to her classroom. It's fine, I don't need to prepare for the next class. I see. Nagisa, did you eat lunch? A little. I see. Even though neither of them looks at the other, neither of them intends to leave. Why is that? Although I'm not naive enough to think they're fighting over me. But being touched by both of them like this only makes my heart beat faster and faster. The person I like, and the person I'm interested in. Being touched by both of them at the same time, it's impossible to stay calm. By the way, Oni-chan, Mother was praising you for studying so hard recently. Mother said that. Yeah, and that you haven't brought shame to the Hanafusa family, like an idiot. It's good that you've been studying hard, isn't it? Yeah. Even though they're touching, even though they're both looking at me, there's a feeling of complete disconnect. If you study even harder, you'll surely be praised even more. Mimi said in a light tone. Then I have to work even harder. Nagisa responded in a low voice. The atmosphere feels like it's getting more and more tense. This must be the result of years of accumulation. Their different upbringings from childhood have made them hopelessly disconnected beings. There's no way I can solve this problem. But, Yuika-senpai. Yuiha. I pulled both of their hands from my own and made them hold each other's. The one they should be touching right now is surely not me. Although I don't know about the Hanafusa family's affairs, I can at least make them hold hands like this. I can't tell you to get along, but don't fight. As well, we're not fighting, right, Oni-chan? Yeah, we were just talking. That's good, here, shake hands. The two of them finally looked at each other's faces. Your hands are surprisingly big, Nagisa. Mimi's hands are small, but I'm stronger. Want to arm wrestle? No, because I know I'll lose. Are you the type who won't compete if you know you'll lose? Because there's no point. Then you can just let go, can't you? You know you'll lose, right? Or this. Mimi glanced at me for a moment and smiled faintly. I didn't know what expression to make either, and I clasped their joined hands from above. Just then, the school bell rang. It was Mimi who let go first, and Nagisa said nothing, her hand hanging in the air. I gently placed her hand back on her lap. It's about time to go back to class. Well then, Yuika-senpai, see you later. Yeah. See you. You too, Oni-chan. See you. Mimi waved and returned to her classroom. Nagisa stood there for a moment, then eventually returned to her own seat. Her back looked smaller than usual, and I had no idea what to say. Is there anything I can do for them? My love for Nagisa, and my heart being drawn to Mimi. With my heart still undecided, what can I do? My naive belief that families should of course get along, I have no idea how to interact with them. And so, I went through all my classes without being able to concentrate. Even after school, I was still worrying about the two of them. Even if they can't get along, they're still family. So I hope they at least don't fight whenever they meet, but I can't think of anything I can do for them. I couldn't help but sigh. Worrying about my feelings for both of them, worrying about their relationship. Lately, I have more things to worry about than before, and I'm being tossed around by them every day. Will I ever be able to live as simply as I used to? Yuika. As I was absent-mindedly packing up to go home, Nagisa called out to me. How rare. Lately, she rarely initiates conversations with me like this. What's wrong, Nagisa? It's been a while since we've studied together, want to? Ah yeah, the final exams are coming up. Then Yuzuha too. I want to study with just the two of us today. I widen my eyes. That's so unlike her. Nagisa always treats everyone equally, so she's never said she wanted to be alone with me. Although the sense of unease has grown to a point where I can't ignore it, hearing her say something so unlike her still makes me happy. I couldn't help but smile. Sorry, Yuzuha. I'll help you study next time so you don't fail. Okay, then I'll be intruding at your place again today. Wait, I want to go to your house today, Yuika. Is that not okay? Inviting Nagisa to my house, this is the first time. Mimi has been to my house several times, and she's never said my room is strange. When I had her sit on my lap before, she seemed quite relaxed, I think. What will Nagisa think? If my room isn't to Nagisa's liking. It's not that it's not okay. I see, then I'll be intruding at your place. Yeah. Even though I was anxious, before I knew it I had nodded. Should I say my will is weak, or that I'm easily led? I even have the thought that as long as Nagisa wishes it, I'm willing to let her into my room. Honestly. If she ends up disliking me because of this, my life will be over. No, come to think of it, my life was already over the moment I was rejected after my confession. While I was lost in my thoughts, Nagisa stood up. I gently took the hand she held out to me. Excuse me. Okay. Come in. My heart was about to leap out of my mouth. This is the first time I've invited someone I like over, and the first time I've known it would be this nerve-wracking. Not that I'm planning to do anything strange. But inviting someone you like into the space you normally live in feels like laying everything about yourself bare. This way, please. I walked with her to my room. I snuck a glance at Nagisa, and she didn't seem nervous at all. That's to be expected, because to Nagisa, I'm just a friend after all. Nagisa has probably been to a friend's house many times before. Should I ask Akin to teach me some techniques for closing the distance? Although she calls it practice, I think it's amazing how proactively she has physical contact with Nagisa. They just met, yet they're so close. Maybe in a year they'll be a couple. No, that's not it. It's a bad habit of mine to get jealous whenever I see Nagisa getting along with someone else. So heavy, so very heavy, I have to live more freely, yes. Sigh. This is my room. Wait a minute. I had Nagisa wait in front of the room and went inside myself. Although Mimi said it was clean, you never know. The table is fine. The desk isn't particularly messy. The closet, the curtains, okay. The bed, I should probably put away the stuffed animals. Otherwise, she might think I'm childish. Speaking of which, how bad was my sleeping posture last night? The sheets are all wrinkled. Excuse me. I told her to wait. But Nagisa came right into the room. Hee, as expected, your room is so pretty, Yuika. That's the same thing Mimi said that day. Even though they don't get along well, Mimi seems to know Nagisa well. Did she know what Nagisa would say when she came to my room? If so, then there's still room for them to get along. No, that's not the point. I told you to wait. Why did you come in? Sorry. You looked so flustered, Yuika. I thought I'd play a little prank. She laughed softly. It was a mischievous smile, like Mimi's. Although I felt it was unlike Nagisa, perhaps this is her true nature. Even if I feel a sense of unease, I'm still happy to know a new side of the person I like. I smiled faintly. Honestly, if you keep teasing me like that, I'll get angry, you know. That's so scary, Nagisa said with a laugh. You don't think it's scary at all, do you? Of course not. Ugh. It's not that I want her to think I'm scary. Although I know it's a good thing that she feels more comfortable with me, I still feel a little let down. I put on a serious expression on purpose. What's with that cute face? I'm trying to look angry. I see. Lately, Nagisa praises me directly, just like Mimi. But I still feel like she's forcing herself. She's like a tired Mimi, which makes me a little worried. This probably isn't just my imagination. Although I don't think she needs to force herself to praise me, I do want her to praise me more. Why is Nagisa praising me? Come on, let's study. You sit there. You're right, then excuse me. I had her sit on a cushion and sat down next to her myself. And then, I instantly regretted it. Why did I naturally sit next to her? Just sitting across from her, and occasionally making eye contact makes my heart race. Before, too, it was because I was sitting next to her that our hands touched when I was getting an eraser, and the atmosphere became strange. And today is different from that day. We're in my room, which makes me even more conscious. She smells so good, and is the smell of my room okay? My thoughts are at their limit. How can I possibly study in this state? I secretly glanced at her, and our eyes met. It's been a long time since we've studied together, just the two of us. She said, it has. We used to study together a lot in middle school. I miss it. Even without Yuzuha, we can talk naturally. Lately, though I haven't forgotten my crush, I feel more stable than before. In a little while, will I naturally stop liking Nagisa? Though that also makes me feel a little sad. But it also feels negative to keep cherishing a love that can't be fulfilled. I don't know how to properly handle feelings of love. Should I have just forgotten about it cleanly? Even so, we were just kids back then. We couldn't buy snacks, and we couldn't dye our hair. Yeah, compared to middle school, high school is so much freer. Right. Mimi also said that high school is a paradise. Even though I remembered her words, I didn't say it in front of Nagisa. It would be troublesome if things got weird again. Nagisa looked down at her own palm, then gently stroked my hair. It was so sudden that my body involuntarily jumped. Yuika, have you ever thought about going back to the past? A sudden question. Nagisa's expression was serious, as if she were solving a difficult problem. I was momentarily stunned, but I answered immediately. No. Why? Why you ask me why? I do have regrets. Like confessing to Nagisa, thinking we both had feelings for each other, or trying to use Mimi as a substitute for Nagisa. But I don't have such a strong desire to deny the present and go back to the past to start over. If I could redo it over and over, maybe one day I could become Nagisa's lover. I have thought that, though. Because now I have you, Nagisa, Yuzuha, Mimi, and other friends. If I went back to the past, my relationships with everyone would disappear. I don't want that. I see. Nagisa took out her study materials from her bag. A notebook, a reference book, a pencil case. She arranged them neatly as usual, then quietly looked at me. "You're amazing, Yuika." I don't think so. This isn't modesty, it's the truth. In reality, I'm neither amazing nor strong, just a weak person. I still have lingering feelings. To this day, I still want to have physical contact with Nagisa. Although I feel happy just being by her side, I still wish we could kiss or have more intimate contact, which feels contradictory. But that's my true feeling. No, I think you're amazing. Nagisa, have you thought about going back to the past? I don't want to ask this question, because no matter how she answers, it will be painful for me. But I can't not ask this question, and I can't end the conversation without asking anything. I don't know. If I could start over from birth, that might be nice. To start over from birth, that's so. If I could do it with my current memories, I would probably become a more praiseworthy person. She said and opened her notebook. The notebook was as neat as ever. Beautiful handwriting, a simple and clear way of summarizing. Looking at this model student's notebook, I thought it was very Nagisa-like. But what I think of as Nagisa-like might be wrong. I closed the notebook she had opened. She looked at me in surprise. "You're amazing, Nagisa. You're always working hard, and you're so kind. In short, you're strong and amazing. Yuika. Even now, without going back to the past, you have so many praiseworthy qualities. I don't understand. I have no idea what Nagisa feels about meeting her parents' expectations. Because for better or worse, my parents don't have expectations for me. They don't force me to do anything, they just affirm me for who I am. The reason I want to change myself and become what someone else wants is because I like Nagisa. But perhaps the feeling of pretending to be someone else to make the person you like fall for you is the same as the feeling of working hard to meet your parents' expectations. Though I won't be so conceited as to say, I know how you feel. But I believe there are some things that only the me of now can say. Only the cowardly, weak, and lingering me, the hopeless me who can't become the cute self I want to be, can say. So, it's okay if you don't push yourself so hard. I myself feel that this is an irresponsible thing to say. I don't think it's right to tell someone who has decided to work hard that they don't have to. But this is also my true feeling. If you want to go back to the past, I'll praise you anytime. So, well, in other words, you should just be yourself, Nagisa. My head is starting to get confused. What am I trying to say? The feeling that Nagisa has been strange lately, the situation with her family, and Nagisa's relationship with Mimi. These things are all mixed up, and I feel like I'm saying something strange. I, she murmured. Then she ran her fingers through my hair. I've always taken care of my hair to get Nagisa to praise it, but I don't know if she's noticed. Does it feel good to her now that she's touching me? I'm about to explode. My heart, my feelings, all sorts of things are about to explode. The me that Yuika knows, what kind of me is that? To Yuika, what kind of person is Hanafusa Nagisa? Being asked that, I was suddenly at a bit of a loss. The Nagisa I know, the Nagisa I've been watching since middle school, the Nagisa I fell in love with. Serious, fair to everyone, and has a cute smile. A little shy when holding hands, that's cute too, something like that. Did I just list the reasons I fell in love with Nagisa? A wave of embarrassment washed over me, and my cheeks started to burn. I don't know if she knows how I feel, but she touched my ear. Nagisa's hand feels so cold. That must be because my ears have turned bright red. I see. Then, what if I were a person completely opposite to what you just said? What would you do, Yuika? The hand that slid down from my ear touched my cheek. Why has she been touching me like this all day? I'm so happy, my heart is pounding so fast, and my back is starting to tingle. I'm even starting to have strange thoughts, wishing she would just kiss me like this. I want her to touch me more. I want to touch Nagisa too. A kiss. I want to kiss her. My desire is swelling, and it's getting hard to breathe. I can usually manage to maintain a calm facade, but if I deviate from the path even a little, my filthy true nature immediately shows itself. And once I realize that, I can no longer be Nagisa's friend. I wouldn't do anything. Didn't I say before that I like you no matter what kind of Nagisa you are? Then, can I confirm that? Confirm what? Her hand went to my back. She pulled me into a hug, and I smelled her scent. It was a refreshing scent, and smelling it from up close made me feel a little like crying. I felt that something I had been holding back was about to break. I hugged her tightly. Holding her tightly like a child, I could feel her body temperature clearly. I was happy, yet I didn't feel happy enough. If I told her I loved her right now, would she accept me? Maybe Nagisa loves me too. Nagisa, hurry up and confirm it. I didn't know what confirm meant either. But if she didn't confirm it soon, my heart would surely not be able to take it. If she didn't hurry, I would say something I'd regret again. I desperately stroked her hair, urging her on. She trembled slightly, then slowly brought her face to my neck. Warm breath on my neck. Just that made my body start to tremble, and my chest felt like it was about to split open. Tears welled up in my eyes, and my breathing became ragged. This isn't it. I know it's not. If this continues, I'll misunderstand. The second time is unforgivable, so hurry up. Hurry up and... Yuika, I'm sorry. Hey. Something seemed to be pressing against my back. The reason I knew it was the floor was because the ceiling and Nagisa's face came into view at the same time. It was only then that I realized I had been pushed down by Nagisa. I heard a shoe sound. Nagisa undid my tie. The red at the edge of my vision seemed far away, blurry. But Nagisa's hair color was still vivid. The dazzlingly painful light made me feel dizzy. Her fingertip touched a button on my blouse. I was instantly reminded of when Mimi had undressed me. Unlike her, Nagisa's fingertips were still cold. She kept touching my button, as if she were treading water on a certain line. Nagisa probably knew too that once one button was undone, there would be no stopping. Why are you doing this? If you're going to do it, tell me you love me. Even if it's a lie, even if it's a feeling that will disappear in an instant, as long as I can hear the words, I love you, from her lips, I'll be satisfied. I immediately looked at her expression and was at a loss for words. She had a very sad expression on her face. Like a lost child with a look of having nowhere to go, she remained frozen. I know she's not doing this because she loves me. I know. I felt the heat rapidly drain away. I touched her hand. Nagisa, you don't have to force yourself to do the opposite. It's okay if you don't confirm it. As I said that, she moved away from me and sat on the cushion in a formal posture. I also sat down next to her. Even if it was just an act of confirmation, if Nagisa had feelings for me, her heart should have been racing like mine. But it wasn't. Her feelings were different from mine. The obviousness of it disappointed me. I even foolishly thought that she had rejected my confession because of some mistake, even though that was impossible. Yuika, Nagisa seemed to want to say something to me, but she stopped. She widened her eyes, shook her head, and touched the collar of my blouse. Yuika, I'll tie your tie for you. Ah yeah, please. The tie covered the unbuttoned blouse butts. Even if she ties it for me, I'm not happy at all right now. I touched the button through the tie. If she had been willing to unbutton it, it would have been fine even if she didn't say she loved me. As long as she could fill her heart with me. It's too late now, but the fact that she didn't unbutton my blouse won't change, and my cold heart won't be warmed. Kissing too, and anything further. Even though I thought there was no meaning in doing those things if it wasn't after confirming our love for each other. I want to touch Nagisa so much that I've reached the point where I don't care about those things anymore. My love is wrong. I'll teach you the scope of the final exams. Thank you. Her movement, as she wrote in her notebook with a mechanical pencil, showed no hesitation. I really didn't want to see her slender fingertips, as if she hadn't just failed to undo a single button. Even though I also love her slender fingertips. The negative emotions that have settled in my chest still have no outlet. In the end, even if she taught me, I couldn't get anything into my head. We studied like that for a while, but she didn't seem to be able to concentrate either, so we broke up earlier than usual. I saw her off at the door, and we said our see you tomorrows. I want to be with her more. If we just chatted about trivial things and laughed together, I should be able to remember that we're friends. That's what I thought. If I don't say something, she'll leave. Since we have the chance, I'll walk you home. If I just say that, I should be able to stay with her. But I couldn't even say that and just placed my hand on the first button. Because I love her, I don't want to be disliked. Even though I love her, I can't take that step. I don't understand her at all. Love. What is love? Is it this feeling of a tight chest, of a heart gradually being tainted? I didn't fall in love to suffer, but after falling in love, I'm always scared, always in pain. If only I could just think, I don't care if I'm disliked, and charge in. If only I could do that, how nice it would be. Even though I love you. Even if I try to say it out loud, I just feel like I don't understand anything. I love the slow, peaceful time after a bath. lying in bed, absent-mindedly scrolling through my phone or reading a book. There's a different kind of leisurely feeling than on a holiday afternoon. I'm looking at my phone in bed, texting with friends, looking at my usual social media sites. Looking for nice-looking shops nearby is my daily routine. I didn't expect to find a new shop like this. Just as I was thinking that, another message came in. Looking at it, it was from Akin. It seems she messaged me through the class group chat. The content was about that character. She really loves it, though so do I. I couldn't help but chuckle, and then my phone suddenly vibrated. I quickly opened the screen and started the call. I immediately put my phone to my ear. Hello. Yuika-senpai, sorry for calling so suddenly. You seem a little flustered. No, it's nothing. What's up today? I don't know why, I just wanted to talk to you. Do you have a minute? Yeah. What do you want to talk about? About what happened at school today. I often talk to Mimi on the phone at night. We talk about all sorts of things, like what happened today or which shop we went to. I like the special feeling of chatting with a friend about trivial things at night. And then, that girl suddenly said she wanted to build a tower out of snacks. She bought a ridiculous amount of snacks that she couldn't possibly finish and started arranging them on the table. Ahaha, what an interesting person. Mimi seems to be having fun with her friends too, which relieved me a little. She must be having a hard time at home, so if she's at least having fun at school, I'd be happy. So that her heart can relax a little, I always answer her calls like this. That said, if you were to say that I just look forward to chatting with Mimi, that wouldn't be wrong either. Because chatting with Mimi is fun. That's also a fact, so it can't be helped. The extra chocolate, I took it. Want to eat it together next time? Yes, what kind of chocolate is it? Macadamia nut chocolate. Nice, I like nuts. Then, is there a chocolate flavor you dislike, senpai? I don't think so. Ahaha, I thought so. I don't think I've ever had bad chocolate. Basically, as long as it's chocolate flavored, anything is delicious. Is there a flavor that doesn't go well with chocolate? Watermelon? No, it might surprisingly go well. Yuika-senpai, have you taken a bath yet? Yeah, I just took one. What about you, Mimi? Me too. I wanted to confirm something, like our daily cycles, senpai, like what time you usually take a bath. I see. You see, if our times are too different, it would be troublesome if we were to live together, right? Indeed. I've heard that even very close couples can break up after moving in together because their lifestyles don't match. We're just friends, not a couple, so it's even more important that our lifestyles match. Friends, I touched my own lips. Mimi is my friend. Although that's a fact, we do kiss quite often. Of course, kissing feels good, and I don't dislike it. But I don't really understand why Mimi kisses me. Even if it's her way of expressing affection, she doesn't need to use her tongue, does she? For breakfast, do you have bread or rice? You're asking so seriously, I don't know how to answer. I can have either. I see, I decide based on my mood. Then, the air conditioner temperature is. As we talked, I gradually discovered the differences in our lives. I like to set the air conditioner to a slightly cold temperature, while Mimi prefers it warmer. I only use salt and pepper on my fried eggs, while Mimi uses sauce. If we lived together, would we fight? But if I could live with Mimi, I feel like every day would be fun. By the way, if we were to live together, should I get a part-time job too? Don't. If you start working, senpai, wouldn't we have less time together? It's not easy to match our days off, you know. Indeed. But I'll save up the money. You just need to hang out with me on my days off sometimes, Yuika-senpai. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Okay, as long as you're here, Yuika-senpai, I'll be fine. The conversation paused for a moment. Although I'm interested in getting a part-time job, my time with Mimi is also important, so I probably don't need to rush into it right now. And I want to be able to go see her whenever she's tired. I hope I can become a part of Mimi's emotional support. Mimi is surely not so light that I can support her all by myself. I want to become a part of her daily life along with her friends and support her. As I was thinking that, I suddenly noticed something. Does Nagisa have someone who can support her? She's good friends with Akin and Yuzuha, and she gets along well with everyone. But is Nagisa's heart really okay as it is? Once I start to notice, anxiety gradually swells in my heart. Hey, Mimi, can I ask you something a little difficult? It depends on what it is. What is it? I took a light, deep breath. Mimi probably dislikes talking about Nagisa. Of course I know that, but the family member closest to Nagisa is Mimi. Lately, has there been any change in Nagisa? My sister. I hope it's just my imagination. But I feel like Nagisa has been acting a little strange lately. Ahem. Mimi seemed to be thinking, and her words paused for a moment. Then, she said in a cheerful voice, "Pajamas? What? Please take a picture of your pajamas and send it to me later, senpai. If you can grant my wish, I'll tell you about my sister. Just pajamas is fine, but it's a deal." Now about my sister. I straighten my back. What I can't see, Mimi might be able to. Same as always. The unexpected answer made me let out a sound. We are, after all, fish washed ashore. The pain might lessen, but it will never disappear. So there's no big change. Really, both me and Nagisa, my sister, are the same as always. Pain the same as always. What does that mean? You don't need to worry, Yuika-senpai. Because as long as you're here, my sister and I can breathe a little easier. I couldn't say anything and just let out a quiet sigh. Mimi, interpreting my reaction in her own way, let out a hee-hee laugh. Hey, senpai. Do you think it's comical for a fish that has finally gotten water to jump out of it and almost die? I think it's pretty stupid. I knew she was talking about Nagisa, but I didn't understand what she meant. If my existence can save Nagisa even a little, then why is she acting so desperate now? I took a quiet, deep breath. I don't think so. Maybe she had a reason to jump out of the water. I see. I don't dislike that part of you, senpai, where I can't tell if you're being kind or just dense. I think it's better if you stay out of my sister's business. Even if you get too serious, I think it'll be a waste of effort. Mimi. Maybe that's really the case. Nagisa probably doesn't want me to get involved either, and my selfish actions would only cause her trouble and might be completely meaningless. But is that really okay? Well, that's about it. Let's stop talking about my sister and talk about something else, okay? You're right. Mimi didn't seem to want to talk about Nagisa anymore, so I gave up asking and went back to our idle chat. We talked for a while longer, but since it was getting late, we ended the call. And then, I suddenly remembered something and stood in front of the mirror. I have to take a picture of myself in my pajamas. A look that I don't usually show to others, and I'm not wearing any makeup. To be honest, I'm a little scared to take a picture, but since I promised, I have no choice but to take it and send it to her. I steeled myself and took a few pictures, then chose the best one and sent it to Mimi. A few seconds after I sent the picture. Senpai is very cute. I think I'll have a good dream today. I'm glad. I'll send you a picture too, senpai. Please think of me while you sleep too, senpai. I was surprised, and she immediately sent a picture. I hadn't seen those pajamas before, but more importantly, she had a few buttons undone, showing her skin, which bothered me. There's no way I can sleep after seeing a picture like that. I felt my face instantly burn, and at the same time, I saved her picture. Come to think of it, does senpai too mean that Mimi will also think of me as she falls asleep? What parts of me will she think of as she falls asleep? I was curious, but Mimi's image was so deeply ingrained in my mind that I couldn't think about anything else. I remembered Mimi's touch, her kisses, and all sorts of other things, and I couldn't help but roll around in bed. Even though there are so many wholesome memories, because of that picture, my mind is full of unwholesome things. You idiot, Mimi. Section, more woe, Yuika-chan, what's with that face? The next morning, severely sleep-deprived, I somehow managed to get to school, swaying. Although I managed to cover my dark circles with makeup, I couldn't hide my sleepiness. I yawned several times and greeted Akin, who came near my desk. Good morning, Akin. I stayed up a little late yesterday. Ha, Yuka-chan, why did you stay up late? Were you playing games like Yuzuha? I was thinking about some things. Oh, that sounds tough. Did you come to a conclusion? Still in a fog. That's serious. I yawned. Although I want to say it's all Mimi's fault, it's actually my personality. I wish I could live a more pure and righteous life, but I probably can't. Good morning, Yuika. Just as I was yawning, Nagisa greeted me. I immediately stopped yawning and straightened my back. I can't let the person I like see me so relaxed. Gee, good morning, Nagisa. You're tall today too. What kind of greeting is that? Akin said. I also wondered what I was saying. Because of what happened yesterday, I didn't know what kind of face to make when I greeted her. but Nagisa was completely her usual self, smiling and greeting me. Hee hee, you look energetic today too, Yuika. Yeah, I feel 100 times more energetic. Right now, I could probably run 100 meters in 20 seconds. Isn't that a little slow? For me, that's fast. No, that's not the point. I looked straight into Nagisa's eyes. Her eyes were the same as usual, and I couldn't feel any hint of what happened yesterday. Although I think she could be a little more conscious of it, it would also be troublesome if she became unnatural around me. In the end, I had a lot to say but couldn't say it, and the first period started. Why did she push me down yesterday? Even if she wanted to show me a different side of herself, there should have been other ways. Even so, she chose to push me down. I want to know what that means. I want her to tell me. But the atmosphere now is not right for bringing it up again. As I worried about it, I fell asleep in class. Waking up and falling asleep and waking up, I repeated this until after school. I wanted to ask Nagisa to go home together, but while I was dozing off during homeroom, Nagisa was already gone from the classroom. It's not that I absolutely have to ask her today. I just wanted to ask her about yesterday before it all became a thing of the past. I want to get closer to her heart. I sighed and stood up. Mimi has work today, and Yuzuha went home early, so I have to go home alone. But I felt it was strange to just go home like this, so I wandered aimlessly through the town. Even so, my mood didn't improve, and I just wandered around the tourist spots. Today, even sweets didn't interest me. I looked up at the old building at the tourist spot. A huge clock came into view. I don't know for what purpose or by whom that building was built. I thought I knew this town well, but I don't actually know anything about my hometown. The same goes for Mimi and Nagisa. I thought I had gotten closer to them, that I had gotten closer to their hearts, but maybe that's not the case at all. I didn't even know they didn't get along, and I didn't know Nagisa had been in pain all this time. A fish washed ashore. Is there anything I can do to give them water? I stood there blankly thinking, but I couldn't find an answer. I'll go eat something to change my mood. Yuika-senpai. A clear and pleasant voice. I was suddenly reminded of Mimi's game consoles. One old, one as good as new. Of those two game consoles, the new one could it be? Why did I think of that now? I turned to the direction the voice came from. Mimi. Standing there was, as expected, Mimi. She said she was going to work today. Did she misremember? I remember this has happened before. How rare to run into you here. Are you sightseeing too, Mimi? No, I live here, so what's there to see? I'm just wandering around. Ahaha, you're right. Since we have the chance, do you want to wander around together? Okay, she said and walked towards me. Even when surrounded by many strangers, she still carried herself with poise. Her posture was straight, and she walked elegantly. She took my hand just like that. The different feel from usual made my eyes widen in surprise. I couldn't help but look up at her, and her pupils seemed more distant than usual. It was the same on the day she suddenly kissed me. Her black pupils were a little distant, as if they would disappear into the darkness. Different from the pupils I usually see, which shine even in the darkness. What is going on? Want to get some sweets? Sure, are you tired? Why do you ask? I was thinking that Mimi eats sweets when she's tired. Yeah, well, today I'm definitely in the mood for sweets. She said and walked ahead of me. I remembered yesterday when Mimi said Nagisa's hands were surprisingly big. I usually don't pay much attention, so I don't know for sure. Now that I'm aware of it, Mimi's hands feel quite big too. Senpai, the sidewalk is narrow, come a little closer. Okay. She pulled my hand. I'm a senpai, so I walk on the side closer to the road. But at this rate, I probably won't be able to act like a senpai anymore. I gave a wry smile and walked with her through the town. As expected of a tourist spot, all sorts of food were being sold on the street. Dango, warabimachi, sweet potato snacks, and the like. It's fun just to look, but today I'm more concerned about Mimi than these things. She was wearing a bright yellow tie, which made her look a little taller than usual, though it might be my imagination. But the strength, the scent, the small gestures, all the accumulated inconsistencies made me grip her hand tightly. Even so, she just kept walking forward. Look, it's sweet potato chips. The portion is so big. That one is cut vertically. Want to get some? Yeah, it seems like a lot, so let's split it. Even on a weekday, it was crowded around here. We lined up shoulder to shoulder so as not to bump into people. There was a refreshing scent. Because I was closer than usual yesterday, I felt it more strongly. The scent on her body doesn't seem to disappear in just a day. Why is that? If that was the case that day too, then why did she kiss me? I couldn't help but look at her lips. Beautifully shaped lips, they must feel so good to kiss. On the day she kissed me forcefully and intensely, what did her lips feel like? Covered by Mimi's kiss, I can't remember anymore. "We're next," she said and ordered skillfully. After receiving the sweet potato chips in a cup, she walked a little and led me to a quiet alley. As expected, it's different. Mimi and Nagisa have the exact same voice and appearance, so it should be difficult to tell them apart when they're in disguise. But in reality, Nagisa is a little taller than Mimi, and Mimi's voice is sweeter and cuter than Nagisa's. Although the differences are small, there are many. "Senpai, let's eat." Yeah." She and I put the sweet potato chips in our mouths together. Although the taste was moderately salty and the texture was crispy and delicious, but I couldn't honestly enjoy the deliciousness. I snuck a peek at her. She was eating the snack with Mimi's characteristic expression. Right now, there are too many things I don't understand. Although I feel I've gotten a little closer to Mimi's feelings, I'm still far from it. Nagisa's feelings are as distant as the other side of the ocean. But for her to appear before me again, there must be a reason. As long as I'm here, can they really breathe? "Hey, Mimi." "What is it, senpai? Tell me what's bothering you." "What?" She tilted her head deliberately. "This isn't Mimi, though that's to be expected. I can tell you're troubled at least." "What are you talking about? I don't have any troubles." "Liar, the usual Mimi is happier when she's with me." Senpai, do you like the usual me?" "It's not about like or dislike. I'm just worried about the Mimi of now. Lately, Mimi often calls me Yuika-senpai, and when she does, I always feel warm. So, what she's saying now feels strongly out of place. I just want to be with you, senpai. Just that makes me happy, makes me blissful. I don't need anything else." "Then smile. We're together, but you don't look happy at all." "Smile?" She murmured. "What is a smile? If you're happy, do you have to smile? If you don't show your emotions, does that mean you don't have them?" Her voice was calm, yet agitated. I was a little overwhelmed by her intensity, but I looked straight at her. "You don't have to. But when you're happy, smiling makes you even happier." I smiled at her faintly. She raised the corners of her mouth slightly, but didn't smile. I'm sorry, I asked you to smile." I said something strange. Because the sense of unease was so strong, I couldn't help but ask her to smile. But if she can't smile, there's no need to force herself to. I reflected on my scolding of her. Don't rush. If I interfere forcibly, I'll surely destroy something. Then how long am I supposed to stay at a standstill? But when you're having a hard time, you can tell me anything. Even I can listen to you. Then please let me stay like this. Please don't talk to me. Maybe that's fine. If I ignore all the inconsistencies and stay with her, maybe her heart will calm down a little. But in the end, that's all a lie. Mimi can't replace Nagisa, and Nagisa can't replace Mimi. So, in the end, things need to go back to the way they were. As long as they are two people, they can't become one. And I also can't just stay with her like this without getting involved when she looks so pained. I took a deep breath. I can't do that. Nagisa. Mimi is Mimi, and Nagisa is Nagisa. Now that I've noticed, I can't just pretend I didn't. You're pretending to be Mimi to be with me because you're troubled by something, right? Don't say it. Her expression crumbled. She, Nagisa, looked at me with an extremely frightened expression. Don't say anything, just pretend you didn't see. If you do that, I'll also become the Mimi that Yuika wishes for. She said almost pleadingly. You like Mimi, right? Everything that Mimi can't give you, I can give you all of it. So let me continue to be Mimi. Use me as Mimi's substitute, Yuika. I don't understand why she's saying this. While I was at a loss for words, Nagisa brought her face close. I was startled and tried to step back, but her lips were already on mine. She wrapped her arm around my waist, making it impossible for me to escape. I felt that this was wrong. My heart wasn't racing, and I didn't feel happy. Despite that, she greedily sought my lips, just like before. She licked my lips with her tongue, sucked on them, and then thrust her tongue directly into my mouth. This kiss, which ignored me, threw my heart into turmoil. This feeling might be the first time I've had it from a kiss. Don't do this. I instinctively pushed her chest, and the plastic container slipped from her hand. The remaining bit of drink inside made a small sound. She separated from me slightly and looked down. I gasped for air and looked up at her. Even without doing this, Nagisa, you're still my important friend. That's not enough. What do you mean? I, Nagisa, can't have physical contact with Yuika. I can't do anything, because Hanafusa Nagisa wouldn't do something like this. Na Nagisa. Nagisa placed a hand on her own lips and looked at me with a gloomy expression. I'm sorry, I was too forceful, but I... Tap, tap. I heard the sound of loafers against the ground. Surprised, I looked behind Nagisa and saw someone who shouldn't have been there. She placed a finger to her lips, silencing my words. Speechless, I could only watch as she approached Nagisa from behind. Nagisa. Mimi placed a hand on Nagisa's shoulder. Mimi, who was supposed to be at work, was definitely standing here right now. Don't you have to prepare for the final exams? Mimi smiled faintly, but her eyes were not smiling at all. Father and mother have high hopes for you, Nagisa. They said the honor of the Hanafusa family rests on you. Is it really okay for you to be here, playing house by imitating your little sister? You'll disappoint them, just like me. Mimi said and took something out of her chest pocket. It was a hair tie. Mimi skillfully tied Nagisa's hair. In an instant, Nagisa's hairstyle was back to its usual state. Mimi's movements were always without a hint of hesitation. Before, you tied my hair for me once, Nagisa. Am I better at it than you were back then? You probably don't remember. Mimi snatched the yellow tie from Nagisa's hand and thrust a red tie at her. Nagisa held the red tie blankly. It's not good to stick your fingers in your eyes outside, so let's just leave it at that. I'm sorry, Yuika-senpai. My sister has caused you trouble. No, that's fine. Let's go home, Oni-chan. Is it okay to just let them go home like this? No, of course not. I should have more to say to her, more to ask her. Nagisa is clearly troubled by something. From what she said so far, You're right. I'm sorry, Yuika. I played a strange prank on you. This wasn't a prank. Don't go, Nagisa. I still have things I want to ask you. Sorry, see you tomorrow. Wait. Yuika-senpai. Mimi took Nagisa's hand and smiled at me. It was a smile that brooked no argument. Leave my sister to me. I won't let anything happen to her. But, you don't trust me. That's not it. Then, please trust me for now and wait patiently. With her saying that much, I could only nod. The two of them, walking away hand in hand, looked just like a pair of close sisters. But that's not the case. I realized once again that what you see is not everything. What should I do? Chapter 4, Dual Affections. What are some things that people think are absolutely impossible? Like a dog on a walk suddenly starting to talk, or aliens suddenly arriving on Earth. If you think about it, you can imagine many unrealistic things. For me, one of the things that is absolutely impossible is for Nagisa to lose her first place in an exam. After all, she's been the top of our year since we met, and I've never seen her not study hard before an exam. Oh, I'm number 1 in our year. After all, the final exam papers were returned, and I received the sheet with my scores and rankings for each subject. I was thinking that my overall ranking this time wasn't very good. A classmate suddenly said that. She showed the paper to her friends, showing off a little proudly. I glanced at her, being praised in her small circle, and then stood up. I was worried about Nagisa, who was sitting at her desk, not moving. Hey, Nagisa. I went around to her front, about to call her name, but stopped. Because Nagisa was staring at the ranking sheet with a very gloomy expression. That girl is number 1 in the year, which means Nagisa didn't get first place. For me, this is something that absolutely could not happen, and the same goes for Nagisa. The events of the other day were still fresh in my mind. I don't know what happened between Nagisa and Mimi after that. Although Mimi said she was fine, Nagisa has indeed been acting a little strange since that day. I desperately squeezed out the words stuck in my throat. Nagisa, the exams are over. Let's go celebrate this time. We need to relax once in a while. I don't know if she didn't hear me, but Nagisa didn't even look at me. I made up my mind and placed my hand on her shoulder. Nagisa, are you all right? There was a light slapping sound. The pain in my hand made me realize I had been hit. It must have been harder than I thought because my hand really hurt, but that doesn't matter right now. Yuika. Finally, we're making eye contact. Let's go celebrate Nagisa. Nagisa's expression was like the world was about to end. I smiled faintly. This won't do. If I leave Nagisa as she is now, I feel like I'll never see her again. She wouldn't hit someone unless something major had happened. This is no time to be thinking, she might hate me now. What did I just do? What? I'm not good at acting. At times like these, I hate my own clumsiness. If I were a little more resourceful, I might be able to invite Nagisa out more skillfully. But in the end, this is me. At the very least, I want to convey my thoughts to Nagisa in the most genuine way possible. More importantly, how about it? Karaoke, a cafe, let's go wherever you want to go. Sorry, I can't go. I see, then let's just the two of us study together. There are still a lot of things I don't understand. Sorry. She had a gloomy expression on her face. I wish she wouldn't keep apologizing. After all, Nagisa hasn't done anything wrong. I have to study harder. The me who isn't number one is not Hanafusa Nagisa. Hanafusa Nagisa should be more. She repeated the name Hanafusa Nagisa like a curse. This is strange. This is definitely abnormal. No matter what state she's in, Nagisa is still Nagisa. Even if she doesn't get first place in the exam, even if she loses her composure a little, Nagisa won't stop being Nagisa. But Nagisa's attitude is as if the image of Hanafusa Nagisa really exists, even though there's no such thing. As I thought, no, the current Nagisa can't go study. Go why? No reason. You can't possibly study well with such a pained expression on your face. Please, take a break. I can't, she said in a cold tone. Hanafusa Nagisa must be good at studying, poised, and a person who does not bring shame to the Hanafusa name. A me who is not like that cannot exist. What do you mean? Her mechanical words made me feel oppressed. I've never seen Nagisa like this. Hanafusa Nagisa does not put friends before studying. Hanafusa Nagisa does not want to touch. She cannot have such thoughts. What are you talking about? I still have something I must say. But before that, homeroom started, and I lost my chance to talk to Nagisa. The moment homeroom ended, I wanted to talk to her, but she seemed to have already packed her things and immediately stood up and left the classroom. Since that's the case, I took out my phone. I sent Nagisa a few messages, but there was no sign that they had been read. She should be studying in the library or at home. If I wait for her there, I might be able to find her. But as time passed, my heart also gradually wilted. Is it really okay to forcibly take out a Nagisa who is so reluctant? Wouldn't that be a bother to her? Hey, Yuika-chan, want to go somewhere? Akin, sorry, right now. Okay, then where should we go? I remember you like sweets, Yuika-chan. Did I say that? By the way, wait a minute. I can tell just by looking. Let's go eat something first. Akin took my hand without giving me a choice. How forceful. Does Nagisa also feel bewildered by this forcefulness? I'm a little envious of Akin's whatever-it-takes attitude. If I could be that forceful, then right now. I couldn't help but sigh and slung my bag over my shoulder. And so, my time with Akin began. Akin seems to live around here too, and she familiarly introduced me to various shops. Even on streets I was used to living on, she could enjoy everything with a fresh perspective, and I liked that attitude. Seeing a happy person makes me happy too. I smiled faintly, and she smiled back. As I thought, you're so fluffy, Yuika-chan. Fluffy. She said that before. What does fluffy mean? Yeah. It's like, when you talk, you're all fluffy. Is that a good thing? Of course, because you're a type of person I've never met before, so it's fun to talk to you. That's good. Akin seems to be able to get along with anyone, so she must have met many people like me. I am an ordinary person. I grew up ordinarily in an ordinary family, just living a leisurely life with nothing special to mention. But Akin seems to think that such a me is a special person. She really is a mysterious girl. To me, Akin is the type of person I've never met before. How should I put it? When I talk to her, there's always a strange feeling, though it's a fact that it's fun to be with her. Especially the way you eat, Yuika-chan. It's fun just to watch. Do I make a weird face? No, I think you look very happy, which is great. Am I that happy? You are. I'll take a picture of you next time. That's okay. Akin said, and put a sweet potato chip in her mouth. Although it was almost the same as what I ate with Nagisa that day, it felt more delicious than then. That made me feel a little sad. You seem to get along with everyone, Akin. I said, taking a bite of a sweet potato chip myself. Well, I guess so. But it's actually quite difficult to get along, you know. That was a bit of a surprising thing for her to say. Because Akin gets close to everyone so quickly, I thought she was good friends with everyone, but is that not the case? I widened my eyes and she laughed. I do know about inner distance, you know, but because I love hugs the most, my physical distance tends to get a bit close. I'm considerate of people who aren't good with it. I'm not very good with physical contact either. Yeah, I know. It seems that saying she's considerate doesn't mean she'll definitely do it. I gave a wry smile. But you have a thick wall around your heart, Yuika. If I don't attack a little, it would be difficult to get along, right? If you find it troublesome, I'll change, okay? No, it's not troublesome. I'm happy to be with you, Akin. Aha, I really like that about you. She said and laughed. How can one properly grasp the sense of distance with others? Can Akin grasp it properly? Akin, aren't you scared? Of what? Of the distance between people and things. Like if you're too close, if you're bothering them, or how close you should be, I don't really get it. I don't really get it either. I just go by feel, by experience, and judge that this person is about like this. Experience, huh? I haven't interacted with that many people, so it's difficult for me to grasp the distance by experience. When will I be able to grasp the distance by feel? For example, you, Yuika, even though you don't let people into your heart, you're actually a little happy when people approach you proactively. She picked up a sweet potato chip and held it out to me. I hesitated for a moment, then took a bite. Am I right? She smiled faintly. Maybe she's right. If someone is too aggressive in their approach, I do find it troublesome, but I am also a little happy to be approached like that. Because someone approaching me proactively means that person is interested in me. That sentiment makes me happy. So, maybe that's why I became good friends with Mimi too. On the other hand, I don't think Nagisa likes it when people approach her too proactively. So when she told me she wanted to practice physical contact with people, I was surprised. I was like, what's this about? So it was Nagisa who suggested the practice. I thought it was Akin. Why did Nagisa want to practice physical contact with people? Although you said we're a type of person you've never met before, you seem to know a lot about me. When I said that, she laughed. No, not at all. I know you on the surface, but I don't know the details yet. The things you say, Yuika-chan, always resonate with me. Should I say it's mysterious? So I can't imagine it. I see. I don't really know myself either. If you find it difficult to keep a distance from people, should I do a fortune-telling for you? She said after finishing the last sweet potato chip. I couldn't help but tilt my head. Fortune-telling. Yeah, I'll tell you what you should do next, Yuika-chan. I'm good at fortune-telling. Although I think it's a little strange to rely on fortune-telling. But maybe I can get some hints from it. Akin's proud expression has that kind of persuasive power. I hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Then please do. Okay, then excuse me. She suddenly hugged me. And she hugged me very tightly. A different kind of softness from others and a warm body temperature seeped into my body. Being held so close, I could smell her scent. A soft and cute scent like flowers. Although I don't know Akin well enough to talk about her characteristics, I somehow feel this scent is very Akin-like. You see, I can read people's minds by hugging them. Because I'm a fortune teller. Yay. She whispered in my ear while talking nonsense. I'm starting to get it. Yuika-chan, you should be a child. What? It's okay to be a child once in a while and cause trouble for others, right? I was convinced of that after I hugged you just now. She said in a small voice. Although it was a little embarrassing, being held so tightly, I couldn't move. Even if she said I was happy she was proactive with me, when it's to this extent, I'm rather confused. I'm completely at Akin's mercy. But compared to Mimi, Akin is still more restrained. Even so, I accepted Mimi. That's because I was drawn to her. I let out a light breath and hugged her back tightly. Her confused breath gently blew on my ear. I've definitely been overthinking things lately. Thank you, Akin. I think I understand a little. Yes, I'm glad. Her voice sounded a little troubled. What's wrong? Nothing. I just didn't expect you to hug me back, Yuika-chan. You're really interesting, Yuika-chan. Is that not okay? It's not that it's not okay. I'm actually very happy. It feels like we've gotten closer as friends, Yuika-chan. Weren't we friends already, Akin? Can we be friends? Yeah, was it just me who thought so? Haha, I thought we were still far from it, what a surprise. Your magic is amazing, Yuika-chan. She suddenly let go. I let go too, and the hug naturally ended. It's been a long time since I've had a hug that didn't make my heart race, so I felt like I gained something from it. Come to think of it, I used to hug my parents and friends like this all the time when I was little. Somewhere along the way, I forgot that feeling. Then, as friends, let's hang out together today, she said with a childlike, innocent smile. I smiled back. Yeah, okay, let's have a blast today. Oh yeah, you're in good shape. As expected, I can't just leave Nagisa alone. Tomorrow is a day off, so I plan to go to her house first thing in the morning and take her out no matter what. With renewed determination, I played with Akin. My interests and Akin's were surprisingly compatible, and it was fun to be with her. Before I knew it, I had forgotten the time. When we parted, it was completely dark. It feels like it's been a long time since I've played with a friend until so late. I'm not an adult, nor can I say I'm a child. Even though I'm hovering on a line I don't even understand myself, I self-righteously think I'm already an adult. But maybe it's okay to completely revert to being a child once in a while. After returning home, I started to prepare for tomorrow. In order to take Nagisa out no matter what, I need to make various preparations. I'm more serious about choosing what to bring than I was for an elementary school field trip. By the time I finished preparing for tomorrow, it was late at night, and I hurriedly ate dinner and took a bath. I don't know if this is the right choice. Anyway, I can only try. With Nagisa on my mind, I crawled into bed. My finger on someone else's doorbell reminded me of elementary school. I used to go to my friends' houses to play all the time, but I haven't had much opportunity for that lately. When I come to the Hanafusa house, it's always Nagisa or Mimi who leads the way. So I'm a little nervous. But if I go home now without ringing the doorbell, the situation won't improve at all. Okay, I'll do it. With that resolve, I pressed the doorbell. How will it be? Today is technically a weekday off for us. It would be awkward if her parents came out. No, at times like this, being timid is losing. I waited anxiously, and the door opened quietly. In front of me was Nagisa. Yuika, what are you doing here? Nah, I don't want to be disliked by her. If she thinks this is disgusting, or rejects me for being annoying even as a friend, just thinking about it scares me to death. But seeing Nagisa's eyes, I made up my mind. She was looking at me with extremely cloudy eyes. This was the first time I had seen Nagisa like this, and it made me realize again that this is no time to be thinking only of myself. Not wanting to be disliked by her, wanting her to like me a little, these are just my selfish feelings. Right now, more than that, I should act for Nagisa's sake, even if that makes her hate me. I think that's much better than losing Nagisa. Nagisa-chan, let's go play, I said, looking straight into her eyes. Even if I imitate a child, it doesn't mean my heart can become a child's. The two of us are hovering between child and adult, and sometimes we don't know our own position. But for now, I've decided to put on a completely childish expression. Yuika, didn't I say I was going to study? I don't care. If you don't play with me, I'm breaking up with you. Yuika. Whatever works. For whatever reason, I just want to pull Nagisa out of the world of studying. I feel that if she continues to push herself like this, she will definitely break. Nagisa must have been in pain all this time, I just didn't notice it before. She's been crushed by her parents' expectations. I was so focused on liking her that I didn't notice it at all. But now, I am, Hanafusa Nagisa is. Nagisa, what is Hanafusa Nagisa? I've always wanted to ask this question. The image of Hanafusa Nagisa that she talks about, I can't understand it at all. What does Nagisa want from this person named Hanafusa Nagisa? Why is she like this? Since I was little, everyone has expected me to be serious, cool, and able to live without relying on anyone. That's Hanafusa Nagisa. Anything other than that is not me. If that's the case, Nagisa wants to fit herself into a box. This must be because she has been expected by her parents since she was little, and also because there are many people like me who are drawn to her cool and serious side. Because I like her. Precisely because I like her, right now, I have to destroy the Nagisa that everyone wants. If this continues, the Nagisa in front of me will disappear and be replaced by the Hanafusa Nagisa that everyone wants. I took a notebook out of my bag and tore out a page. Nagisa, write your name here. I handed her the pen and the torn page together. Nagisa wrote Hanafusa Nagisa on the paper with a confused expression and handed it to me. I nodded lightly and took out a red pen from my pencil case. I knew this was just a child's trick, and I didn't know if Nagisa would go along with it. But I used the notebook as a backing and drew a big X on the paper with the red pen. Drawing an ugly X over Nagisa's beautiful handwriting felt very much like me. I wrote Amamiya next to the X, then I took out some clear tape and taped it to the top of the paper. And I taped the paper to her chest, just like an elementary school name tag. In first grade, I wore a large name tag, but the torn notebook page was bigger than a name tag. Even if Hanafusa Nagisa has to study hard, right now you're not Hanafusa Nagisa, but Amamiya Nagisa, my cute little sister. So, let's go play together. The paper with Amamiya Nagisa written on it fluttered in the gentle breeze. She stared at the paper blankly. If this reason doesn't work, I'll think of something else. In order to take Nagisa out, I've prepared many things today, so many that my large bag is full. I waited nervously, and she looked at me and spoke. Is it okay? I didn't know what she was asking about. No, in the first place, that must not have been a question. The current Nagisa just wants to hear a certain word and wants me to say it. Because I knew that, I smiled at her and said, "It's okay, Nagisa. Just for now, just for today, be my little sister. Come on, let's go, Nagisa-chan." I gently tugged on her hand, as if to call her over. Yeah, Yuikan-ichan. To an outsider, this might just be a ridiculous game of make-believe. Even so, Nagisa and I are surely both serious. And so, holding her hand, I took a step. Ah, wait, these are my house clothes. It's fine, you're always well-dressed even in your room, Nagisa. You're cute. Actually, that's not a lie. Although they're house clothes, they're almost no different from what she usually wears. This seems to represent the fact that she has to be well-dressed even at home, which makes my heart ache a little. I squeezed her hand tightly. I have a place I want to go today. Will you come with me? Yeah, anywhere Yuikan-ichan wants to go is fine. She said and followed behind me. I'm so glad she's willing to come with me. Now I'll just do my best. I slowly walked towards the station. For me, the sea is not a close place, but a special existence. I don't know what it is for Nagisa, but for some reason, I just wanted to go to the sea with her today. We came to the same seaside we went to for our off-campus study. We got off at the same station and took a deep breath. I looked at Nagisa, and she was standing blankly on the platform. How should I put it? It felt like she was in a dream. I thought she looked as beautiful as a painting in that state. But I did take off the paper on her chest and put it in my bag before we got on the train. Even so, Nagisa followed me properly. Just coming to the station by the sea is exciting. Is that so? It is, like the feel of the sea breeze and the cries of the seagulls. Just feeling these things makes you restless. I see. Perhaps so. Come on, you feel it too, Nagisa-chan. She closed her eyes, seemingly feeling the sea. So as not to disturb her, I moved a little away from her. And then she moved her hand slightly, as if searching for something. I hesitated for a moment, then gently touched her hand. Noticing my movement, Nagisa squeezed my hand tightly. I thought she was like a lost child, but perhaps that wasn't wrong. Do you feel the sea? Yeah. Why didn't I notice it before? Nature is so comfortable. Haha, it's not going to end just like this today. I'm going to make you enjoy the sea even more, Nagisa. That's something to look forward to. It's been a long time since we've had a normal conversation like this. I had forgotten all this time. Ever since we once lost our sense of distance, we've been all over the place. But we were originally good friends, so being able to talk like this is a matter of course. This matter of course makes me very happy. All right, let's go to the sea. Hurry, hurry. There's no need to rush. The sea isn't going anywhere. Who knows, the sea might grow legs and run away. Hee hee, what's that about? As long as Nagisa can smile, I feel immensely happy. I held her hand and walked through the town. Although the heavy bag on my shoulder hurt a little, just for now, I didn't care much. The two of us chatted about trivial things and walked for a while, finally arriving at the beach. Even on a weekday, there were quite a few people, and some were already enjoying the beach. I thought, it's already summer. I put my bag down on the sand first. Let's take off our shoes. Let's feel the atmosphere of the sea a little. Yeah. Playing alone is fun, but since we came together, I want to play together. The two of us took off our shoes and dipped our feet into the shallow water. It's cold. The water temperature might be a little low today. When I said that, Nagisa laughed. Indeed, so the sea is this cold. Right, this might be the first time I've felt it this cold. I tried stamping my feet on the sand. What is this comfortable feeling when you step on wet sand with bare feet? I've heard that all living things originated from the sea. Could it be related to that? Ha! I gently stepped on Nagisa's foot. Sandy foot attack. It tickles. You try it too, Nagisa. It's definitely fun. Well. As soon as I moved my foot, Nagisa timidly brought her foot close. Her movements seemed unaccustomed. I quickly avoided her foot and this time kicked water at her with my foot. The sandy water dirtied her clothes. Come on, Nagisa. If you don't fight back, you'll be the only one getting all wet. You're so excited, Yuika. Because I decided to be a child today. If you're going to play, you have to play all out, probably. But then, Nagisa scooped up water with her hands and splashed it at me. I had anticipated this would happen today, so I wore clothes that are easy to move in, not my favorite ones. So it doesn't matter if my clothes get wet. And so, we splashed each other and played. I actually wanted to play like this with Nagisa on the day of our off-campus study. Although it didn't happen, being able to play together like this now is enough. My mother would probably get angry if she saw my sandy clothes. I'll wash them secretly when I get home. After splashing each other for a while, we sat down on the sand. Although it's still morning and the sun isn't that strong, it's still hot by the sea. I put on sunscreen before I left. I wonder if Nagisa did. It's so bright, she said, squinting. Yeah, why is the sun at the beach so bright? Ugh. I stared blankly at the water's surface reflecting the sunlight. Just then, Nagisa touched my hand. I never knew the sea was so cold, or the sun was so bright. I see, you'll know a lot of things from now on, all sorts of things. I hope so. I looked at Nagisa, and our eyes met. Her pupils seemed brighter than before. Actually, the other day when we came here, I really wanted to play in the water with you, Yuika. She whispered. So, I even brought a change of clothes. But when I was in front of you, Yuika, I couldn't do anything. Well. So that's why she brought a change of uniform that day. Though I never thought Nagisa would want to play at the beach. You see, since I was little, the people around me have expected me to live a serious life. The voices of people having fun, and the sound of the waves. I concentrated on listening to Nagisa's voice, to the point where those sounds seemed far away. The people in my family are all like that. Lawyers, politicians. I think there's also a director of a large company. Anyway, all my relatives are amazing people. Mimi and I were told from a young age not to bring shame to the Hanafusa family. Just as Mimi said, but I didn't know before that even her relatives were amazing people. I don't know how heavy the name Hanafusa is. After all, my family doesn't have much contact with relatives, and my parents are not high-status people. In the sense that they raised me with love, they are probably more amazing and great than anyone. But Nagisa's family is surely not like that. As long as I lived up to everyone's expectations, everyone was happy and praised me. So I was happy and worked even harder, and everyone would praise me even more. Nagisa lowered her gaze slightly. But gradually, I started to become afraid of living like that. If I strayed even a little from everyone's expectations, if I was no longer the me that everyone expected, no one would praise me anymore, and no one would love me. I had always thought Nagisa was different from me, a strong person. I thought she was someone who would always look forward and walk straight ahead. But I was wrong. Mimi said before that no one is strong. I think Nagisa is the same. She's weak like me, just better at hiding her weakness than I am. I don't know when, but I gradually lost myself. In the process of playing the Hanafusa Nagisa that everyone expected, I started to feel that I couldn't deviate from their expectations, and I started to deny my own heart, to deny what I wanted to do, and I gradually stopped being me. I understand a little of the feeling of playing the part of the person everyone expects, because I've also always wanted to be the me that Nagisa would praise. But the bigger the gap between the me you're playing and the real you, the harder it is to keep playing. More than pretty clothes, I want to wear cute clothes. And then be praised by Nagisa. That's the real me. Then what is the real Nagisa like? Actually, I just want to forget everything and play with you, Yuika. I don't care about the me everyone expects. I want to throw everything away. But I'm scared, because if I throw away the me I've been playing all this time, I'll become nothing. She said and laughed. So, I envy Mimi. Her freedom is so dazzling, If I became Mimi, if I played Mimi, I could be my true self. But, as expected, it's difficult. I learned Nagisa's true feelings for the first time. The Nagisa of now is probably not the serious and single-minded Nagisa I fell in love with, but I don't care about that at all. As long as Nagisa can be her true self, that's fine. No matter what kind of Nagisa she is, I will definitely not hate her. What should I do? If I'm not serious, if I don't work hard, I'm not Hanafusa Nagisa. If I don't work harder, I'll lose myself. I already feel like I can't keep acting anymore. Nagisa rested her head on my shoulder. The her of now is surprisingly fragile. I let out a light breath and stroked her head. Isn't it fine, no matter what kind of Nagisa you are? Even if you're not the Hanafusa Nagisa that everyone expects, it's fine as long as you can be yourself. The person I fell in love with might be the Hanafusa Nagisa that everyone knows, but if you don't like that, you don't have to be like you were before. Even if you're selfish, even if you're not serious, I want you to become the person you want to be. You'll hate me. I promise I won't. I'll always be your friend. I held out my pinky. Nagisa weakly linked her pinky with mine. I still don't really understand, because I've been throwing away myself all this time. Yeah. But, in front of you, Yuika, can I go off the rails a little? You can go way off the rails, do whatever you want. Or then, Nagisa tugged on my pinky. She looked up at me. Just once in a while, can I be not Hanafusa Nagisa, but Amamiya Nagisa? Yeah, whenever you want, I can be your older sister. I see. Then, Yuika-nichan, let me be like this for a little while. Nagisa closed her eyes and leaned against me. That was a Nagisa I had never seen before. Being able to see a side of her that no one knew made me incredibly happy. I fell in love with her serious and cool side, but why am I happy to see her show her vulnerable side? The feeling of love is so strange. But no matter what, I know I will never hate Nagisa from now on. Nagisa is also a normal girl who gets lost, worries, and suffers, just like me. I've also managed to live until now thanks to the support of the people around me. So when my friend is in pain, I want to be her support too. I stroked her head again. If it were normal, being so close like this would probably make my heart race and I wouldn't know what to do. But right now, the feeling of wanting to reassure Nagisa is stronger than that. Time passed quietly. After a while, Nagisa seemed to be satisfied and she stood up lightly. The pupils of her eyes, looking up at me, were the same as usual. No, they were brighter than usual. Can I be conceited and think that she's cheered up a little because of me? With that thought, I stood up. I brought a change of clothes, let's go change. Yeah. I was about to pick up my bag, but its weight almost made me lose my balance. Nagisa held me and then picked up the bag. This bag is heavy, right? I'll carry it. It's fine. If you carry it, Yuika, I'll be worried, I'll carry it. Should I start working out? If you're going to work out, I can help. Though unlike Mimi, I haven't trained to that extent. I'll be counting on you then. Thank you for carrying my things. It's a big help. You're welcome. I'm so pathetic. I had meant to take the lead completely. Nagisa slung the bag over her shoulder and held out her hand to me. I took her hand and started walking. After changing in a changing room we borrowed, we started to wander the streets again. I chose a style that I thought would suit Nagisa from my clothes, but as expected, it felt a little out of place. But the thought of Nagisa wearing my clothes made me a little happy. Should I say my heart fluttered, or what? No, this is not the time to be having such feelings. I should have more of a sisterly feeling. A sister? Speaking of a sister, that's Mimi. Remembering her made me even more nervous and my face got hot. No, it's not like that, honestly. I took a deep breath and pushed away my wicked thoughts. The air is so fresh. She murmured, Ahaha, it really is. Is it because we're so close to the sea? And no, it's because you're here with me, Yuika. She said in a casual tone. Unlike the slightly rushed compliments of late, it felt calm. Perhaps because of that, my face was so hot it felt like it would burst into flames. I felt like I would blurt out, I love you at any moment. If I suddenly said something like that, she would probably think I'm weird. After all, it's not my style. I wish I could say, I love you as naturally as Akin. I see. Well then, that's great. Hee, your face is so red, Yuika. Of course I'd blush if you compliment me. Don't stare so much. Sorry, I can't help but want to look more. Her fingertip touched my cheek. Perhaps because my own cheek was so hot, I could barely feel Nagisa's body temperature. But from her gaze, I certainly felt a warmth. I almost stopped breathing for a moment. I've known you were cute for a long time, Yuika. Why is it like this now? Hey, Nagisa. Hey, Yuika. Today, I want you to do more of what you want to do. Go where you want to go, do what you want to do, I want to be a part of it too. I nodded. I had already come up with several plans for after I took Nagisa out, so I didn't hesitate. Yeah, then let's go all out and make ourselves cute. Hey. I pulled Nagisa's hand hard, just like a long time ago, when I would pull my parents' hands. I wanted to go to so many places and do so many things back then, so I would pull on my slow-walking parents. They, of course, never showed any reluctance and followed me, so I never thought it was anything special. Now I know that them following me wasn't a matter of course, and that being able to follow me happily is a special thing. Nagisa, though confused, followed me. Seeing her like that, I felt so happy I thought I would grow wings and fly away. I held her hand and walked through the town. And then we went to a lot of shops. A shop that sells a lot of cute clothes. A shop that sells all sorts of miscellaneous goods, from design-focused to practical. A shop that sells stuffed animals of various characters. Just looking around each shop was fun, and I hoped Nagisa would be happy too. You really like cute things, Yuika. Yeah, I love them. I said, looking at the character merchandise. Cute things always give me energy, no matter when. Energy? Yeah, when I'm down, just seeing something cute makes me think, it's so cute, and I naturally cheer up. And if I wear cute clothes, I can be brave even on an unfamiliar street. I like looking at cute things, but I also really like wearing cute clothes myself. When I wear cute clothes, I feel like I've become a part of cute, and my heart feels light. Just being surrounded by things I like is enough to make me happy. Love is so strange. Things that don't seem like a big deal to others. Just looking at them can make you happy, blissful. I'm always thinking, why does it tug at my heart so much? Although I don't have much money in my wallet, maybe it would be nice to buy a stuffed animal to remember today. I thought that a day like this, where I could play with Nagisa naturally, would never come. But maybe it's surprisingly okay now. The Nagisa I fell in love with is also Nagisa. But the real Nagisa is somewhere else, and if it's that Nagisa, I might still be able to be friends with her. If Nagisa wishes it too. But, as I thought, I don't care about logic because I like it, I like it. Cute characters, clothes, and sweet, pretty snacks, I love them all, I love them the most. I laughed. I want her to feel my love with me, even just a little. And if that makes her a little happy, I think she'll cheer up a little. Whether it's a friend, someone I like, or someone I know a little, seeing them down or tired makes me want to be a source of strength for them. Although I'm smaller than a single Conpedo, and there's a limit to what I can do. But even the energy of a single Conpedo will surely not be in vain. Do you have something like that too, Nagisa? I picked up a stuffed animal. It was one of my favorite characters, a cat character. I don't know if I can call them one person, but saying one doesn't feel right either. One character? No, I've never thought about it, because I've always thought I don't need things I like. But if I were to ignore logic and all sorts of things. She picked up the same stuffed animal as me. Then she stared at me intently. I smiled at her faintly. Does she have a like that she finds hard to say? For example, her hobby is actually napping. Even a like that I find cute might be something that Nagisa finds hard to say. Even so, I won't deny Nagisa's like. As I thought, I can't say it right now. I see. Will you tell me someday? Yeah, someday I definitely will. She said, and brought my stuffed animal and her own clothes together. Come to think of it, even if Nagisa's reason for imitating Mimi was to become someone other than Hanafusa Nagisa, then what about her kissing me? Was it simply a reenactment of Mimi's actions? No, come to think of it, does she know that I've kissed Mimi? What is going on? Let's buy this. She said with a smile. It feels like it's been a long time since I've seen Nagisa's smile. Although she always has a smile on her face, it just feels different. Nagisa's smile right now is so beautiful that you can't help but be captivated and unable to look away. I shook my head. I just thought that with the current Nagisa, I could be friends with her, and then this happens right away. That's why I'm no good. Should I say I worry too much? Anyway, I need to calm down. Nagisa and I are friends. We're friends. You're right. You can think of it as me and cherish it. I don't think I can do that. I guess not. I got carried away, I'm sorry. As I gave a wry smile, she gently touched my hand. Because I'd rather be with you like this, Yuika, than to think of a stuffed animal as you. Elahi. Feelings of liking and not being allowed to swung back and forth in my heart. Friends aren't supposed to be looked at that way. Nagisa is purely relying on me as a friend right now, and I'm just trying to cheer her up. If I have ulterior motives at a time like this, or have romantic feelings for her, that would be terrible. Feelings like wanting to have physical contact with her or wanting to kiss her are completely impure. Well then, that's great. Let's go pay. You're right. What I can't forget is that Nagisa doesn't have romantic feelings for me, and that I've already been rejected by her. Maybe Nagisa actually likes me too, but she rejected my confession because she had to focus on studying. Although I'm not without such thoughts, if I were to really have such delusions, it would surely be rude to Nagisa. Right now, what I should be doing is rejoicing that we can finally become true friends this time. Although, I do feel a little bit of regret. But I decided to sink this helpless feeling that has always been in my heart deep into my heart. The two of us bought the stuffed animals together and then left the shop. And then, I walked around town with her again. The her of today was innocent and laughed happily, in a way you could never imagine from the usual her. I think this must be the real Nagisa. No matter what happens in the future, I probably won't forget Nagisa's smile today. Seeing the person you like smile is an incredibly happy thing. As we played, the sun had completely set, and it was about time to go home. Since we had come all the way to the sea, we decided to see it one more time before going home. The color of the sea at dusk was completely different from during the day, and it was breathtakingly beautiful. Why is orange so moving? I was happy to be watching the sea with Nagisa, with a different feeling than on the day of our off-campus study. As we walked leisurely, my feet suddenly started to feel tired. After all, I've been walking with a heavy bag, so it can't be helped. In the end, I decided to carry my own bag after that, because I thought that would definitely be better. Although Nagisa was still worried about me. Should we put our bags on the bench for a bit? There aren't many people, so they probably won't be taken. You're right. I put my bag on a nearby bench. If we're just walking around here, it should be fine. Anyway, there's nothing in my bag that would be a problem if it were stolen. As soon as I put my bag down, my body felt lighter. Right now, I feel like I could run anywhere. As I thought that and was about to run, my foot immediately tripped and I swayed. As expected, I still don't have much stamina. No, in this case, it's more of a lack of muscle strength than stamina. I couldn't help but sigh. It might be better to have at least enough muscle strength not to be swung around by the bat when I'm batting. Yuika. Hearing her call my name, I turned to look at her and found her squatting. Nagisa. What's wrong? You can get on my back. Because you look tired. And no, that's okay, I'm heavy. I want to carry you myself, is that not okay? It's not that it's not okay. When I'm asked if it's okay, I can't help but answer, it's not that it's not okay. Is it because I'm a person who easily goes with the flow? Since I said it's not that it's not okay, I have no choice but to let her carry me. I gently got on her back. As Nagisa stood up, I saw a view I don't usually see. The sea at dusk looks even more beautiful from a higher place. The sea is so beautiful. Yeah, let's walk a little, she said and started to walk slowly. It's been a long time since someone has carried me on their back. My parents used to carry me a lot when I was little, but this is the first time a friend has. I can't calm down, but feeling her body temperature, I feel a little sleepy. My heart is still swaying, in a jumble, and I don't even know myself. But only the feeling of I wish I could be alone with Nagisa like this forever is certainly burning in my heart. Yuika, thank you for today. I feel much better. You're welcome. If you're tired, you can always tell me. If you try too hard, you'll break. Yeah, I didn't even realize it myself, but maybe I was already at my limit, she said as she walked. Although I can't see her expression, her voice is calm. I thought I had no limits. Maybe I was just obsessed with getting closer to the me that was sought after. I think if you're always not trying hard, Nagisa, you'll get tired. But it's good to relax like this once in a while. Yeah, if you're always not trying hard, you'll definitely get tired. Has Nagisa ever carried someone on her back? For some reason, it feels like she's used to it. Did Nagisa carry Mimi on her back when they were going home after playing together? Considering their relationship, it's a little hard to imagine. Living is not easy. No matter what, you become halfway. It's okay to be halfway. If you go too far, you might not be able to see things you could have seen. Yeah, indeed. I want Nagisa to stay halfway. If she continues to study so hard, Nagisa will really break. I don't know if it's her heart or her body, but anyway, something important will break. Yuika, please stay by my side from now on too. Yeah. We didn't say anything more. I just swayed with her back and watched the sea. Nagisa was also looking at the sea, but I don't know what she's feeling right now. And so, today ended. On the train home, I slept like a log. Although I felt embarrassed about my sleeping face being seen, my fatigue seemed to win out. I hope I didn't drool or anything. Although I was a little worried, Nagisa didn't say anything, so it should be fine, I hope. After getting off at the local station, I felt a sense of relief at being home. I stretched out wide. Should I carry your bag for you? No, it's fine, I'll walk you home. But, it's fine. Since we have the chance, let me be a proper older sister today. If I'm going to be an older sister, I should be the one carrying Nagisa, right? Though I thought so, can I do it? Mimi said my arms are soft, can I really support Nagisa? Then I'll be in your care, Yuikinichin. Leave it to me, Nagisa-chan. I took her hand, and we walked out of the station. Did the results of my practice with Akin show? Nagisa's grip and the way she walked didn't feel much different from before. But maybe I've changed. Unlike unfamiliar streets, I can walk with a sense of security in my hometown. But that's only on the roads I'm familiar with. If I deviate even a little, I'll get lost. I snuck a peek at Nagisa. The her of now no longer has that unreliable feeling of disappearing if I'm not careful. She's holding my hand tightly and walking on her own 2 feet. That makes me feel incredibly relieved. We didn't encounter any wild boars, nor did any cats suddenly jump out, and we arrived at Nagisa's house. And then I suddenly thought of something. By the way, I took you out without saying anything to your parents, is that okay? Won't they be worried? They won't be worried. Being told that so definitively makes me wonder if that's really the case. Perhaps sensing my anxiety, Nagisa smiled and said, "It's fine, I'm used to it. As long as my grades don't drop significantly, there won't be a problem. If there's really a problem, tell me okay. I can provide you with a place to take shelter. If you say that, it makes me want to say there's a problem even if there isn't." Nagisa rarely says things like that. I widened my eyes for a moment, then laughed. That's fine too. Whenever you want to come over and play, I'll be happy. Yuika. Nagisa squeezed my hand tightly. This might be the first time she's squeezed my hand this hard. Lastly, can I be selfish one more time? Yeah, what is it? Right now, can I be a little sister and be spoiled by Yuikinichin? Of course, come on. Mimi and Nagisa probably don't have much sisterly physical contact. As I thought that, I looked up at the second floor of her house. Although I can't see inside the room through the slightly open gap in the curtains, that room, is it Mimi's or Nagisa's room? Because I haven't paid much attention before, I don't know. I stared blankly at that room, and Nagisa placed a hand on my chin. I used to often think that this was like we were about to kiss. But now, of course, I don't have that misunderstanding anymore. Although when she was imitating Mimi, she did kiss me. Nagisa probably really wants to be spoiled. Even if she's not good with physical contact, she still wants to have skinship. Considering her family environment, it wouldn't be strange if this desire was stronger than average. That said, I don't know what kind of physical contact an average person wants to have. The word normal is so ambiguous. Even though it's ambiguous, it's often used, so it's even more confusing. I wish someone would tell me the definition. Yuikinichin. The title of older sister made me a little excited. After all, I'm an only child. Just as I was about to ask Nagisa what she wanted, I realized her face was very close. Strange? At this rate, we're really going to kiss. No, but before she just passed my lips and then just hugged me. Is it the same this time? Something touched my lips. Soft, warm, and different from the familiar touch. But it's strange that something is touching my lips right now. My confused mind felt like it was hit by something hard. Something pried open my lips and entered my mouth. It was undoubtedly Nagisa's tongue. It was only then that I realized I was being kissed by Nagisa. Why now? Just as I was feeling confused, her tongue entwined with mine. She sucked on it and my body trembled. I lost all strength and almost collapsed on the spot. but she supported me with her hand and continued to kiss me. Why? How? What's going on? She's not imitating Mimi, so why? Phew. Thank you for the treat, Yuakanichan. She released my lips and said so. Why? I barely managed to say that. Nagisa smiled faintly. I was just having some skinship with my older sister, that's all. She said it as if it were a matter of course, and I started to feel like I was the one who was wrong. Sisters don't kiss, do they? They do, you just don't know it, Yuika. Are you imitating Mimi? Who knows? Nagisa said, stroking my back. This level of skinship is normal between sisters. Is it not okay? She knew, yet she asked deliberately. I hesitated a little. I did have the desire to kiss Nagisa, but I didn't want her to kiss me like this. Even if she doesn't mean anything by it, just being kissed by her makes me mean something by it. I can't kiss her without any ulterior motives, even if it's normal for sisters to kiss. Even so, I shook my head lightly. I see, then. Just then, my phone vibrated. Nagisa noticed this, and just like before, she picked up my phone and tapped the screen. Mimi, what's up? Sister, you're back. Sister, you're back. The voices overlapped. Nagisa widened her eyes and turned to look behind her. Mimi, who had come out of the entryway at some point, was looking at us with a smile. And then, I heard the sound of the call ending. You're back late, I was worried. Before I knew it, you were gone. Sorry. I went out to play for a bit. It's rare for you to go out, sister. I thought you'd be reviewing after the exams. It was just a coincidence today. Nagisa let go of my hand. At that moment, Mimi quickly slipped between me and Nagisa and held my hand tightly. Good evening, Yuika-senpai. Yeah, good evening. I didn't know what kind of face to make when talking to Mimi after kissing Nagisa. I responded to her stiffly. Your face is so red, do you have a cold? She said and pressed her forehead against mine. For a moment, I thought Mimi was going to kiss me too. Damn it, all I can think about right now is kissing. Your temperature is normal. By the way, senpai, did you go to the sea just now? How did you know? Because. She brought her nose to my neck. I squirmed because it tickled, but she held my hand so I couldn't escape. You smell like the sea. I see. I don't dislike the smell, but I prefer your usual scent, Yuika-senpai. She whispered only the word like in my ear. I felt my face heat up. For a while now, my emotions haven't been able to keep up with the situation. Oni-chan, what's wrong? You have a strange look on your face. And no, I don't. Mimi glanced at Nagisa, then at me. Senpai, please don't move. Mimi, as if she'd found something, reached out to touch my hair. Did something get stuck in my hair? I reflexively closed my eyes. For some reason, people always close their eyes when something is being removed from their hair. It's probably the same logic as how you can't help but open your mouth when you're getting eye drops. Just as I was thinking that. This time, Mimi's lips pressed against mine. I couldn't help but open my eyes, and strands of her hair came into view. The sensation was familiar. But Mimi's kiss, as expected, wasn't as rough as Nagisa's. It felt like it was intended to make me feel good. My body trembled involuntarily, and a tingling sensation ran down my spine. Being kissed in a situation where I couldn't escape made me more and more confused. I don't understand. Right now, I don't understand anything. It's normal for sisters to kiss, right? I think Yuika-senpai has a little bit, maybe about a millimeter's worth, of an older sister's vibe. So, I tried kissing you. Did she hear our conversation just now? Since when was she listening to us? For that matter, when did she find out we were here? Nagisa One-echan, do you want to kiss me too? Not right now. I see, then Yuka-senpai. Wait, MMPH. Mimi kissed me again, this time greedily and intensely. Her tongue wrapped around mine again and again, as if to taste even my saliva, sucking on my lips. It might be because I was kissed several times in a short period of time, but my body was about to give out. Mimi seemed to have noticed this, and she moved her lips away at the last second. Nagisa One-echan doesn't seem to want to kiss me, so since I have the chance, I wanted to kiss Yuika-senpai again. Mimi. Yes, if you don't call my name more, I'll get sulky. We haven't had much of a chance to be together lately. Mimi. Kissing is not a normal act. Is that just my own selfish thought? Both Mimi and Nagisa kiss me as if it were a matter of course. My common sense is gradually breaking down, and I'm starting to think that kissing is a matter of course. but I still feel it's different. But the fact that they both kissed me is a fact. Isn't kissing something you can only do with someone you like? Hee hee, I really do like it. Both being called by my name by you, Yuika-senpai, and kissing you. She said and laughed. Her smile was so bewitching that it was hard to imagine she was a girl younger than me. Come on, senpai. Let's make up for the kisses we missed before. You kiss me too, Yuika-senpai. She said, bringing her face close. Just before the third kiss was about to begin, a hand came between my lips and Mimi's. Looking closely, it was Nagisa who had stopped us. You can't, Mimi. Yuika is tired. Then is it okay when she's not tired? If Yuika is willing. Nagisa, you spoil her too much. The sound of my heart beating was so loud, I couldn't think. I was so immersed in the sensation of the kiss that I could barely hear the sounds of reality. Mimi's fingertip touched my chest. Don't forget me, Yuika-senpai. Whether you're with my sister or resting at home, think of me. I'll leave a hickey on you here again. Mimi whispered in my ear, then quickly moved away from me and took Nagisa's hand. All right, it's not fair to keep a tired Yuika-senpai here. Let's go inside, Oni-chan. You're right. See you next time, Yuika. Yeah, see you next time, Nagisa Mimi. Okay, I'll call you again. I stood there blankly, watching the two of them walk into the house. And then, I squatted down on the spot. I was kissed. By Nagisa and by Mimi. Are they kissing me too casually? The bad thing about me is that I can't refuse even though I think so. I should have been more assertive and clearly refused them. I want to kiss them more. As expected, I'm a lewd person. Sigh. I sighed, trying to hide my burning face. And then I stood up again and saw the window with the curtains completely open. Mimi peeked out from there and waved at me. So that room is Mimi's room. I waved back lightly. She gave a satisfied smile and then disappeared into the depths of the room. What will happen to the two of them and me? I definitely like Mimi and Nagisa, but if I kiss them too often, I feel like things will get weird. No, maybe I've already gotten weird. I pressed a hand to my chest and walked through the night street. The spot Mimi had touched still held her body temperature. If she leaves a hickey on me again, I might become even weirder. Section. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 5, My Beloved and Her Sister. I have always believed that everyone is given a role, because I myself am like that. You are the eldest daughter of the Hanafusa family. Do not bring shame to the Hanafusa family. My parents have always said the same thing to me, and I can recall it word for word. When was the first time I heard that? I remember it was before I started kindergarten, because I have the impression of hearing it before the kindergarten entrance exam. Though I didn't quite understand the meaning of those words as a child, I vaguely knew I had to work hard. After that, I followed my parents' words and continued to play the part of myself who would not bring shame to the Hanafusa family. Because if I didn't perform as well as others, I would be scolded, so I naturally played the part of myself who would not lose to anyone. I could not fall from first place. Fortunately, they didn't say much about my athletic performance, only about my studies, so I could still manage. It seems I inherited their strong abilities. You are the only one who will not tarnish the Hanafusa name, so you must work harder than ever before. When did my mother's words start to change? Mimi, your homeroom teacher contacted me and said you didn't turn in your homework again. Shut up. I won't get expelled for not turning in my homework. Don't nag me about elementary school homework. Sigh, you are a disgrace to the Hanafusa family. I don't care about your reputation. Didn't I tell you not to call me, you, but Misaki-san? I'm going to a friend's house for a sleepover. Scold me when I get home. Mimi. Mimi has never been very serious. I was too busy with my own affairs to pay much attention to her. The less serious she became, the greater the expectations and pressure from my parents. Nagisa, you must not become like that. Yes, mother. The address. A Misaki-san. At home, it was a rule to call our parents by their names. They said we were equals, so it wasn't appropriate to call them by their roles as mother or father. I didn't quite understand that. If we're equals, then I should be able to make requests to my parents, right? Like wanting them to play with me or wanting to go out for a meal together. But I wasn't allowed to do that, and only the word equal floated in the air. This is not equal at all. Then at least let me call you mother and father. A family is supposed to be like that. If you don't allow any other requests, and even the way we address you isn't like a family, then what are we? This place where I've always been with my textbook spread open. Is it really my home? Mom, I want ice cream. But then you won't eat your dinner. I want ice cream more than dinner. Ice cream, ice cream. I can't believe you. You can only have one. Two. Hey, the town is full of families. Just walking around, their ordinary daily lives unfold before my eyes. Where do you want to go next? Let me see, there are snacks. A candy store. Okay. Walking down the main street, you see families who have come for sightseeing. I don't think I felt any envy, because I had never experienced family myself. Even if I see a child holding hands with their parents as a matter of course, I don't really get it. I can't imagine pulling my parents' hands and them following, and I can't even imagine the warmth of their hands when we hold them. Even if I try to hold my own hand, it just feels like holding a hard stone. Are humans really living things with warm blood flowing through them? I have to study hard. I, who knew nothing about family, could only desperately play the only role they had given me. I was born to play the role of Hanafusa Nagisa. Even after entering middle school, this did not change. I still knew nothing about family, and I would play Hanafusa Nagisa whenever someone asked. The praise I received from those around me was as cold and piercing as my own hands. Cold and rough things poured into my brain, and I almost suffocated from the weight, but I desperately continued to play Hanafusa Nagisa. I told myself that this was the fate I was born with. And then, one day, in the school library, I saw a classmate. She was a girl named Amamiya Uika, and I didn't have much to do with her. The reason I noticed her was because she was sitting in the seat I usually sat in. There was no need for this. If I just had to play Hanafusa Nagisa, I should have been able to ignore her and concentrate on my own studies. But for some reason, when I came to my senses, I had already spoken to her. If you don't know that problem, do you want me to teach you? It was probably from that time that I gradually deviated from Hanafusa Nagisa. I started to teach her. It was the first time in my life I had done something unnecessary, but I found it fun. Every time I felt happy, a sense of guilt would well up in my heart. I was only supposed to be living to protect the Hanafusa name. I had been taught that for a long time. Whoa, it's so cold. It's already winter. After getting to know her for a while, we finished studying as usual and were walking on the street as it got dark. Even though she said it was cold, she was as energetic as usual, happily looking up at the sky. Yeah, this year is almost over too. I feel like every day has been passing by so quickly recently. A day is a day. The speed of time is always constant, it doesn't change. But she seemed to firmly believe that the speed of time could change. Is it because it's fun to study with you, Nagisa? Those words made me freeze for a moment. Foo fun. Yeah, because when you teach me, I can understand everything quickly. I never knew it was so fun to study with someone. Thanks to you, Nagisa, I've finally discovered the joy of studying. Indeed, studying with her was enjoyable. I thought I didn't have such an emotion as enjoyable in my heart. But I didn't know that she also enjoyed being with me. She was smiling happily. How should I describe her smile? It felt like the cold, rough things that flowed into my brain and heart were gently scooped up and disappeared somewhere. Just looking at her smile had this strange effect. I see, that's good. Yeah, but is this a bother to you? I've been making you accompany me every day recently. Not at all. I'm having fun too. Once I said it out loud, I could feel the emotion of fun even more strongly. Fun, that's right, being with Yuika is fun. Very fun. Her innocent smile when she solves a difficult problem. Her mischievous fingertips when she's tired and can't concentrate. Her beautiful eyes that gaze at me quietly. All of it was fresh and fun for me. The moment I felt that strongly, I felt like my life had changed a little. I see. I'm glad we feel the same way, she said and walked slightly ahead of me. We walked in silence for a while, and then she suddenly turned to look at me as if she had noticed something. Her slightly reddened nose was cute. This was the first time I had ever felt that way. Hey, Nagisa. What is it, Yuika? Hathy. She put her hand on my neck. It was so cold that I flinched in surprise. Ahaha, you're surprised. Why did you suddenly do that? Because it's cold, so I wanted to warm up. And I haven't done this with you before, Nagisa, so it's killing two birds with one stone. The sound of my heart is so loud. The place she touched was as hot as if it had been burned, and I couldn't help but touch my own neck. I had never paid attention to the cold of winter before, but now it seems a little cold. After she touched me, I understood for the first time how cold winter is. Ah, you can use me to warm up too, Nagisa. Yuika. Come on, I'm warm. She took my hand and gently placed it on her cheek. The palm of my hand that touched Yuika's cheek was so hot. I couldn't help but put my other hand on her left cheek as well. So a person's body is this warm. I had always thought a person's body was like a cold stone. Even if you touch it, it's just cold, so there's no point in touching it. But it's so warm. Ahaha, your hand is warm too, Nagisa. My hand. Yeah, your body temperature is surprisingly high, isn't it? When I touched it myself, it felt cold. But when Yuika touches my hand, it feels warm. Am I a warm person too? I just didn't know it, but I have a body temperature too. If Yuika hadn't said it, I probably would never have noticed. I didn't know, but so my hand is this warm. Yeah, it's very warm. Ugh. What is with Yuika's smile? It feels so light and fluffy, as if it will bring me some good news. I feel like I could watch it forever, and I feel like I want to watch it forever. Even though I can see many smiles just by looking around the classroom. But I feel that Yuika's smile, seen from the front like this, is more precious than anything else. What is this? A smile is just a smile. Nagisa. It's nothing at all. It's so warm. When I talk to her, I always discover a part of myself I didn't know. The cold of winter, the warmth of a person, the difference in smiles, I learned all of these things because of her. It's not that that's a big deal, but I became interested in her. When I came to my senses, I had spent a lot of time with her. In the spring, we would go to see the cherry blossoms together. In the summer, we would look for cool corners of the town together. And in the fall, we would go to see the autumn leaves together. And then in the winter, we would drink hot drinks together and say, "It's so warm," as if it were a matter of course. The seasons have colors. The Yuika of spring is full of energy, as if she would fly off somewhere if you took your eyes off her. The Yuika of summer is so hot it's as if she's about to melt, always craving something cold. The Yuika of autumn is a little lonely, and the Yuika of winter is bundled up and cute. Each season, everything changes color. And Yuika is always at the center of those colors. Perhaps what I'm seeing is not the color of the season, but the color of Yuika as she changes with the season. If she weren't here, I wouldn't pay any attention to the changing of the seasons. Because my study materials are the same in spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The cherry blossom season is almost over. We had fun going to see the blossoms this year too. Yeah. Yuika looks happy today too. Her brilliance always makes me squint. More than any scenery, Yuika looks more brilliant, and I don't know the reason for it. Nagisa, don't move. She looked at me as if she had noticed something, then gently touched my hair. When I came to my senses, her fingertip had already picked something up and left my hair. Looking closely, it seemed to be a cherry blossom petal. I got it. There was a petal in your hair. She said, placing the petal on her palm. It seems you were very absorbed in watching the cherry blossoms. Do you like cherry blossoms? A gust of wind blew, and the cherry blossom petal flew from her palm. In the pink snowstorm, Yuika squinted and held down her hair, which was fluttering in the wind. Surrounded by cherry blossoms, her expression looked a little childish, and just that made me inexplicably happy. Do you like cherry blossoms? The question echoed in my mind. Cherry blossoms, I don't particularly like or dislike them. They are just something that exists there, and I have no thoughts about them. It wasn't the cherry blossoms I was looking at with fascination. If so, then the reason I was so absorbed must be. Her voice echoed in my mind again. Yeah, I like them. As I thought, I like cherry blossoms too. They're so beautiful, aren't they? I like Yuika. She made the empty me become like a person. She let me know that I am warm too. Thanks to her, I learned that spring is warm, summer is hot, autumn is comfortable, and winter is cold. I learned that even if I'm not playing Hanafusa Nagisa, I definitely exist. I feel that after meeting her and becoming friends, I finally remembered how to breathe. And I also know that I have desires as a human being. It was a lie to say I didn't envy family. I want a family too. I want to have a mother and father as a matter of course, to hold hands and go play. I want my little sister to call me Oni-chan at home. I understand now that I have such desires. I want to touch her. Not just family, I want to have physical contact with Yuika too. Not as the serious and good at studying Hanafusa Nagisa, but as the real me. I want to touch her without thinking about anything, to have her touch me, and for the two of us to spend an ordinary, uneventful time together. I used to think that. I love you, Nagisa, in a romantic way. So please go out with me. A little while after entering high school, Yuika confessed to me. At that moment, I felt a happiness I had never felt before. Of course, I had no reason to refuse her confession and was about to nod when, "You are the eldest daughter of the Hanafusa family. Do not bring shame to the Hanafusa family." I remembered my parents' words. No, as long as I can be with Yuika, that's enough. She has feelings for me and has even confessed to me like this. Then, there is only one thing I should do. There should be only one thing to do. I can't breathe. Do not bring shame to the Hanafusa family. Do not bring shame to the Hanafusa family. You are the eldest daughter of the Hanafusa family. You are the only one who will not tarnish the Hanafusa name. Nagisa, you must not become like that. No, that is not me, but it is wrong to live according to one's desires. That's why Mimi disappointed our parents. I can't become like that. But then the me who so desperately wants to touch Yuika, who wants to kiss Yuika, what on earth? Who on earth am I? Hanafusa Nagisa is my name, but it is also the name of the role I have been given. I have lived to play this role and nothing else, but Yuika has taught me about the real me. But is Yuika seeking the real me? Doesn't she like Hanafusa Nagisa? If I deviate from this role, if I become a me who is not Hanafusa Nagisa, Yuika might be disappointed in me and leave me. If I live according to my desires, I will be abandoned by my parents and others, and I will be left with nothing. I must not be my true self. I must be the Hanafusa Nagisa that everyone wants. Because other than that, no one will want me. Yuika must be thinking the same thing. This is just an excuse. It's the excuse of a coward. Even though I know it's an excuse, it's too difficult for me to discard my sense of self up until now and be my true self. I have been responding to the expectations of those around me all this time. How can I go back to being the me of before now? Because I am Hanafusa Nagisa. I'm sorry. I can't go out with you, Yuika. I'm really sorry. And so, I rejected Yuika's confession. Section, I know I'm taking advantage of Yuika's feelings for me. I also know that for me, who rejected her confession, to approach her as if nothing had happened is problematic in itself. I am always halfway. I can't completely play Hanafusa Nagisa, nor can I expose my true self, yet I'm afraid of being separated from Yuika. It is precisely because I can't completely discard one or the other that Yuika was almost taken from me by Mimi. Mimi is right, I was the one who rejected Yuika's confession. I don't know what face to show Yuika now. But from now on, even if it's just a little, I want to be with Yuika as a me who is no one in particular. Not the expected Hanafusa Nagisa, but just me, if she would accept me. Good work, Nagisa. You worked hard today too. After school, in a park near the temple where hardly anyone comes, I let Yuika stroke my head. Since the day she took me to the sea, I've occasionally been spoiled by Yuika like this. Only when I become Amamiya Nagisa can I talk to her without thinking about anything. If I can just shed the heavy burden of Hanafusa, even for a moment, all that remains is the me who wants to be by Yuika's side. Yeah. Praise me more. You're always working so hard, you're amazing. But don't try too hard. It's fine, as long as you're here, Yuika, I'm fine. I have always wanted a family. So when she overwrote my surname with her own, I was filled with surprise. Unlike my parents, who are real yet feel like a sham, the game of make-believe with Yuika, though a fabrication, feels real. If I could really become an Amamiya, but I don't want to become sisters with her from the bottom of my heart, though I do want to become a family with Yuika. What should I do from now on? Although she said I can be myself, that's also difficult. When I go from being Amamiya back to being Hanafusa, the real me gets covered up again. Until when will I be able to show her all of the real me that I've been hiding all this time? Hey Yuika, is it okay? No one will come, it'll be over soon. I put my hands on Yuika's shoulders. Lately, I've been kissing her like this often. The kisses, carried out under the lie that this much is normal between sisters, have a bittersweet taste. I want to kiss Yuika, I want to touch her, even though such feelings are not originally allowed. I gently pressed my lips against hers, The soft sensation is pleasant no matter how many times I experience it. Harder, Yuika. Nagisa. Even though I'm not strong enough to say, I love you, I still kiss Yuika. I don't want Mimi to go out with Yuika, but I haven't found a real me to show Yuika, yet I still want to touch her. I don't think Mimi will wait for me to find my true self. So I have to find my true self quickly. If I want to continue to be with Yuika, I have to discard the identity of Hanafusa Nagisa. I have to discard the me that my parents and those around me demand and become my true self. Otherwise, Yuika's heart will be taken by Mimi. I also think this is selfish. When I rejected her confession, there was probably already no chance, but I still can't give up. I don't want to give up. Although I ran away before because I was afraid of being disappointed, this time I must face it. This time, I must face the disappointment of those around me and not run away. At the very least, Mimi is herself no matter what those around her think. She looks at Yuika more directly than anyone else. Thank you, Yuika. I feel better. I'm glad. After our lips parted, her flushed face came into view. Unlike when I was pretending to be Mimi, her pupils clearly reflected me. In order to become a me who is not me, I tried to imitate Mimi, but in the end, it didn't go well. But maybe that's fine. If she can look at me like this, that's fine. I quietly stood up. Are you done already? Yeah, I'll do my best again. Don't push yourself too hard, okay? Of course, I won't work hard in a way that makes you worry, Yuika. Yuika was about to stand up, but I stopped her with my hand. I'm going home alone today. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow, I said and waved at her. She waved back at me. Just that makes me feel like I can still do my best. Although I'm trying to show my true self little by little, even so, I don't intend to give up on my studies. Because that's what I'm most proud of right now, and I also want to show a good side of myself to Yuika. What Mimi doesn't have, and I do, is probably only my exam scores. I can no longer go back to being the pure Hanafusa Nagisa, who is always serious and doesn't want to touch or kiss Yuika. The desires that well up in my heart are also a part of me. I can't ignore them. As I walked, I suddenly noticed someone standing ahead of me. I couldn't help but stop. Nagisa, are you on your way home? Standing there was Mimi. Her beautifully dyed brown hair sparkled in the setting sun. Yeah, you don't have work today, Mimi. That's right. Since we ran into each other, let's go home together. She smiled faintly. Was she waiting for me on a path I might pass by? She held out her hand to me. While thinking how rare, I took her hand. I felt a definite warmth. When we were little, we hardly ever held hands like this. When we were little, we were too busy with our own affairs to have the spare capacity to care about each other. Though Mimi, at some point, gave up trying and became the unserious person she is now. The gulf between us cannot be filled. It probably will be for the rest of our lives. The two of us walked towards home together. How long has it been since we've walked home together like this? Have we ever walked home together like this? Mimi's hand trembled. You really don't remember. Her voice was low. I looked at her. Her, who was a little shorter than me, was looking at me with dark eyes. I hardly remember anything about when we were little. Because I was always working hard to meet my parents' expectations, and I don't remember anything else. But Mimi seems to be different. I wasn't expecting anything in the first place. You don't remember anything, and you've never once played a game with me. Even so, Oni-chan, you. She rarely calls me Oni-chan when it's just the two of us. Her voice was so calm it was incomparable to her usual self. Oni-chan, you still want to take the person I like from me. She squeezed my hand hard. I was at a loss for words for a moment, but I answered immediately. I'm sorry. I know it's too late to say this now. It really is too late, even though you were the one who rejected her confession. Why now are you trying to make Yuika-senpai like you? Do you want to go out with her? I don't know. But I want to become a family with her. After I declared that, Mimi laughed. It was a very cheerful laugh. Ahaha. So that means you don't need me anymore. Mimi has always been my family. Do you really think so? She stopped walking. I also stopped walking. Looking at Mimi's face, I had the illusion of looking in a mirror. But her expression was completely different from mine, so that illusion immediately disappeared. I know, you've never thought of me as family, Nagisa. The same goes for me. The Nagisa who always ignored me is not my sister. I'm sorry. What's the use of apologizing now? I couldn't help Mimi. Even though I longed for a family, I couldn't protect her as an older sister. Even though I wanted to seek the feeling of family from others, I couldn't fulfill my own role as a family member. How pathetic. No matter how little spare capacity I had, the same went for Mimi. If I wanted her to call me Oni-chan, I should have done something appropriate, because I know that Mimi was trying hard at first. I know this is just taking it out on you. I also know that because I was playing outside, you got it worse, Nagisa. It's not your fault, Mimi, because I was the one who decided to do this. That's what's so sister-like and annoying about you, Nagisa. Mimi said, still holding my hand. If you could just make me hate you, make me want to kick you away. Really. The two of us were surely about to break. Yuika stopped the limit that should have arrived soon. Because she was there, we remembered how to breathe. We can affirm ourselves, we can feel that it's okay to be here. But there is only one Yuika. As long as both of us want Yuika, we cannot avoid conflict. I will not lose to you, Nagisa, even if I die. No matter what I have to sacrifice, no matter who blames, hates, or despises me, I will definitely live on with Yuika-senpai. What about you, Nagisa? I remember Mimi asked me this before. I couldn't say anything then. But now I have something I can say. I want to be with Yuika. Even if I say I want you to yield. Yeah, so. I gently tugged on Mimi's hand. It probably doesn't mean much to take back the kiss that was stolen from me that day now. But this is my way of showing my resolve. I want to show her with my actions that I will no longer be swayed by the curse-like words of my parents. I gently kissed her. I gently kissed her. Without forcing my tongue in, I just lightly pressed our lips together. The different sensation from Yuika didn't make my heart race, but I thought that was fine. After our lips parted, I said, "With this, I've taken back my kiss with Yuika." "Sigh, you're still hung up on that." Mimi wiped her lips with the back of her hand and smiled at me faintly. "But that's fine. Just being able to take it back is a good job for you, Nagisa, isn't it? If you want a kiss, I can give you as many as you want. Because that kind of thing has become meaningless." "I see. If you're going to get in my way, Nagisa, I won't hold back. I'll kick you away by any means necessary. So, don't you cry, okay?" "I won't cry, because I don't intend to lose either." "Zehemo." Mimi suddenly let go of my hand. Then, she started to walk slightly ahead of me. For some reason, this feels like the first time I've had a proper conversation with you, Nagisa. Though I'm not happy about it at all. I'm happy. You're lying. I'm the bad little sister who's trying to steal the person you like, Nagisa. Mimi started to pursue Yuika because I rejected her confession. From that attitude, Mimi seems to like Yuika more than I thought, but she hid that feeling for my sake and Yuika's. So, I don't think she's a bad little sister. But I am a bad older sister. Even though I rejected Yuika's confession, I still can't give up on her. Even so, I finally realized that I want to be with Yuika as myself, discarding the Hanafusa Nagisa of the past as myself. I don't mind. Mimi sighed and looked at me again. "Hey, Oni-chan, if I were to say that I bought another game console for you, Oni-chan." She stopped mid-sentence. "Never mind, that's forcing it. Besides, you're not interested in playing with me, Nagisa." "Mimi, next time." "No, I won't ask you again, because you're my enemy, Nagisa. I know that our relationship is irreparable. Because I was bound by the need to be a person who would not bring shame to the Hanafusa name, we couldn't become a pair of sisters. Even if I become my true self from now on, we can no longer become sisters. So I chose to be silent. Wait, Mimi. If we're going home together, then let's walk a little slower, let's talk a little more." "You're right." Mimi and I walked side by side. Because home is not far, we arrived in a few minutes. Until then, Mimi and I talked about some trivial things. She seems to be doing well at school, and it seems she has a lot of friends. Although it's a little strange for me, who has accomplished nothing, to feel relieved hearing that. At least she's having fun at school, which is great. But I won't yield on the matter of Yuika. After returning to my room, I sent a message to Yuika. Mimi must have done the same thing. I don't know who will get a reply first. But since it's Yuika, I think she'll reply to Mimi's message right away too. I leaned against the wall on Mimi's room side. "Rest well, don't push yourself too hard, and do your best." Hee hee. Just like a mother. I held my phone tightly and took a light, deep breath for a while. Even though I'm at home, I can breathe properly. My chest doesn't feel tight. Only Mimi and I surely know how special that is. If we hadn't fallen in love with the same person, would we both have been happy? No, if it wasn't Yuika, we would have been no good. We couldn't have breathed properly without that smile. So, it can't be helped. I sat down in a chair and placed my phone on my lap. If it's now, I should be able to work hard. I gently picked up my mechanical pencil and opened my workbook. Now I even feel a little warmth from an ordinary mechanical pencil. This is undoubtedly thanks to Yuika. Bonus story 1, ordinary touching. What is ordinary? I sometimes think about how ambiguous the word ordinary is. An ordinary life, an ordinary friend, an ordinary. What is the standard by which something is determined to be ordinary? That's what I'm thinking about right now. Senpai, does it feel good? Yeah. Your reaction is a bit lukewarm. Is my technique bad? No, that's not it at all. It's not. Right now, Mimi is giving me a massage. Lately, I've been exercising a bit to go along with Mimi's interests, getting a little workout in. As a result, I often have sore muscles, and when I told her about it, she said, "I'll give you a massage." She said her technique was good, and it's true, her massage has just the right amount of pressure, but her hands touching my legs and shoulders make it impossible for me to stay calm. No, of course she's going to touch me if it's a massage. It's strange to get my heart racing over such ordinary contact. But then, what exactly is ordinary? Sigh, what am I getting all worked up about by myself? Mimi is just trying to give me a massage out of pure kindness. This won't do. I need to be simple like a senpai. Mimi-kun, you're really good at massages. I feel proud too. What character are you suddenly playing? She slid her fingers, looking exasperated. As she applied pressure to my shoulders, I naturally let out a sound. It's a little ticklish, but it feels good. It feels good, but my heart is racing. My emotions are in turmoil and my breath is getting hotter. I remembered a little about when I touched her before. The white skin I saw that day is seared into my mind, and it's a problem that it surfaces whenever I close my eyes. Yuika-senpai. She whispered in my ear. I flinched in surprise. The massage is almost over. Is there anywhere else you'd like me to massage last? A place I'd like her to massage. Although I'm not thinking anything weird, being touched by her for so long has made my cheeks hot, and I feel like she'll get the wrong idea. No, that's not it. Mimi is purely. If not, I'll decide. Okay. I felt it was a little bit of a shame. As I let out a small sigh, I felt myself being enveloped. I froze for a moment, and the instant I realized Mimi was hugging me tightly, my face grew even hotter. This will relax your whole body. I couldn't say anything, and just hugged her back. Although I kind of wished she would touch me somewhere else, her body heat was comforting, and I closed my eyes. My heart was still racing a little, but my chest felt even warmer. I believe that Mimi must be feeling the same way as me. Bonus story 2, by water's edge, the two of us. Note, Nagisa means beach or water's edge, so the title can also be translated as by Nagisa's side, the two of us. We live in a landlocked prefecture, so naturally, we have no connection to the sea. But that doesn't mean we're completely disconnected from places with water. It's water. Nagisa said as she crouched down. Just as she said, there was water before us. It's not the sea or a lake, but a place with a lot of water. That is a river. We came to play by a river not far from home. I had thought about going to the sea with her again, but I couldn't ask her to travel far, so we came to the river instead. But is this really okay? We're in high school and we're playing by the river. Do you come here often, Yuika? No, not really. I used to come play by the river a lot. I see. What did you used to do? We jump in the water, skip stones with my father, things like that. When I said that, Nagisa laughed. Her somewhat childish smile made my eyes widen. Did I say something strange? I stared at her, and she narrowed her eyes and said, "Thinking about the old Yuika makes me a little happy." The old Yuika must have been very cute too. I almost stopped breathing for a moment. Unlike the time before when she was staring at me with a bit of impatience, she's very natural now. A gentle smile, words spoken casually. Her somewhat defenseless appearance pierced right through my heart. It made my heart pound uncontrollably, and I couldn't take my eyes off her. But I also knew my face was red, so I wanted to turn away. Honestly. What am I supposed to do? Yuika. Whoa. While I was lost in thought, I was suddenly splashed with water. The cold sensation startled me, and I looked at Nagisa. She was laughing happily, splashing water at me. The river here is relatively clean, so I figured splashing each other should be fine. I was a little surprised that Nagisa would do something like this. Come on, Yuika. If you don't fight back, you'll be the only one soaking wet. I couldn't help but widen my eyes. I was happy that she was inviting me to play, just like I did that day. I took off my shoes. In front of Nagisa, I can't always be my natural self. Although we kiss occasionally, the love for her that I thought I had suppressed is burning fiercely again. But only when she's being purely clingy. I want to go back to the innocent Amiya Yuika of the past. I stuffed my socks into my loafers and tossed my bag aside. I never thought I'd be playing in a river with Nagisa in my school uniform. As I thought about how strange this felt, I splashed water at Nagisa. Her wet hair sparkled and was very beautiful. It made me feel happy. Today, my beloved is shining brightly as ever. Just seeing her once downcast face become so radiant fills my heart with joy. As I thought, I still love her. I love the proactive Nagisa, but I also love the her who smiles innocently in front of me. Every time I see a different expression on her face, I fall in love with her countless times, so much that I can't help myself. Though my chest ached for a moment, I still smiled. Just for now, I want to not think about anything and just be with her. With Nagisa, the two of us. Bonus Story 3, Beloved and the Festival. When I was little, every day was filled with freshness, filled with all sorts of new things. Just by playing outside, I could discover all kinds of flowers and creatures, and I would ask my parents what each one was. Back then, I felt the world was so vast. As I grew up, that feeling gradually faded, and for better or worse, new things became fewer and fewer. That's what I thought until recently. Now I understand that the world is surprisingly vast and full of freshness. Yuika, how do you eat this? Nagisa held a cotton candy and looked at me with a troubled expression. Sometime after summer vacation started, I came to a small festival in a town a few stations away from home. My hometown also holds a summer festival around this time, but considering I might run into friends and Nagisa wouldn't be able to relax, I decided to go a little further away. Looking back now, that decision was indeed the right one, because this expression of Nagisa's definitely wouldn't be seen in our hometown. This is how you eat it. I took a bite of the cotton candy in Nagisa's hand. So sweet. When I was little, I would definitely make my parents buy me cotton candy when I saw it, but tasting it again like this, it doesn't feel that amazing. But that's what's good about it. It has a cheap candy feel. No, I don't know if cotton candy counts as cheap candy. In any case, it feels like I'm tasting the fluffy texture of cotton candy and the festival atmosphere that comes with it. Here, you try too, Nagisa. Well. Nagisa hesitated for a moment, then took a bite of the cotton candy. Her mouth, unlike mine, is small. Though when eating cotton candy, you don't need to worry about getting syrup around your mouth. Taking a big bite is the right way to eat it. Am I being too unladylike? No, today is the day for Nagisa to be spoiled. If I don't take the lead and act childish, Nagisa will be reserved too, probably. Maybe. It tastes like sugar. I know. Seeing how cotton candy is made gets you really excited and it seems delicious, but when you actually eat it, it just tastes like sugar. Yeah, but it's delicious. That's good. I've been to countless festivals, with my parents when I was little, and with my friends after I started elementary school. Compared to before, there are more and more types of stalls, and it feels like the festivals have become more lively than before. Especially when you see stalls selling food that's popular that year, it makes you feel the passage of time. Even a familiar festival has these subtle differences, which is what makes it fun. By the way, what food is popular this year? It feels so lively. Yeah, the atmosphere of a festival is really great. It makes you want to dance. Shall I be your lead dancer? Just kidding, but it's okay if it's not a joke. Nagisa smiled. My heart skipped a beat. It feels like Nagisa's natural smiles have been increasing lately. No, her smile has been beautiful since long ago, and I love it. But recently, it has gained a touch of innocence, making it even more charming. I took a deep breath. Wait, I need to calm down. Today is the day to let Nagisa be spoiled. Today, I am Nagisa's older sister. I must put aside my feelings of love for Nagisa, my desire to kiss her, my thoughts of her being cute and beautiful, otherwise things will get confusing. But I love her so much. Hey Yuika, can I hold your hand? Okay, please do. She skillfully ate her cotton candy and gently took my hand. That softness and warmth made my heart race today as well. In middle school, just holding hands like this made me happy. Of course, I'm happy now too, but it's different from back then. Although the pain of heartbreak still lingers in my heart, the me of a little while ago and the me of now are different. Emotions are always changing in an instant, and it even seems like the shape of the heart changes with the passage of time. Even so, there are certainly things that don't change. Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing, I don't know right now. Because I don't know, I hold her hand. I don't have the courage to grip it tightly right now, so I only use a little strength. But what responds to me is a force stronger than my own. I couldn't help but stare at Nagisa. Is it strange to feel envious? Seeing a child holding hands with their family and smiling like that, I'm a little envious. Because I don't have that kind of experience. Nagisa. Nagisa is a little more energetic than before. I think that's because I've taken on a little, just a little, of her burden. But that little bit of energy is quickly crushed by a huge burden, and anxiety overflows from her heart. In the end, Nagisa is the same as Mimi. She's still in pain and can't truly smile. I knew that, but I pretended not to know. I was just flustered by her natural smile, no different from before. I pulled her hand. If you're envious, then let's become that. Become that. Become family. Nagisa's eyes widened. I put on an innocent act and smiled at her. Which one do you want to be, Nagisa? Mom, child, you can be whichever you want. The cotton candy, which was once fluffy and seemed impossible to finish, is now so small its original form is barely recognizable. Nagisa also looks weaker than before, but actually, Nagisa has never been very strong from the beginning, just like me. A child. I see, then today I'll be the mom. Yeah. Nagisa squeezed my hand tightly, so much that it hurt a little. She's like a lost child, I thought, but in reality, that might be the case. Nagisa has always been expected by her parents, and she has always met those expectations. Even though there must have been times when she wanted to play, when she wanted to say discouraging things. Nagisa, who forced herself to study at times like those, must have missed the timing to be spoiled. But now, I think she can be as spoiled as she wants when she wants to be. Just like my parents did in the past, I want to let Nagisa be spoiled until her heart becomes warm. Nagisa-chan, is there anything else you want to eat? I'll treat you. Don't push yourself, Yuika. Aren't you a little short on money lately? Wait, don't suddenly become so calm. You're a child, you can be as spoiled as you want. I'm not that kind of child. Nagisa laughed softly. I think that part of her is very similar to Mimi. It feels a little like a little devil. Even though their usual expressions and demeanor are completely different, maybe the two of them are actually quite similar, besides their appearance. But you're right. Tell me what you recommend, Yuika. I don't know anything about festivals. Yeah, today I'm Nagisa-chan's teacher. Please take care of me, sensei. So you'll play along. As I thought, what is this? I took Nagisa's hand. She threw the finished cotton candy stick into the trash and followed behind me with light steps. I'm usually the one being led, so leading someone by the hand like this feels fresh and fun. But because I'm not used to it, I worry if it's okay to lead her like this. Both Nagisa and Mimi can lead someone by the hand without hesitation. I think they're amazing. I worry about so many things and can't help but look back several times. Even in a crowd, Nagisa is more beautiful than anyone. More beautiful than the dazzlingly shining stalls, more beautiful than anyone else at the festival. My heart beat a little faster. Thump, as if to notify me of something, I love Nagisa. This love has remained unchanged for a long time, so I want to know everything about her, no matter what kind of Nagisa she is. Both her good points and her bad points, everything. Although I don't know what will happen or what I can do after knowing these things. But I feel that every time I get to know Nagisa more deeply, my heart races, it becomes painful, and my chest aches. Even so, the desire to know is probably what love is. I walked for a bit and bought shaved ice with Nagisa. I like the cool texture, but I like shaved ice with milk even more. It's a bit expensive, but it's sweet and delicious. I feel like I've been eating all day today. No, the best part of a festival is eating from the stalls. Even if I eat a lot today, my weight won't suddenly increase by several kilograms, so it's fine, it's fine, it's fine, right? What's wrong, Yuika? And nothing, nothing at all. By the way, this shaved ice is delicious. I laughed it off and put the shaved ice in my mouth. At this rate, my body might become fluffy too. If it's as light and fluffy as cotton candy, that would be fine. Akin also said I was floaty. She wasn't talking about my atmosphere, but my figure, right? Surely not. Just as I was thinking that, Nagisa's finger touched my cheek. My cheek, which had been chilled from the inside, suddenly became hot. This is different from holding hands. The area of contact is about the same, so why does it feel this way? No, that's not important. Yuika, if you have any worries, you can tell me. I want to be a help to you too, Yuika. Is there something you can't tell me? Nagisa lowered her gaze. If you ask if it's hard to say, it is. If it were another friend, I could easily say something like, what if I get fat? But to say, I might get fat to the person I like is a bit, and it feels like I'm waiting for them to comfort me, plus I don't want to talk about whether I'll get fat or not with the person I like in the first place. But Nagisa's eyes were very serious. Well, about getting fat. Nagisa tilted her head. I'd hate it if I ate too much and got fat, that's all I was thinking. I finished my sentence, stammering, and Nagisa's eyes widened in surprise. She was taken aback by me, definitely taken aback. She must be thinking what a stupid thing I'm saying. Yes, I am stupid. I'm a troublesome woman who worries about things like this. Please laugh at me all you want. Sigh. She actually laughed. I thought, if you're going to laugh, laugh all you want, but she really did. My face grew hot in a different sense than before. I couldn't help but turn away. Yuika. I said Yuika. I don't know. What is it that I don't know? I don't know myself, and a corner of my mind calmly said, how troublesome. But because I'm embarrassed, it can't be helped. It's probably because of this personality that I'm called childish. It must be. Yuika, you're cute even if you get fat. Didn't you say before that you don't care what I'm like? It's the same for me. I don't care what Yuika is like. No matter what others say or think, as long as you're happy, Yuika, as long as you're happy, that's the right answer. My heart pounded violently. This time it wasn't a gentle thump, but a thump. My heart beat so loudly that I was worried it might just stop, and I wanted to press my hand against my chest. It's okay, the beating of my heart wasn't so big that you could see it. I could feel the blood flowing throughout my body. My body was so hot, I felt that even eating shaved ice wouldn't cool it down. I looked towards Nagisa, and she smiled at me, making my body even hotter. I love you. I love you, I love you, I love you. My noisy heart started to bring up countless I love yous. So much so that I felt if I let my guard down, they would come spilling out of my mouth. So, Yuika, don't make that face. That face, what kind of face? Yeah, why you're right. We're at a festival, it'd be a waste not to enjoy it. Wait a minute, I'm a bit thirsty, I'll go get something. I said a bit several times, and in the end, it didn't sound like a bit at all. I finished the shaved ice in one go and hurriedly left the scene. Even after throwing away the shaved ice container and my body becoming lighter, for some reason I was still out of breath. Lately, it's felt awkward, so I had forgotten. Come to think of it, that's how Nagisa is. Should I say she has surprising destructive power in unguarded moments, or that she's a natural at making people's hearts flutter? I think that kind of behavior is really against the rules. If this were a match, she'd definitely be disqualified and lose. No, conversations and matches have nothing to do with each other. Sigh. By the way, did I even let Nagisa be spoiled in the end today? It was the same when I went out with Mimi before. Although I said I would make her happy, I didn't do it at all. Though she said that if I'm happy, she's happy too. Mimi, what is Mimi doing now? Today is the day to let Nagisa be spoiled. Does Mimi feel bad? It would be nice if she could be spoiled by other friends. Although I thought so, I don't really want to imagine Mimi being spoiled by others. Even though I know she's in pain, I'm so selfish. You could say I'm the worst. Just as I was about to sigh, I realized. Where is this? Because I wasn't paying attention to the road, I don't even know where I came from. I tried to look at the navigation on my phone, but I don't know where I was originally. What should I do? I tried to go back to Nagisa by memory, but I only got more confused. Before I knew it, there were more and more people around, and it was difficult to even look at my phone. At this rate, I can't even contact Nagisa. Lately, I've been led by the hand by Nagisa and Mimi, so I had forgotten that I used to get lost like this often. I feel the body that was hot is now rapidly cooling down. Being alone on an unfamiliar street is so unsettling. Walking while being pushed by the crowd, even though it's lively around me, I feel lonely. I'm so useless. Even though I always think I need to get my act together, I always mess up. At least I have to look forward. Just then, I felt my hand touch something. I was startled and subconsciously tried to pull my hand back, but it was grabbed first. Don't. Yuika. Nagisa. Thank goodness I found you. The person who grabbed my hand was Nagisa. I widened my eyes, and she smiled with a bit of trouble. You weren't coming back, so I thought you might have gotten lost. Did you come looking for me? Yeah, I walked along the path Yuka might have taken. I'm glad I guessed right. Sorry. The two of us walked side by side through the crowd. I don't dislike walking hand in hand with people, but now it feels a little awkward, a little unpleasant. Somehow, I feel like I've been running in circles. I'm not reliable at all. Yuika. As we walked, the crowd gradually thinned. It seems we've left the main street. It's fine. You're not the reliable type to begin with, Yuika. That unexpected remark made me blink in surprise. You don't have to force yourself to try so hard, Yuika, just be yourself. I think that's cuter and more charming. Of course, I'm happy that you've done so much for me and said so many things to me. After leaving the main street and walking for a while, the stalls also gradually thinned out. The branches of the roadside trees, emerged in the darkness of the night, felt a little eerie. Even though you say that, Nagisa, I still want to become more reliable. I want to become someone you can rely on a little. I see. Saying something like that is already unreliable in itself. Although I think so myself, it's my true feeling, so it can't be helped. Nagisa slowly slowed down and finally stopped. The people around us became sparse, until the hustle and bustle of before felt like it had never existed. Although there are almost no lights here, Nagisa's figure looks vivid. Then, can I ask you for one thing? Say anything, I'll redeem myself. I puffed out my chest a little. In the darkness, Nagisa chuckled. It was a smile that knew I was unreliable. I want to kiss my Yuika Wanachin. She whispered in my ear. I was startled and my body flinched. Just a moment ago, we were talking about being mother and daughter. I looked at her and saw that her expression now was not Hanafusa Nagisa, but Amiya Nagisa. I have kissed her, who has become my younger sister, several times recently. Although I don't think it's the kind of intimacy between sisters. But both Mimi and Nagisa kiss me so nonchalantly that I've become confused. I even feel that sisters might actually kiss each other as a matter of course. Can't I? Nagisa is so cunning. But in the end, I don't think there's anything wrong with it, so I'm about the same. I looked around to make sure no one was watching, then stood on my tiptoes. I'm actually kissing Nagisa like this. Lately, I've been living a dreamlike life. Although I feel like I'm on a path that's taking me further and further away, I don't want to turn back anymore. The moment my lips touched hers, I felt like nothing else mattered. Soft and warm, a completely different texture from Mimi's. Being able to touch the lips I had longed for made me so happy that my body trembled uncontrollably. Nagisa slowly licked my lips with her tongue. Although I thought this was wrong, it was only for a moment, and I immediately opened my lips. Touching, tracing, her tongue slowly entered my mouth. I never thought Nagisa would give me a kiss so long it was almost suffocating. When our lips parted, the summer air was fresher and more vivid than usual. You idiot, Nagisa. Actually, the idiot is me. Even though I knew it in my heart, I couldn't help but let the words slip out. Sorry. I just felt like relying on you. This isn't exactly relying on someone, is it? Maybe not, but I feel happy. Yeah. Then that's for the best, right? Nagisa smiled innocently and turned to go back the way we came. In that moment, her figure overlapped with Mimi's. It wasn't an accidental illusion. The two of them are indeed somewhat similar, though I can't quite put my finger on why. Come on, Yuika. The festival isn't over yet. You're supposed to be my mom today, aren't you? Yeah, then you have to rely on me properly. Haha, well, we'll see about that. Hey, Nagisa. What a child. Nagisa deliberately kept her distance as she walked, and her childish demeanor was so cute. So cute it made my heart ache. As I thought, I love her no matter what kind of Nagisa she is. Even if she's not steady, even if she troubles me sometimes, she is Nagisa. I smiled gently and chased after her. I hope that one day she will rely on me more, but that might be a little difficult. End of Volume 2.